Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry Potter became the supreme power after Voldemort's fall. Here is short summary. With Voldemort gone, Harry thought peace had come, until betrayal and shifting loyalties force him to rise as the ultimate magical force the world has ever seen. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry and Hermione walked along the lake about half an hour before sunset. It had been a week since the meeting with the goblins and 5 days since his release from the hospital wing. Harry still had to take it easy but tried to get a little exercise each day. So he and Hermione had taken to walking. Harry, so how is Fireforge doing? Hermione asked as they walked over to the lake's edge. Oh Hermione, he is doing great. You should have seen him today when I told him I was hiring him as my estate manager. He was practically glowing. You made him manager of your estates. Is that allowed? I mean, I remember Ben saying that one of the consequences of the Goblin Wars was that goblins could not hold positions where they would have human subordinates. Doesn't Bill work for the estate? I checked that. The consequence was more of an informal understanding, and honestly Hermione, I don't care. Fireforge is really the best person, I mean individual for the job. I don't care what people think. I am not going to have him do the job and let some wizard take the credit, which is what other lords do. I trust him with my finances more than I trust most of the wizards I know. You know I support you, Harry. It's just going to be hard on him. He will have plenty opposition even from the other goblins. He is tough as nails and knows the workings of the wizarding world inside out. He will be fine. Besides, I don't think he would have a problem dealing with those idiot elders at Gringotts. He laughed when I told him that he could go himself to inform Ragnog of his new position. Hermione laughed. She had heard of the incident with the goblins. Have they given you any trouble about your demands to have Magnus and Grobrick managers of your accounts? No. They were quite accommodating. They have informed me that Magnus and Grobrick would be totally dedicated to my account and that no other goblin would be dealing with my affairs. To be honest, I think that Ragnog is trying very hard to get on my good side, so I am going to milk it as much as I can, Harry said with a laugh. Hermione gave him a playful slap on his arm. Don't abuse your power, Harry James Potter. All I have really done is given Magnus and Grobrick bigger offices and a higher salary. I asked them if they wanted more vacation time as well, but they declined. What about Fireforge? What are you offering him? I asked him to consider what he wants, but I have made some provisions that are absolute. He is to get at least 1 month paid vacation a year, an apartment and office in Diagon Alley, a wardrobe allowance, and a salary that is comparable with a wizard manager. That's great, Harry. I am so happy. Well, he found my provisions too extravagant. You know, old prejudices and habits are hard to overcome, Hermione said sadly. Things not going well with Winky? No. To be honest, I don't know what to do. She is drunk most of the time, and when she is sober she just keeps crying. But I will not stop trying. They were silent for a little while, watching the sunset. Something is bothering you. It's not just Winky. Is it Ron? Hermione sighed. No, I am coming to terms with what Ron did. It's just that I miss my family. You know, Ron and I had planned to go and visit them in Australia this year, while you were supposed to be on your honeymoon. After Hermione had restored their memories, the Grangers had decided to remain in Australia, having fallen in love with the country. Why don't you go? There is nothing stopping you. I know your parents would love for you to visit. I don't know, I am enjoying my time here working with Professor Snape and Neville, experimenting. I am seriously considering becoming a potions mistress, but the thing is I really don't know what I want to do anymore. After the war, I had everything perfectly planned. I knew exactly what I wanted to do, how I was going to do it, and when I wanted it done. Now so many things have changed and I feel like I am spiraling out of control. I understand what you mean. We have both gone through so much, but to be honest, Hermione, you need to lighten up a little more. I have realized that while making plans is good, you always have to leave a little room for the unexpected. Harry grinned and said, Confucius say, a tree that is too rigid will break in a strong wind. Confucius never said that. Harry laughed. Well, alright, it was Neville, but he is right. Do something crazy. I will get you a Gringotts card which will practically have no limit and you can go shopping till you drop. Take the year off and explore the world. Find yourself. Go to a hot spring in Japan. Go shopping in Milan. Get a makeover in Beverly Hills. Dance topless in Rio. Hermione glared at Harry at that last statement. Go anywhere you like and when you are ready, come back home. I will be here waiting. What about you, Harry? No hot springs for you. Well, I will seriously consider doing the topless dancing thing in Rio. Hermione laughed. Only if the topless one is Severus. Harry looked at her in shock. Don't look so shocked. I know you too well. Besides, it's hard to miss you two all googly-eyed over one another. Hermione laughed. I don't. I mean, is it that obvious? Duh. Anyway, I approve. He is a good man. I think he could make you happy. Maybe not as happy as shopping in Milan or Beverly Hills. She laughed, but I think you two will be great together. Don't let anything hold you back. Go for it. Ditto, Miss Granger. Harry smiled. There is someone great out there for you, Hermione. Ron was a prat and definitely didn't deserve you. The sun had set and they were now walking back to the castle. Think about where you want to go and I will arrange it. What about Winky? I don't want to abandon her. Well, don't. Take her with you. Just be sure and take Saul as well. And what about Neville? He will agree with me. And my research. Too many excuses. I am booking you on a flight to Australia for the end of the week. No arguments. You have 4 days to finish whatever business you have. Well, 3 days. You need one to shop for a new wardrobe. Harry walked back to his apartment, which was the Gryffindor family quarters. The apartment came with a master bedroom and 2 smaller guest rooms, each with its own bathroom. The castle would create as many as he needed: a kitchen, a training room, a library and office, an observatory, and a living room. He also asked the castle to create a small room with bath for Creature. At first the house elf had objected, but Harry told him quite seriously it was an order, he had to have it. As Harry entered the room, he was met by the sound of 2 individuals arguing. Harry smiled. Creature came towards Harry and handed him a glass of water and took his coat. How long have they been at it? Only about 15 minutes. Something about goose eggs and duck eggs. Harry walked into the living room, which was decorated similar to the room that the Room of Requirements had conjured. The one notable difference was the huge picture of Godric Gryffindor in his office. It had been a shock and excitement when Harry had first met his ancestor. The first night Harry sat in awe and listened to the man who was too excited to have someone listen to his stories. The following day he met Helga Hufflepuff in Neville's room. Harry and Neville, guided by the castle, then went on a short quest and uncovered the other 2 family rooms and unlocked the portraits of Salazar Slytherin and Rowena Ravenclaw and their families. The 4 founders had taken to visiting Neville, Harry or the headmistress at different times during the day, but mostly spent their evenings with Harry. Harry soon found out that while Salazar and Godric were indeed best friends, the 2 seemed to enjoy ticking the other off and often ended up quarreling for hours on end, over the most insignificant things. Harry laughed to see Salazar with his wand pointing at Godric and Helga and Rowena holding back Godric. So what is the argument about this time? Harry said after a minute of watching the founders behaving like children. This idiot says that duck egg shells are better for a hair growth potion than goose egg shells, when clearly everyone knows that the Canadian goose egg has more potency than any old duck egg. Salazar said with a huff. That old windbag just doesn't think that anyone else can have any opinion in potions. Just because he is a potions master he thinks he knows everything, Godric shouted. Harry sighed. Godric, have you ever made a hair growth potion? Well, that's not the point. Answer me. Yes or no? Well, no, but. No buts. This argument is over. Thank you, Harry. At least one of your descendants has some intelligence. It must be his Slytherin side. The first night all of the founders were together, Harry told them his whole story, including the most recent incidents. Salazar had declared Harry an honorary Slytherin, which started off the first argument between Salazar and Godric. And Sal, you know he is only harassing you to rile you up. Don't take the bait. You are supposed to be cunning after all. Well, he started it. Godric started. I was just saying. Didn't you hear, Harry? You know nothing about potions. Salazar said smugly. Gentlemen, If you two don't stop, I will send you both to your respective rooms, Harry said in a stern voice as if he were talking to two naughty children. I'm already in my room, Godric pointed out. Well, I will not allow the others to come and visit, Harry said, pouring himself a glass of wine. Both Godric and Salazar said, You can't do that. I can't. Okay, just try me. I am his descendant, nodding his head at Godric. I can be very stubborn when I want to. The two founders got quiet. Rowena laughed. Harry, where were you 1,000 years ago? Helga laughed. Yes, but I am glad you are here now. When you die, make sure you have a portrait here in Hogwarts. I don't think I could take eternity without a mediator. Ah, Helga, only if my portrait gets to visit you every day and be allowed to bask in your beauty. Helga giggled. You naughty boy. But I am sure a certain potions professor might object, she said as her eyes twinkled. What? Hermione is right. Am I that obvious? Harry, we have only known you for 4 days now and we can all see that you are quite taken in with that potions master of yours. And it is obvious that he is taken in with you. He reminds me of my Selwyn. Tall, lean, devilishly handsome but serious and brooding. But for me and me alone, he had a certain look in his eyes that expressed such a deep love for me, and I see the same in your Severus, Rowena told him. Where is old sourpuss Selwyn tonight? Salazar said as he settled down in Godric's chair, while Godric was pouring 2 glasses of some alcoholic drink. The good thing about being a painting is that the level in the bottle never decreased. Rowena sighed. He is in our quarters. He finally got Ogden to get Helena to come to our quarters, and when I left he was giving her quite an earful. The Ravenclaw ghost, the Grey Lady, was Rowena's daughter Helena, who had died while fleeing after stealing her mother's diadem. She had hidden the artifact in Albania and eventually told the location to Tom Riddle, who converted it into a Horcrux. It was completely destroyed and the information stored within it was lost for all time. I better go and check on them. Harry, it was a pleasure as always. Good night, everyone. Rowena said and left the portrait. There was a knock on the door and a few seconds later Severus came into the room and acknowledged the 3 founders. Helga giggled and gave Harry a wink and said, I think I better go and see what Neville is up to, and she too left the portrait. Godric and Salazar both remained. Salazar sat in Godric's chair and Godric on the edge of his desk, both with a drink in their hands, watching the 2 gentlemen as if their interactions were some daytime soap opera drama. Good evening, Harry. How was the walk today? Are you okay? Are your legs hurting? Severus said as he sat down in one of the armchairs around the fireplace. I'm fine, Harry said, smiling. He poured a glass of fire whiskey and handed it to Severus. So what brings you over this evening? Harry heard Godric huff and Salazar snicker. He sent them a glare. I came to inquire about your plans for tomorrow. There is a task I was hoping I could get your assistance with. Harry heard Salazar whisper something to Godric, who laughed. Harry sent them another glare. I am meeting with the Malfoys. Magnus sent over the documents for the property and vault that Orion Black left for Narcissa and Draco. He also sent over the documents for the request I will be making to Draco. I also had him do up the other documents we discussed. I sent an invitation for them to meet me at Grimmauld Place. Creature and I will leave early in the morning. The meeting is at 10 o'clock. Why Grimmauld Place and not here or Gringotts? I think Lucius and Narcissa are reluctant to come out too much in public and are avoiding major places like Diagon Alley. The last time they did, people threw rotten tomatoes and eggs at them. I think they also have an aversion to Hogwarts. Besides, Grimmauld is one of the main black houses. If I want to impress upon them my position as Lord Black, it is best if I do it in a black house. I am worried my old friend may try something. I can handle myself. Indeed. Harry laughed. Why, Severus, do you doubt my abilities to protect myself? No. I know you are quite capable, it's just you know. Severus started. He cares about you, Salazar called out and once again got a glare from Harry. No. It's not that. It's just that Lucius has fallen on very hard times. He, Draco and Narcissa had to give up their estates and gold in retribution for their deed. Even all of Narcissa's jewelry had to be sold to pay for the trials. They are currently living in a small hut owned by one of Lucius' cousins and are surviving on Draco's meager earnings as a potions lab attendant. Lucius might blame you, and seeing that he can't go any lower might decided to make it a suicide mission. Yeah, he cares about you, Godric repeated. Harry shook his head and wandlessly and silently sent a stinging hex to the portrait, and he smiled when he heard both of them yelp. All the more reason they will accept my offer. It is a chance for a new start. I think Narcissa at least will be appreciative. But if you are so worried, you are welcome to join us. Severus shook his head. You need to do this on your own. They will not respect you if I come along to chaperone. Anyway, I have a very important paper to write. The annual potions convention starts in 5 days, and I am writing a paper on my improvements on the Wolfsbane potion and the advanced pain potion that I developed for use after a person is attacked by the Cruciatus curse. That's great, I am sure you will do well. Yes, well, with all the activities of the past 2 weeks I have yet to start, and this conference is important. I have not attended in the last 2 years for obvious reasons, and I need to re-establish myself in the potions community. Anyway, that is partially why I asked what your plans were for tomorrow. You must be desperate if you are asking me for help in writing a potions paper, Harry said with a laugh. That earned him a Snape glare. No, you silly boy. One of the conference activities is a sale on rare potions ingredients. Potions masters would auction rare items they may have for sale. In the past I was able to auction off vials of Phoenix Tears and on a few rare occasions Phoenix Ash. It was how I was able to come by the willingly given unicorn blood that I used in your potion. I was hoping that you might allow me 1 or 2 pieces of the shed basilisk skin that I could auction. It doesn't have to be large. We used up all the items we took last week in our various experiments. I will give you what money it generates. I am just looking for the recognition. I will be happy to take you down to the chamber and you can get as much skin as you like. There is approximately 60 feet of shed skin and more on the corpse. But what do you mean if I allow? Well, technically, the basilisk is yours. You killed it, so it belongs to you. And since my idiot descendant made you his heir, all Slytherin possessions including my basilisk goes to you. Salazar informed him. Wow, I never knew that. Well, Severus, you may have the entire basilisk skin and anything else you would like to auction. You can keep what it is sold for, I don't need the money. Severus smiled a big smile and said, great, maybe we could go down to the chamber, day after tomorrow, and collect the items. I would have suggested now, but I think you might prefer a whole day to explore the chamber. That will be magnificent, Harry. I really appreciate this. You have no idea what this means to me. Harry smiled. You're quite welcome, Severus. If there is anything else you need from me, don't hesitate to ask. He heard Godric and Salazar snickering in the background, and he sent another stinging hex at them. Well, if you are offering. Harry sent another hex and it hit the painting just as the 2 founders started snickering, and was pleased to hear a yelp and a crash as Godric fell off the edge of the desk. Quote, ... I was wondering if I could get a griffin feather. I don't think in the 400+ years this conference has been held no one has ever brought a griffin feather to the auction, and I know there are many ancient potions that call for it, but since it is virtually impossible to come by, these potions have been abandoned. If I go to the conference with 2 virtually impossible potions ingredients, I will have them begging. Harry laughed at Severus' exuberance. He had never heard him talk with such excitement before. Harry stood up and transformed. After his blocks were removed, he was able to transform into all his animagi forms with ease. He had given names to all his animagi, but the creature that was the griffin demanded it be simply called Griffin. Severus looked at the creature with awe and reached up uncertainly to touch it. Griffin reached over and placed his head in Severus' hand, and it trilled when he stroked the head. Griffin then spread his wings out, being careful not to break anything, though he rudely brushed his wing across the painting of Godric and the visiting Salazar. Severus walked up and gently plucked out a feather. It was about a foot long and was a beautiful gold in color. He then backed away and thanked Griffin with a bow. Griffin then reached back and with his beak pulled out another feather which was a little longer and was auburn red and gold in color. Severus came forward and took the feather from Griffin. Harry transformed back and laughed when Severus gave a slight, almost purring sound as he passed the feather across his face. Severus blushed a fiery red at being caught, and Harry did nothing to lessen his embarrassment as he sat and looked at the potions master with a lustful look. Creature came in and brought in some light refreshments and left. The 2 ended up talking for a few hours on the upcoming potions conference. As soon as Severus left, Harry heard Salazar say to Godric, "The stupid boy didn't even give him a key. Good night." Harry waved his hand and laughed when he heard a splash followed by Salazar and Godric's screams and the utterances of many ancient curse words. The next morning Harry was dressed in elegant blue robes. He inwardly promised himself to go shopping for some casual Muggle-style clothes. He and Creature had decided to leave early, so he had eaten breakfast in his apartment and at 7:45 headed out. He was surprised on exiting the rooms to see Hermione standing outside arguing with the Griffin portrait that guarded his door. Harry had instructed the Griffin that Hermione had permission to enter the apartment whenever she came, but the pompous creature had indicated that it was improper for a young lady to visit his quarters unchaperoned before 8 o'clock in the morning. The Griffin had not even informed Creature that the girl was outside. Hermione was relieved to see Harry coming out of the rooms. After listening to her rant for a minute about the Griffin, she finally said she was taking him up on his offer and wanted to accompany him to London. Using a mirror communicator to contact Magnus and informed him that he wanted a Gringotts card for Hermione that could be used both in the Wizarding world as well as the Muggle world, as well as to organize a ticket to Sydney for Hermione for Friday. Magnus said it would be ready by the time he came to Grimmauld Place at 9 o'clock. Hermione walked with Harry and they discussed the possible reactions of the Malfoys to Harry's pending offer. Hermione had no love for the Malfoys and would not be there when they came, and hopefully they would be gone by the time she returned. They arrived at Grimmauld Place in no time, and Creature started right away in making sure the place was properly organized. Harry keyed Hermione into the wards and she came in. They were discussing her plans for her trip when Magnus came in and gave Hermione a Gringotts card in her name. It was black and gold and had a golden embossed dragon in the form of a G on it. He told her the card had anti-thief devices on it so only she could use it. He handed her a ticket to Sydney and confirmed hotel accommodations in a mixed Muggle and Wizard hotel and a rented vehicle for the period she was staying in Australia in case she needed it. Hermione thanked Harry and after safely packing away the ticket and other travel documents, she left to spend the day in London. Harry shouted as she was leaving, "Remember, go crazy." At exactly 10 o'clock Harry lowered the wards and made the townhouse visible, and Creature opened the door to allow the Malfoys entrance. He then escorted them to the main office where Harry awaited them with Magnus and Fireforge. For someone who knew them before, seeing them now was a shock to Harry, though he did not show it. Lucius looked haggard and broken. His long hair was cut short and his robes, while clean, obviously had seen better days. He no longer walked with his cane but ironically walked with a slight limp. He still, however, wore the lordship ring. Narcissa too looked a bit thin and she had dark circles around her eyes. She had on what looked like second-hand robes, however she had on light makeup which made her look elegant. Her hair was play in a long braid. Draco looked the same as the last time Harry had seen him except his robes were very simple. He was the best dressed out of the three. His arrogant mannerisms were gone but he looked like he still had some fire in him. He had simply matured. If Harry was shocked to see the changes in the Malfoys, it was nothing to compare to their shock in seeing Harry. While they had seen his picture in the papers a few times since the final battle, they had not seen him since then. He had in fact testified on their behalf but had given his statements in a closed court. Draco was shocked to see the vast change in Harry. He was no longer a runt and was in fact as tall as Draco and more muscular. He no longer wore glasses and his eyes shone brilliantly. He had slight changes to his face and his hair had auburn highlights and was worn long. He wore rich emerald green formal robes with the black crest on them. He looked amazing. He had a confidence and power that Draco had not seen in anyone before, not even the Dark Lord. The power that came off him was frightening, and in fact he knew that both his parents were not frightened but terrified, though they did their best to hide it. When Lucius and Narcissa had gotten the summons from the new Lord Black, they were a bit relieved and hoped that the man would help them financially. Narcissa said she would apply for sanctuary and even officially divorce her husband in name only so they could be under the protection of the Black Head. If so, then all three could have some semblance of a life. She would get a small allowance that would support both Lucius and herself so they would not have to beg and suffer the current humiliation that Lucius' cousin was putting them through. But Lucius did not see it her way. He was scared that once she was under the protection of her family, he would lose Narcissa forever. She was Slytherin and would do anything to survive. Worse yet, if she asked for a divorce and the Lord demanded back her dowry, which had been 1,000,000 galleons, he would not be able to pay it and he would have to forfeit his life. When Draco reminded them that Harry Potter was the new Lord Black, they despaired. What little hope was dashed away. Good morning, Lord Malfoy, Narcissa and Draco. The three bowed. Lord Black. Narcissa presented Harry with a small chocolate cake. It was customary that when being formally presented to a new lord, the family would present a gift. The size and opulence of the gift usually depended on the wealth of the family. Thank you. I love chocolate cake. It's my favorite, Harry said as he accepted the cake and passed it to Fireforge, who placed it on a side table. Yes, so Draco informs us. I baked it myself. Then I am doubly appreciative, Harry said with a smile. The three Malfoys were invited to sit. They did not dare sit until Lord Black was seated and invited them to do so, and Creature served light refreshments. It was obvious to Harry that they had not had breakfast. I would like to introduce to you Fireforge, my estate manager for all of the Potter and Black estates, Harry said, gesturing to Fireforge. Looking carefully at their response, all three eyes registered shock, but none of them said anything, and Lucius gave a small bow to acknowledge Fireforge. Harry smiled. The goblin to my left is Magnus, head of the Black accounts at Gringotts. Again Lucius bowed in acknowledgement. So Lord Malfoy, how have you been adjusting? It was obvious he was not faring well, but Augusta and Ogden had been tutoring Harry in wizarding etiquette, and the proper thing to do was to inquire on the other lord's welfare. Things have been better, Lucius responded. Harry noted there were no sneers or sarcasm in his tone. And Draco, I was sorry to see you did not finish at Hogwarts. No, I finished my newts privately. I am now employed as a lab assistant to Potions Master Sangre, Draco said with a slight hint of pride. Pablo Sangre was one of Spain's top potions masters. He was said to hand-pick his apprentices. Without the money to finance the apprenticeship, Draco was forced to work as an assistant. As a lab assistant, it meant that Draco could eventually work his way into an apprenticeship and mastery, but it would take twice the length of time. That is quite an accomplishment. Congratulations, I am glad you have found something meaningful. Harry then turned to Narcissa. And you, Narcissa, how are you faring? Narcissa looked at Harry and knew that this man held her happiness in his hands, but she reassured herself that he had not sent them to Azkaban. Even now his tone was gentle and he sounded genuinely interested. Things have been hard, but we are surviving by being there for one another. And you, my lord, how have you been doing? We were sorry to hear that your nuptials to Miss Weasley have been postponed. I hope everything is all right on your part. Harry smiled and Narcissa found herself feeling better. I am well, thank you. The pleasantries over, it was time to get down to business. I am sure you are wondering why I have summoned you here today. Well, as you know, when my godfather Sirius, the last of the Lord Blacks, died, he bequeathed to me his entire estate and titles. With all the activities of the last 3 years, I was unable to attend to the responsibilities of being Lord Black, and for that I apologize. However, I have now taken up the mantle, as well as that of being Lord Potter, and I am trying to put the House of Black in order. Here he paused and Magnus stepped forward and handed him several documents and files. Due to the unfortunate unlawful detention of Lord Sirius in Azkaban, Lord Orion's requests as laid out in his last will and testament were not administered. Therefore, as the current Lord Black, it is my duty to rectify this oversight. Harry read the section of Orion's will. To Narcissa Black Malfoy, my beloved niece, I leave you my estate in Kent, which consists of the manor, stables and land measuring 10 acres. I know how much you love to ride horses, and so I am sure you will love this estate. I also leave the sum of 500,000 galleons to use as you please. Harry looked up and saw immense relief on the faces of the three Malfoys. The house and money will go a long way in helping them start a new life. Harry continued, to your children, I leave the sum of 150,000 galleons, to use as they please. Harry looked at Draco and said, Draco, since you are the only legal child of Narcissa Black Malfoy, the entire sum is passed to you. Draco closed his eyes and Harry saw that he was fighting back tears. No matter what else you decide, these things are yours. However, I have a proposal I would like for you to consider. At his words, all three Malfoys looked up. Firstly, Narcissa, I am making it very clear, unlike some previous members of the Black family, I fully recognize Andromeda Black Tonks as a full black, and both she and her only living grandson are under my protection. Her grandson Teddy Lupin is my godson and is currently my heir. That being said, Narcissa, you and Draco are blacks by blood and by right can ask for sanctuary, or you can divorce yourself from the Malfoy line and you will come under my full protection. But note, I am not making Draco my heir. Even if something happens to Teddy or Andromeda, I have no intention of making Draco my heir. Narcissa looked at him and said, for everything that we have put you and the wizarding world through, I do not blame you, Lord Black. We have suffered greatly because of our folly, and we have regretted our actions, as among other things, it almost cost us our greatest treasure, and that is each other. I will be eternally grateful for what you have given us today, and I know you did not have to, or you could have made us grovel to you, and you did not. However, as much as I know what being under your protection will mean, I will not divorce or declare sanctuary, as I will not leave Lucius. I will, however, ask if you consider Draco for sanctuary. Lord Black, like my mother, I will not abandon my family. He may have been a snarky bastard at times, but he is my father, and I will stay with him. The money you have given me is enough for me to do my apprenticeship, and it is all I desire. I will work for what I get. Okay, I accept your decisions. So I now offer you another alternative. Lucius Malfoy, I am offering you the opportunity to deny the Malfoy name and take the name of your wife. It would mean you will officially give up all rights of being a lord of the wizarding world. You will have to declare your allegiance to the House of Black, and I will offer you the same protection that I offer your wife and son. But I warn you, Lucius, go against me and I will not be merciful. Narcissa gasped. Never did she think this a possibility. She looked at her husband with tears in her eyes. Lucius looked at her with love and said, thank you, I will accept your offer. He took off his lordship ring and at first looked at Draco, who shook his head, and then he placed it on the desk in front of Harry. Harry nodded and looking at Lucius and Narcissa said, I am currently in the design stages of projects to help rebuild the wizarding world. I will be building 2 orphanages, one solely for wizarding children who have lost their parents and the other for squibs and muggle-born magical children who have been abandoned or abused by their families to help them adjust in their new life. I will also be building a facility for young werewolves so that they can learn to deal with their gift and prepare them for school and life. If either of you are interested, you can help with any or all of these projects. However, note you will be answering to Fireforge. The two looked at each other and Lucius was about to speak when Harry stopped them. However, I know that you are having a hard time here in Great Britain and staying here will not be easy. You have been given a house in Kent, but I have houses in Canada, United States of America, Australia, and even South America. You have the option of taking the house in Kent, or I can organize for you to leave Great Britain and set up your life elsewhere, starting anew as Mr. and Mrs. Black. You do not have to give me your answer today. You can talk as a family and give me your answer some other time. We will stay and help rebuild what we have helped to destroy. Good. Fireforge and Magnus will draw up the necessary papers. Now I have a serious matter I need to deal with. With these words, Narcissa and Lucius paled. Was this the price for Harry's protection? Harry saw their expression and smirked. As you know, Lord Orion left assets for each of his nieces and for their children. A house was left for your sister, as well as a sum of money for both your sister and any children she may have. As your sister is dead, her share must go to her heir. Harry looked at Narcissa and saw her comprehension. Lucius and Draco were confused. Where is she? I know you know. Where is who, mother? Don't tell me Bellatrix is alive. No, not Bellatrix, Cassiopeia. Lucius gasped. You said Bella killed her. Rodolphus said he saw the body. We faked it. We killed a muggle girl. Bella was power hungry and even mad before Azkaban, but she couldn't do it. She couldn't kill her. Who? Draco asked again. Your cousin, Harry answered. My cousin. Bellatrix had a child. A squib. The Dark Lord ordered her be terminated when it was discovered she was a squib. But when we heard that the McNairs had been ordered to kill their daughter, we knew that Cassie was next. Bella and I bribed a muggle official and got documents for her, and then we sent her far away with a trusted house elf. Where? We sent her to South Africa at the time the country was closed to the rest of the world. However, I know they left there after 2 months and traveled a while. 5 years ago I got a note from her telling me she was getting married to a muggle. She was living in Australia and had been for a while. I need to find her. Narcissa nodded. I don't know where she is exactly, but I have one of two little notes she sent. They are coded, but it might help. Harry nodded and then turned to Draco. Draco, I was hoping that I could hire you to help me find her. I know that your position with Sangre is important, and if you don't want to, I will understand. I am curious about my cousin, but what kind of payment are you offering? I will give you a Gringotts card with 50,000 galleons, which consist of payment and whatever expenses you will incur. It could be used in both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. I will organize the ticket to Australia and hotel accommodations. I will find her. Very good. Now, if you would like to freshen up, Creature will organize an early lunch while Magnus and Fireforge gets all of your documents together. While they were having lunch, Draco, Lucius, Fireforge and Harry were discussing the orphanage when Hermione walked in looking quite glamorous. Hermione had her hair straightened and had been professionally made up and had on Muggle designer clothes. She looked like a model. Draco could not stop staring. She greeted them cordially and raised her perfectly shaped eyebrow when she observed Lucius sitting at the dining room table and talking with Fireforge. They were having a serious discussion and Lucius was actually treating Fireforge like an equal. Hermione turned to Draco and said, "So Draco, what are you doing these days?" Draco took a deep breath and said, "I have just agreed to help Lord Black with a project." Hermione looked at Harry. "He has agreed to help find Cassiopeia." "Yes, and you wouldn't believe where she is." Hermione looked at Harry. "No." Harry nodded. "Well, this might work. Most likely she is in the Muggle part of Australia. Do you know what city? Do you have her address, a telephone number or email address? Is she married? Do you have a photo or even a fingerprint?" Hermione said without taking a breath. Harry laughed. "Nerissa has some information that will help us get started." "Draco, I don't think you took Muggle studies, so I may have to give you a crash course. But first things first, you need new clothes. You look too much like a wizard." Hermione was looking at him appraising Ly. She then turned to Fireforge. "Make sure he is on the same flight and change my room to a hotel suite with at least 2 bedrooms. Come Draco, we have lots to do. The first is a trip to Gladrags for some Muggle clothes and then we are going into Muggle London." Hermione stood up and said, "Harry, we will be back in a few hours." She pulled out a magically charmed cell phone and started speaking as she walked out. "Ah, Richard, it's my own. Do you think you could fit in a friend this evening? Trust me, darling, you will love him. He has platinum hair. Ah, bueno, we will be there in a heartbeat. Key. Come on, Draco." Harry looked at Draco. "I think you better run." Draco looked at him and sneered. Harry laughed and thought, there is the Draco I know. Lucius and Narcissa looked at each other and had the first genuine laugh they had in over 3 years. At 8 o'clock that night, Harry stood in front of the wooden door to Severus' office. It had been a long day and now he was back and just wanted to spend some time with Severus. He checked his clothes and brushed it down with his hand before taking a deep breath and knocked on the door. He heard a muffled "Come," and he pushed the door open. Severus was at his desk, head down, writing on a parchment in front of him. He looked up. "Harry, how did today go?" "It went better than I expected," Harry said, almost laughing as Severus raised his eyebrow. Lucius and Draco accepted the offers and Narcissa was able to give a good lead as to where Cassiopeia might be, and you would never believe it, she is in Australia. Hermione is scheduled to leave for Australia on Friday to visit her parents, so she has made herself Draco's partner and they will be going together. Severus smiled. Hermione is going to really help with everything in the Muggle world. The both of them working together would be a good thing. They both need something to challenge them and make them feel worthwhile. Harry looked at Severus, who kept twisting his back and shoulders. "Are you okay? You look like you have a sore back." "Yeah, I have been writing for." He checked the time. 5 hours straight, and to be honest, I am nowhere close to being finished. I have rewritten the opening paragraph alone about 20 times and it is still not good enough. Harry moved behind him and said, "What you need is a break. You are thinking about it too much. Just relax, it will come to you." Harry slowly started massaging Severus' shoulders. He was so tense. Severus groaned and thought, "Oh, this feels so good. His hands so strong." The knots in his shoulder just seemed to untangle at Harry's ministrations. He groaned again. Harry felt part of him react to Severus' groans. His heart started working his body and ignored his mind. Harry bent forward, his lips gently touched Severus' neck. He felt him stiffen. He key. Ed higher on his neck, his lips and tongue then moved to the ear. His tongue traced a path along the outside of the ear. Harry whispered, "Do you want me to stop?" Severus let out the breath he was holding. His voice didn't sound his own when he said, "No." Harry's hands moved along Severus' shoulders to his front, loosening the outer robe he had on. His tongue continued his path from the ear to his neck, as if Harry was tasting him. Severus groaned and his mind screamed, "Oh God, Harry, do you know what you are doing to me?" Suddenly Severus felt his entire chair move away from the desk and was turned around. Harry was looking at him, his eyes filled with lust and passion. He waved his hands and the arms of the chairs vanished. For 2 seconds Severus marveled at the power Harry casually displayed. Harry then straddled the potion's master, sitting on top of him. Harry looked at him, then without warning his lips assaulted Severus' mouth. The key was not gentle but strong and powerful. Severus had no doubt who had dominance. Harry was like a beast claiming his mate. He allowed himself to submit and enjoyed the mouth and tongue that claimed him. The chair back suddenly started reclining. Severus was momentarily shocked, but Harry's magic was pulsing and he knew it was another of Harry's spells. Severus had no time to think of the chair again as he felt Harry rub against him and pleasure started building in him. He mind barely registered his robes being removed as Harry unbuttoned his top and was now taking one of his nipples in his mouth. Severus groaned and gasped as he felt the hot mouth consume one nipple and then the next. He felt a wave of magic wash over him. It was like Harry was using both his body and his magic. This was nothing like he had ever felt before. His body reacted sharply and Harry let out a chuckle. Severus closed his eyes. This was so good. Harry let go of the erect nipple and started rubbing himself against Severus, one hand anchoring himself on the chair, the other reaching behind Severus' head ready to bring his head closer and bring both of their mouths together again when a pop was heard. "I am so sorry, Lord Potter Black, Professor Snape." Harry stopped abruptly, turned and looked at the house elf Tibbs, who looked like he wished he could be anywhere else. "Tibbs, somebody had better be dying or attacking the castle," Harry said slowly as if trying to hold back his anger at the intrusion. Tibbs looked frightened and stepped back. "I am so sorry, but the headmistress said to get you right away. Headmaster Dumbledore's portrait has returned to his frame." Severus felt Harry's magic pulse again. "We will be there right away." The house elf nodded and then happily vanished. Harry sighed and lowered his head into Severus' neck and whispered, "Albus, I hate you now this second more than ever." He took a deep breath and climbed off of him. Without looking at him, Harry said, "We must go. If Minerva attacks him before we could question him, he might disappear again, this time for good." Severus just nodded, his voice still having difficulty to form words. Harry turned and watched him. "I am sorry." Severus took a deep breath and said, "Go, I will be along shortly, I just need a minute." Harry nodded and left, knowing that Severus needed more than a minute. It was only when he was halfway to the headmistress' office that Harry remembered that he could have used the flow from Severus' office. Ah well, he needed the time to pull himself together. His mind fully back in control of his body was screaming, "What were you thinking?" and his heart answered back, what he should have done long ago. Harry was thinking of Severus, of how the man had submitted to his actions. He knew Severus was attracted to him, but tonight he showed Harry that he was more than attracted. The wolf in him told him that he was his mate, and like any alpha he knew that Severus had to be claimed and he was ready to be claimed. Harry would have if it weren't for Albus. Over 2 weeks and no sign of the man, and now of all times he appears, even from the grave. That man was interfering with his happiness. Harry ran his hands through his hair. He wanted answers, and the only person to be able to answer them was that bloody painting. Albus had destroyed their lives, and all because he could. If his portrait even mentions the phrase, "It was for the greater good," Harry would explode. But something in the back of his mind was whispering that there was something else going on that he wasn't seeing. He needed to focus his mind. God, why tonight? And if tonight, why now? Why not in an hour? Harry smirked or two. The griffin in him told him he needed to exorcise the memory of Albus. He needed to help get rid of the images and the darkness that Albus had created in both him and his mate. Severus held Albus in high esteem. Yes, he had doubts of the man's greatness, but Albus had been in a real sense Severus' master. For Harry to truly claim his mate, he had to fight Severus' old master first. Albus had to answer for what he did and Harry would make sure that he did. It was only when he heard someone calling him did he realize he had passed the gargoyle that marked the entrance to the headmistress' office. He walked back and the gargoyle bowed and opened, not asking for a password. Before he even reached the door he heard Minerva yelling at, he assumed, was Albus Dumbledore. On entering the room he saw Albus in his frame being held by two former heads Phineas Nigellus Black and Dilys Derwent. Albus looked over and saw Harry, his eyes opened in slight shock. "Harry, my boy, you look amazing. You look like the man I always imagined." Harry sent a stinging hex at the portrait and Albus, Phineas and Dilys yelped and gasped. Phineas looked shocked. "How did you do that?" Ignoring Phineas, Harry said in a powerful cold voice, "Don't you dare call me your boy. I am no longer your South Avenue Albus. I got rid of your controlling charms and blocks. I am the man I am meant to be and not the scrawny pawn you wanted me to be." Albus smirked, his eyes twinkling. "Did you now?" Harry smiled a cruel smile. "Yes, your dragon blood charm as well." Albus smirked, vanished, and he knocked Dilys away, and Harry sent a Petrificus Totalis charm at Albus and he slumped on his chair in the portrait. Harry spoke to the castle. "Hogwarts, seal the portrait. I don't want Albus leaving his frame." Phineas looked at Harry again. "How are you doing that?" Harry looked at him angrily. "What do you mean?" Dilys replied. "No one has ever affected the portraits. No one can use magic on the portraits, only other paintings could affect one another." Harry calmed a little. "I guess it is because I am linked to the castle and she is allowing it." The door opened and Neville came in looking like he did when he faced Voldemort. "Wake that bastard, I have some questions for him." The flow flared and Severus comes in. Harry sent a spell and Albus woke up. He immediately tried to leave the frame but couldn't and Dilys poured something down his throat. Harry suspects a portrait version of Veritaserum. "Hogwarts has sealed you. You cannot leave, not unless Neville or myself say you could, and I think you have a greater chance of me releasing you than Neville." Harry looked at him and Albus saw Cold Green staring at him. "Neville. Yeah, you know Lord Hufflepuff," Neville answered. "How did you?" "Well, Tom Riddle left me a very interesting letter," Harry stated. Albus laughed. "You listened to Voldemort." "No, I listened to the documents at Gringotts that verified his claims." Albus got serious. "You are too young to understand, Harry." "Don't give me that crap, Albus. I am not a child because of you. I never was a child. And even a child could understand theft, manipulation and beep, Albus. You magically beeped us. I am not a child, Albus, and neither is Harry. I want you to explain to us," Severus said, watching Albus coldly. "And while you are explaining, you could explain to me why you told my grandfather that I was a spy for the Dark Lord and not for the Order." Albus looked pale. "What you have to understand is that it was for the Grey." Harry sent a bolt of what looked like lightning at Albus and his entire frame caught afire. They heard Albus screaming, and after a few minutes Minerva sent a cooling charm which extinguished the portrait. "Try again," Neville said. It was necessary. After 1,000 years the castle wards were weakening and Riddle had already shown signs he was going to be evil. He was already mad by the time he came to school, so I decided to add his force to the school. His magic was connected to the castle and the wards strengthened. I realized that by adding the magic of all founders the wards will be strengthened for another 1,000 years. That's crap and you know it. If you just wanted the magic, then why take all the money from the vaults? You wanted the lines to end," Harry said, slamming his hand on Minerva's desk. Albus' eyes twinkled a little as he looked at Harry. "You have really changed." "The life of war does that to someone," Harry said. "Why did you do it, Dumbledore? Why take the magic? People were only depending on the founders for everything. There have been just as powerful wizards as Slytherin or Gryffindor, but no one ever considered them. Wizards and witches have been stuck in the last 1,000 years, not improving, only doing what the founders would have done. They needed to break away from the actions of the Four. So what, you wanted a Dumbledore house at Hogwarts?" Neville sneered. "Well, not a house. You idiotic manipulative bastard," Harry screamed and sent another stinging hex at Albus. "Even if this was for some sick twisted attempt to protect the castle, why did you destroy my life, Albus? I trusted you. My mother loved you like a father. Why did you take the money my grandfather sent me? I needed money. I had an image to maintain and your grandfather owed me," Albus said. Harry was silent. Albus echoed Ron. He was looking at Ron 100 years in the future. What happened to all the money you stole from the Founders' vaults? Neville shouted. That went into the Hogwarts vaults. It wasn't for my personal use. The governors kept a close eye on the vaults. Then how did they miss close to 1 billion galleons worth of gold and items being removed from the vaults? Albus, Minerva said seriously. Harry turned and looked at the headmistress, whose lips were a straight line. What are you talking about, Minerva? Severus said. I checked with Gringotts. As soon as the items were entered into the vaults, they were removed. They are not there, and there are no records to where they were removed to. They are not even in Gringotts. I cannot say, Albus said stoically. What do you mean you were in control? You have to know. I cannot say, Albus repeated. He's under a charm, Phineas Nigellus said. Sometimes a person puts themselves under a charm so they will not reveal their secrets. When they die, their portrait is unable to remember, or like Albus would not be able to say. Neville let out a curse and Minerva gave Albus a glare. Let's try another question. Albus, why did you make Severus suffer? Even if you wanted money, why have him suffer and humiliated? You could have provided for him from the school fund, but instead you had him wear second-hand robes, and you had my dad and godfather torture and make fun of him. He was leading me to the Dark Lord. He wanted me to join the Dark Lord, Severus said coldly. Albus smiled. Before you get angry again, Harry, it really was for the greater good. You see, for every powerful light wizard you must have a powerful dark wizard to balance power. I was a powerful light wizard, and after Grindelwald, I needed another powerful dark lord, so I chose and groomed Riddle. Then there was a prophecy that indicated that a powerful wizard would arise from the Potter line, and I assumed it would be James, so I needed another dark wizard to balance him out, so I chose Severus. Harry looked at the painting, but Severus would not play along. With everything you threw at him, he refused to turn dark. Your mother Lily, she kept him from turning dark, so I had to get rid of her. Severus was angry. What did you do to her? I had Pettigrew convince her that the Marauders would kill you, and then I had Sirius lead you to the werewolf. After that she stayed away. She was trying to protect you. Without her around, it was easy to turn you. You manipulative son of a bitch, how dare you? If I didn't, then Harry would not have been born. You may have ended up with Lily. I could not risk that. I had invested too much into you. You used the school to create dark wizards. One of the older headmasters asked. School is a place to prepare young witches and wizards for the world outside. It was my job to create the wizards of the future, even the dark ones. Slytherins were the easiest to turn evil, as they can be easily corrupted in their pursuit of power. It was easy to turn them against the others and the others against them. A house of dark wizards easily balances the light of the others. All Slytherins are not evil. Many are good people who have done good, and those you have manipulated will be given second chances now that you are not around. None deserve a second chance. They are all dark and must remain dark, Albus sneered. But why did you take me in when I left Voldemort? Why give me a second chance? Because with James dead, I didn't need another Dark Lord. I kept you around and had you remain a bastard, so if I needed to push you into become a Dark Lord again, I could have. Besides, you wanted to protect Harry. I needed you close so you wouldn't have gone to rescue Harry from his aunt. When Harry came to Hogwarts, you started wavering and wanted to train him to fight. I knew by then that you would never become truly dark. I decided to train Draco just in case. He too was a disappointment. You knew I was being abused. You blocked my magic and put charms on me. Why? You would have been too powerful. When I realized you survived the killing curse, I knew you were the fabled master of the Deathly Hallows. You could have spoiled our plans. You would be too powerful for me to handle, so I had to keep your magic under control. I made your uncle hate you, and I made sure you grew up humble and subservient, so you could serve me in my cause. And the Weasleys. A means to an end. Molly was desperate for money. The twins had destroyed a shop window the summer before your first year. They couldn't pay the shop owner and was about to lose their house. I offered them the money in exchange for helping me. Arthur refused, but Molly wanted to accept, so I obliviated Arthur. Ron helped me control you and told me all about your activities. Ginny, well, her job was simple. Harry sent another hex at Albus. How dare you? What gives you the right to destroy others' lives? In a sense, I don't care what you did to me, but Severus is a great and powerful wizard who is more of a light wizard than you. You had no right to hurt him. Severus turned and looked at Harry in amazement. I did come to care for Severus, he was like a. Albus started. Another hex was sent at him. Don't even dare to suggest such a thing. You don't torture and steal from the people you love. You didn't care for Severus, you only cared for yourself. Harry sent another hex. Severus the first so. Albus again started, but Harry sent him another hex. Don't you dare. Harry screamed at Albus. Severus came and placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. Don't taint your soul for him, Harry. He is making you lose your control and he is not worth it. I want you to take a breath and calm yourself. Torturing him is not good for you, Harry. He is more evil than the Dark Lord. Dumbledore is evil, but don't let him turn you into a Dark Lord, which is what is going to happen if you get accustomed to torturing. Albus smirked but was hit with another hex. Everyone turned around. It was Phineas Nigellus. My soul is already gone. Harry couldn't help smile. You mentioned for every powerful light wizard there has to be a powerful dark wizard. Then if that is the case, why create a dark wizard? Wouldn't one come naturally? Neville asked. Not necessarily. Sometimes magic remains unbalanced and has to be helped. You mean manipulated? Albus sighed. Thousands of years ago the continent of Atlantis was a haven of light wizards. The magical power of the Atlanteans was greater than anything we could even imagine. There was no dark, only light. The main city was even called City of Light. Over time the people became corrupt, but they believed themselves to be morally good. They started using dark magic, believing it to be light. They had nothing to guide them to show them that what they were doing was dark. The whole society collapsed as the line between light and dark became blurred. Eventually Atlantis went into war and whole civilization destroyed. Only a few wizards who fled remained. So you create dark wizards to prevent everyone from turning dark, Minerva said incredulously. Yes, if a dark wizard comes up, it shows the other light wizards what they potentially could become, so it protects the society. Albus said with a smile. For the greater good, Harry said coldly. Yes, exactly, Albus said with a smile. You are not only evil but mad. That is the most idiotic thing I have ever heard. You are selfish and delusional. You have convinced yourself that you are doing this for everyone, but the only one who ever benefited is yourself. You destroyed lives because you wanted to be considered greater than the founders. You stole and destroyed lives to get money so you could live a good life in elegant robes and a high lifestyle. You decided to play God, choosing who would be good and who would be evil. It wasn't for the greater good, it was for power. You loved having the power over others, Harry shouted. How dare you? I am Albus Dumbledore, I am the most powerful wizard in the world. Albus Dumbledore is dead, you are just a memory, Neville said sarcastically. No, you are not the most powerful wizard, I am. Harry stood up, his magic glowing. Albus smirked and his eyes twinkled as he looked at Harry over his spectacles. Indeed, Lord Potter Black. Harry knew that look, and then something clicked. Who is your master? The others look at Harry in shock. Poppy said that I spoiled her master's plan and she wasn't talking about you. Whoever controlled her was controlling you. Albus just smirked and said nothing. You already knew I had taken over the Potter and Black estates, and you knew I wasn't married to Ginny, so you were in contact with Poppy. Where were you? You weren't in your portrait in the Wizengamot, I know, we checked. You were with your master. Who is it? You're not going to say, are you? Harry started to laugh. With everything you did, you were nothing but a servant, someone's South Avenue. I am nothing but a pitiful reminder of a pitiful wizard. Headmaster Armando Dippet turned to Albus. Portrait and screamed, Albus, you have been disloyal to the oath you took as headmaster, both as a wizard and now as a portrait. You are a disgrace, Dillis retorted. You have brought shame on this institution, another headmaster said. The castle should have turned you out. You hurt the children, how could you? Albus held his head in his hands as all the previous headmasters and headmistresses berated him. He screamed and took his wand and started blasting them. Neville and Harry pulled out their wands but stopped when they saw a red beam hit Albus and held him up. The red beam was joined by a green, then blue and yellow beams. The four founders came in, each one with their wands pointing at Albus. Albus Dumbledore, you have brought disrepute to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and you attacked my line and violated my heritage. Rowena Ravenclaw said in a cold, serious voice. You have been disloyal and have damaged the lives of the children you swore to protect. You have taken what was not yours and defiled my heritage, Helga Hufflepuff said sternly. You tainted the name of my house and brought disharmony among the students and the world. You hurt the innocent in your mad climb for power and in doing so hurt my family and my heritage, Salazar Slytherin hissed and screamed. You were an unworthy headmaster and broke the oath you took. You are a coward and I am ashamed that you represented my house. I denounce you as you denounced my descendant from his rightful place in this world. You have used the pure and neutral school we built for your evil plans and have corrupted the heritage we gave this world. My descendant will destroy what you have built and rebuild what you have destroyed. Godric Gryffindor's portrait glowed with power. My descendant will demolish your web of lies and bring harmony to the world. Helga Hufflepuff glowed with power. He who embodies my virtues and who I am proud to have as my heir will destroy your evil and restore honor to this place we love. Salazar Slytherin glowed with power. All those who stand together and support our chosen, who fill them with love and protection, all who exhibit the virtues that we have laid down, the headmistress and masters of the school, those innocent you have tried to crush, they will all raise up and destroy your name so it will not be remembered. This school and the world will survive you. Rowena Ravenclaw glowed with power. Albus Dumbledore, you are no longer welcome at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I hereby banish you for all time. So mote it be, cried Gryffindor. So mote it be, cried Slytherin. So mote it be, cried Ravenclaw. So mote it be, cried Hufflepuff. Albus' portrait screamed, and in a flash of blinding light the portrait remained lifeless in its frame, then burst into flames and vanished. There was a loud explosion from outside and the castle shook. The four ran to the windows and looked out. The tomb of Albus Dumbledore crumbled and exploded and burst into flames. Harry left the headmistress' office. He had left without a word. He walked towards the tomb and saw that the heat of the flames were as dragon fire. By morning there would be nothing left of the tomb except a dark stain on the grass. He walked back to the castle. Albus was truly gone, but the mess he made would have to be cleaned up. He reached the doors to the castle and was met by Hermione, who ran to see what the explosion was about. Harry told Hermione that Albus had returned but Hogwarts banished him. She gave him a big hug. The two were joined by Neville and Phileas. After half an hour of discussing the events and filling in Phileas and Hermione on what happened, Severus walked in and informed them that the founders had all the former headmasters and headmistresses, including Severus and Minerva, retake their vows of loyalty to Hogwarts. Harry looked at Severus with pride as he indicated that the founders told him that Hogwarts acknowledged him as a former headmaster and that he did his best under the circumstances to protect the children. He told them that the founders kept Minerva back in a meeting. Phileas called Ogden to bring them a bottle of wine, which they all shared. After finishing his wine, Severus got up and told the others that he had a paper to finish and needed to take his leave. As he was about to walk away, Harry stopped him. Severus, we have some unfinished business to attend. Severus looked at him. Harry's face was serious and did not betray his thoughts to the others, but Severus shook his head. I have too much to do tonight. I have to finish my paper. I will see you tomorrow. He bowed to everyone and left. Severus walked out of the great hall and headed towards his dungeons. The dungeon hallways seemed much colder than normal. He soon reached the door to his office, but he did not open it. What is wrong with you? The man you love wants you and you turn him down. You're an idiot, he berated himself. Severus turned and ran back up to the ground floor. He looked up and saw Harry and Hermione walking up the stairs on their way to Gryffindor Tower. Severus ran to his right and headed for a shortcut, the one he often used to catch Gryffindors who were trying to reach their common room after curfew. The shortcut reduced the time in half and he knew he arrived before Harry. The portrait of the Griffin was asleep. It woke and turned his head but did not ask for the password. Severus heard Harry wish Hermione a good night and heard him coming before he turned the corner. Severus leant against the wall and did a quick grooming charm so he wouldn't look as if he just ran. As soon as he turned the corner, Harry saw him and smiled, but then put on a mock stern look and came to stand in front of Severus. I thought you had a paper to finish. Don't tell me, Professor, that you are waiting till the last minute to finish your homework. Severus frowned. This was clearly a mistake. I am going. Harry reached out and grabbed his hand. No, you don't. I think I will just have to give you a detention. Harry smiled and pulled him into his quarters. Creature was lying down on his bed. He was tired. It had been a long day, when suddenly he felt the wards to his master's apartment tingle. A house elf was trying to get in. He slowly walked to the living room and released the wards, and Tibbs came through. The headmistress requests that Lord Potter Black come to her office for a meeting. Tell the headmistress that my master is busy. She wants to see him right away. There was another pop, and Misty, Severus' house elf, came in. I thought I told Tibbs not to disturb my master. Sounds of Severus and Harry Ning in pleasure come through the closed bedroom door. My master deserves a night of happiness, and I will not have Tibbs disturbing him, the feisty house elf said, one hand on her hip, the other pointing accusingly at Tibbs. Tibbs is just following orders. The headmistress wants Professor Snape and Lord Potter Black immediately, Tibbs said as he started walking towards the bedroom. Not tonight, she doesn't. Creature put his hand out and stopped the house elf. Misty grabbed onto Tibbs' ear. If you disturb my master, I will chop you up in little pieces and put you in my master's potions. Ogden came in silently. Tibbs, tell the headmistress that Lord Potter Black and Professor Snape have retired for the evening and will see her in the morning. The sounds of Severus screaming Harry's name in ecstasy came into the room, and Misty smiled and released the hold on Tibbs' ear. Ogden looked at Tibbs and said, "You are dismissed." Tibbs frowned but popped out. He was followed by a smiling Misty. Ogden turned to Creature. I will ward the rooms so no one will bother them tonight. With that he disappeared silently. Creature looked over at the closed bedroom door as he heard Harry scream out. The house elf smiled. If there were two people who deserved a night to themselves, it was the two men he now protected. With that he returned to his living space, secure in the knowledge that there would be no more disturbances. 15 minutes later, Minerva McGonagall walked down the hallway of Gryffindor Tower and then stopped in shock. The wall that normally held the portrait of the Gryffindor Griffin was bare. Severus woke up, and it only took 5 seconds for him to recollect everything that happened the night before and assess where he was. As a spy, it was important to always be alert. He was on Harry's bed, in Harry's room, in Harry's apartment. If he was a teenage girl, he would have squealed, but he was not. He reminded himself that he was a snarky potions professor, so he smirked. Last night was amazing. He had had a few lovers over the years, but none of them affected him like Harry did. He was happy. He was sated. He was in love. He stretched. Harry was not in the bed, but his scent was still there. His magical residue still seemed to linger around Severus, and he did not want to move. He curled around onto Harry's side of the bed and held on to the pillow. For the first time since he was a small child, he felt like he could stay in bed for the entire day, but his stomach growled and reminded him that he had missed dinner the night before. As if on cue, there was a soft knock on the door and Creature walked in. Good morning, Master Severus. Master Harry sent me to wake you and tell you that breakfast will soon be ready. Thank you, Creature. I will be there in a few minutes. Severus looked around and then stopped the house elf as he was going through the door. Creature, where are my clothes? I think Master Harry put them in the wash. He is very meticulous about a clean room, and your clothes were on the ground. You should go and take a bath. I will contact Misty and arrange some clean clothes for you. Severus nodded and headed for the bathroom. 15 minutes later he exited and scowled when he saw the clothes Misty had sent for him. Misty, I am going to kill you. She had always been harassing him to wear some of the more ridiculous clothes he owned. There on the bed was his washed-out blue jeans, that he had worn once when he went to spy in the Muggle world, that he had repeatedly told Misty to throw away, an AT-shirt that McGonagall had given him as a spoof gift a few Christmases ago. He had given her a cat collar with a bell on it. He sat on the bed in just a towel and stared at the clothes until his growling stomach won over his pride. He stood outside of the kitchen. He felt stupid. He took a deep breath and walked in and mumbled a "good morning," and Harry responded without turning. Harry was at the stove finishing up some pancakes he was making. Creature was putting out plates and cutlery. There on the kitchen table were pancakes, toast, muffins, omelets, sausages, kippers, blueberry jam and fresh butter. There was also fresh coffee and pumpkin juice. And everything smelt heavenly. Severus looked at Harry, who was now putting the last of pancakes on the table. Harry made all of this. Harry finished making his specialty fresh apple pancakes and turned to put them on the table. There in front of him was the whitest guy he had ever seen, and he looked like Severus. He had on a green t-shirt with a cartoon snake using its tail to hold a stirrer in a bubbling cauldron, and a pair of well-fitting jeans. God, he looked say. Why? Harry put the pancakes on the table. Now I had planned to spend the day in the Chamber of Secrets, but I don't think that we would be leaving this apartment. Harry walked over and placed a mind-blowing key on Severus, his hands exploring. You look so say. Why, I think I will have you for breakfast. You both have a meeting with the headmistress this morning at 9:30, so you have half an hour for breakfast before you have to get ready, Creature said, totally ignoring the physical exhibition going on. Creature, you are a killjoy. Lord Black is never late. Harry scowled but sat down and started putting sausages on his plate. Severus decided to try the pancakes and was happy he did. They were delicious. You made this? Harry looked up. Yeah, I like to cook. It's the one and only good thing I picked up from the Dursleys. Severus looked around. The kitchen was a modern marvel and looked like it was designed for a Muggle chef. So do you cook every day? Because I can see myself putting on quite a few pounds. Harry laughed. No, Creature still does a lot of the cooking, but when I have the time I take over. In the beginning he was upset, but now he has gotten used to the idea. He looked over. I don't mind if you put on a few pounds, more for me to hold on to. Severus blushed and stuffed his mouth with pancakes. He ate more than he had in a while. This food was delicious. As they were finishing, Creature came to remind Harry he had to put on his robes. He currently had on black trousers and a blue shirt with his sleeves rolled up. Do I have to? Severus is in jeans and a t-shirt. I gonna look like an idiot. Lord Black does not go to a meeting in jeans and a t-shirt. If it makes you feel better, I am going to change before I go up, Severus said, checking the time and getting up. I better go now. The flow flared and Minerva called out, Harry, are you there? Harry and Severus moved into the living room. Good morning, Harry, and you too, Severus, Minerva's face said from the fire. Oh, Severus, don't you look adorable? What do you want, woman? We are coming up in 10 minutes, Severus said with a snarl. Brian Watson is here, so if you could come through now I would appreciate it, Minerva said, still looking amusingly at Severus. Creature came in with 2 sets of robes, a blue set he gave to Harry and a black set he handed to Severus. Creature, you are a lifesaver. Thank you, Severus said, and quickly threw the robes over his attire. Since they were obviously Harry's, they were a tad short, but Creature adjusted them for him. Harry grinned and walked through the flow, Severus following right after. Brain, Watson and Phileas were sitting in Minerva's office. Both had cups of coffee in their hands. Harry greeted them both, and before he sat down, Neville and Augusta came in. Instinctively Harry looked up at the spot where Dumbledore's portrait had been. Of course it was bare. Curiously, however, there was the new frame above the headmistress' desk. It was a painting with 4 empty armchairs. Harry gave a slight laugh. When everyone was seated, Brian started. Dumbledore's portrait frame in the Wizengamot caught a fire and then crashed to the floor last night. There was a similar report from the Chocolate Frog Company. The original portrait that they use as a template for their card was also destroyed last night, as well as all the Dumbledore cards they had on stock caught a fire and were completely destroyed. I noticed as I was coming in that his tomb is no longer there. Did something happen last night? Minerva then went into detail about what happened the night before. Brian's face showed slight shock when she mentioned the founders. You mean to say the 4 Hogwarts founders banished him? Brian said with a small laugh of disbelief. Are you calling the headmistress a liar? A stern voice came from above as the 4 founders' portraits came and sat in the armchairs. Brian turned with his mouth open to look at Salazar Slytherin, who had spoken. You're. Brian stammered. Oh, Godric, he must have been from your house, all brawn and no brain. He can't even talk properly, Salazar said with a sneer. Hey, I resent that, Harry said. Well, you know, Harry, I hold you as an exception, Salazar said with a smile. Well, then I take offense, Neville said with slight amusement. He too had gotten accustomed to the playful side of the founders. Well, you better watch what you say, Salazar Septimius Slytherin, Helga said, giving the wizard a glare. Salazar gulped and Godric laughed. You better not say anything, Sal. You know how protective she is with her kits, especially this one. Rowena decided as always to be the level-headed one. She smiled at Brian and said, Good morning, my dear sir. I am Rowena Ravenclaw, and my compatriots and I are the magical representations of the four founders of this school. If my information is correct, you are Brian Watson, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Brain quickly composed himself and said, Good morning to you too, madam. Yes, I am. I must say that I am shocked to meet you all, and I must apologize if I offended you, Minerva. I did not mean to imply that you were a liar. No offense taken, the headmistress said with a smile. Well, now that we have cleared that up, Godric, you all banished Albus from Hogwarts. Why did the frames from the other places disappeared as well? Albus' connection in this realm is through Hogwarts. As we have banished him, all connections to this realm were severed, so all his portrait frames were destroyed. As for the chocolate cards, I would assume it was because his card was a reward for his excellence as headmaster. Hogwarts' rejection of him has caused magic to also reject the sentiment behind the cards, so it destroyed them. So any books or documents praising him for being a good headmaster would also be destroyed. Phileas speculated. Possibly. Godric answered. Do you have any ideas where he may have had other frames? Neville asked seriously. He may have had frames in the Potions and Alchemy Grand Hall and the Transfiguration Masters Guild Hall, but I will have to check, Brian indicated. As Brian mentioned alchemy, Harry had a thought. Do you think it a possibility that Nicholas Flamel may be Dumbledore's master? He asked the group. Severus nodded. They worked closely together, and Riddle indicated that he was involved in the ritual, so even if he wasn't his master, he was involved. Minerva shook her head. Whoever it is most definitely alive. The Flamels are dead. They died after the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed, 7 years ago. But we only know this because of Albus' word. I certainly did not hear of when they actually died or if there was even a memorial service, Phileas said seriously. I have met Nicholas on many occasions and he was a really nice person. Minerva shook her head in disbelief. Yes, well, a few weeks ago you would have said the same thing about Albus. Severus sneered as if mentioned Albus' name left a bad taste in his mouth. You are correct, but it is so hard to think of any of them being involved in this mess. Perenelle was as such a soft-spoken sweetheart, Minerva said sadly. Opelius Perenelle Gaunt Flamel was not a sweetheart. She was a cold, maniacal, evil witch who embodied all the negative aspects that people associate with S's Slytherin house, Salazar said with contempt. Even as a portrait I used to keep getting creepy vibes off of her. What? She was a Gaunt? She is a descendant of Slytherin, Harry said in shock. Salazar put his head in his hands and mumbled loudly, Don't remind me. I never heard her speak in a harsh tone. She always had a smile and she had a pleasant disposition, Minerva said, still in disbelief. Yeah, well, you did not really know her. She always reminded me of the evil witch in the Grimm brothers' tales, you know, the one who leads the children with a smile and with cookies and then tries to eat them. Salazar said, then added, to give you an idea of what she was like, Ronnie used to hide whenever she would go down to the chamber. Ronnie, the basilisk, Harry explained. I thought that Voldemort was the last descendant of Slytherin. Can't she claim the title of Lady Slytherin? Neville asked. She was never in the running for the title. She was the last of 7 children. Her eldest brother held the title of Lord Gaunt and had the wealth and the estates, and it officially passed through his line. Tom was his descendant. When she got married, she formally denounced all ties to the family, as was the custom in those days, and joined her husband's house. Besides, her magic was not powerful enough for the claim of Lady Slytherin. You had to have powerful magic to make the claim, Salazar explained. Well, she sounds more of a candidate as Albus' master than her husband, Augusta put forward. Either way, I am going to make a full investigation into what happened to them. In addition, I am also making a formal inquiry into the actions of Albus Dumbledore, Brian stated. That would be great, Brian. We will give you full access to anything you need here at Hogwarts, Minerva stated. I also got a notice from your lawyers, Lady Longbottom, about an inquiry into Gringotts, Brian said, turning to Augusta. It was Neville who answered. Yes, I want a full inquiry into why the Hufflepuff vaults were given to Albus Dumbledore and Hogwarts, when the only people who had the authority to do so did not authorize such a transaction. I suspect that a lot of improprieties are going to be uncovered in conjunction with a lot of Dumbledore's dealings with the bank. Brian nodded his head. Yes, I fully support you, and I already sent a team this morning to start the investigations. The Goblin Nation is going to be in an uproar. Well, I think they should be. After all, the goblins take pride in their running the wizard bank. If that is taken away, well, it would be dishonor for the entire nation, Augusta said. Don't worry, I am putting some of my best men into the auditing and investigations at Gringotts, Brian said. Thank you for your swift actions, Neville said in a very businesslike manner. Brian stood up to take his leave and promised to head the team investigating Albus himself. After a few pleasantries, he left. Neville then turned to Severus. Are we still going to the chamber today? Yes. Get Hermione and change into something comfortable and disposable. We should be able to meet at the entrance in about 15 to 20 minutes, Severus said. Yeah, like jeans and a t-shirt, Harry said with a laugh and ignored the glare Severus was sending him. Walk with your dragon hide gloves as well, Severus added, and Neville nodded. When Neville and Augusta left, Minerva looked at the others and then stated, she said, pointing at the founders, have decided that we need to make many changes here at Hogwarts, especially with regard to the Slytherins, to undo the damage that Albus created. Yes, I can't stand it that people think of Slytherins as the evil ones in the society, and worse than that, Slytherins themselves are thinking that, Salazar stated loudly. Harry noted that the more he got angry, the more of a hiss his words became. Severus nodded. I would like that. I also want to address this whole pure blood issue as well, especially in my house. Imagine Salazar being thought of as the one who advocated pure blood supremacy. It is preposterous, Helga said with incredulity. You mean you didn't start it? Minerva asked. My wife was a muggle. Not even a muggle-born witch, she was not a drop of magic muggle. She was a beautiful Spanish princess, muggle royalty. My only regret is that she could not have a portrait here with me. I keep a picture of her, but it has no life. He pulled out a locket that was around his neck, the one that was eventually used by Riddle, and in it was a picture of a beautiful raven hair maid. Wow. Very nice, Sal, Harry said, giving a wolf whistle. I think these are the things that have to be told to your students, Phileas said, turning to Severus. Yes, it would change a lot of their thinking, Severus replied. I think we are going to have to meet a day soon when we could work out some details as to the changes we want to make. I know you have your day planned, Minerva said. Severus nodded, and he and Harry stood up to leave when Minerva came and stood next to them and said, I am sorry about last night. Had I known, I would not have sent Tibbs. What are you going on about, woman? Severus said. Minerva ignored him and continued, I am so happy for you two. I think you are fantastic for one another. You make a great couple. She then gave each one a key on the cheek. As they walked out of her office and down to the dungeons, Harry asked Severus, how did she know? How does any woman know? It is one of the mysteries in this world. On reaching his quarters, Severus shouted, Misty, and the tiny house elf came in with a grin. Hello, Master Severus, those are really nice robes. Are they Master Harry's? She turned and saw Harry come in. Good morning, Master Harry. I have packed you a nice lunch for your exploring today. Misty, Severus said with a seriousness normally reserved for his students, but the tiny house elf ignored him and ran off to get the basket she prepared. Misty, Severus said with his hands on his hips. The house elf came in with the basket and promptly started telling Harry about the double chocolate fudge cake she baked for him, and laughed when she saw his eyes light up. She ran back in the kitchen. Misty, Severus said, stomping his foot, as she came back with a slice of the cake on a plate for Harry, who tasted it and closed his eyes in dreamy goodness. Severus was distracted for a moment until he saw Misty grinning at him. Misty, Severus looked at her sternly. The house elf sighed. What? You know what? Severus pulled off the borrowed robes, showing the jeans and t-shirt he was wearing underneath. I don't know what you are fussing about. You are going exploring into the depths of Merlin knows where to gather potions ingredients from a dead snake, and you are most like going to get slime and what's not all over you, and you always fuss about your good robes being ruined and that you want to get rid of these clothes, and besides they are comfortable and you look good in them. Am I not right, Master Harry? Yep. He looks divine. Misty, I will be grateful if you throw away all his old robes and stock up his wardrobe with things like these. Severus gave Harry a glare. You're not helping. Of course I'm helping. I'm helping Misty. Master Harry, be a good boy. She turned to Severus. You better hold on to him. I like him. Turning back to Harry, she said, taking the empty plate from him. I have a nice recipe for genuine Italian lasagna I will help Creature prepare for tonight when you get back. Harry gave her a key. On the top of her head. You are a doll. Leave the grumpy one and run away with me, Harry teased. Severus was now pouting. Ah, but then who would look out for him? He can't even pick out his clothes properly. If you leave him to it, he just wears the same boring black robes. Just look at him, he looks like a lost puppy, Misty said, teasing Severus. Harry laughed and walked up to Severus. I guess we will just have to take him with us, he then keyed him passionately. Misty smiled and then left into one of the rooms and came back with an old-looking satchel. It reminded Harry of the old school bag he had in primary school, and a small knapsack. Severus gave Harry a smile and then turned to Misty with a scowl. This doesn't mean I forgive you, and took the bag from her. Oh posh, I know you love me, she said with a grin and then turned to Harry. Master Harry, I have prepared a pack for you. It has emergency supplies, extra bottles of water for your team, parchment and quills, and extra compartments for storing anything you may wish to return with. She then took the lunch basket, shrank it and put it into the pack. Harry took it gratefully. To be honest, he had not thought of taking any of these things, even though he was sure Hermione would have. Misty looked at Harry for a moment and then said, Master Severus has another pair of jeans and a few t-shirts that you could borrow if you want to change out of those formal robes. I would be most grateful, Harry said, and Misty pulled him into the bedroom. Severus was checking the satchel, making sure it had everything he needed, and as always Misty was spot on. When Harry re-entered the room wearing black jeans and a blue and silver t-shirt, Phileas' last birthday. Misty had resized the clothes to fit him and he looked stunning. Severus just stared. Harry gave him another key. And then said, Come on handsome, we better get going or we would not leave at all. Harry picked up the knapsack and grabbed Severus' hand, and after thanking Misty again left the dungeons and headed for the second-floor bathroom. Hermione and Neville stood waiting outside Ning Myrtle's bathroom. Both had on old jeans and t-shirts. Neville told Hermione he was surprisingly excited. If you told me a year ago I would be excited to go exploring a Slytherin lair with Professor Snape, I would have told you that you were barmy. Yes, things have changed, Hermione said with a laugh, but they are so much better. Neville nodded in agreement. The two saw Harry and Severus approaching and both their jaws dropped. While they were accustomed seeing Harry in jeans and t-shirt, it was of course Severus that had them stunned. Severus, you look. Neville started. Gorgeous. I understand why you only wear dull clothes during the term. If the girls in school were to ever see you looking like this, none of them will pay attention in class, they would be all staring at you. Hermione said, laughing. Indeed. All the girls in this school are dunderheads, all of the boys too for that matter. Let's go. We are not here to talk about my attire. Severus sneered and the trio were briefly reminded of their snarky potions master. The four entered the chamber and Severus, Hermione and Neville quickly set up cutting part of the shed skin. They had agreed to only take some of the items, leaving the rest for other times. The chamber had a unique preservation spell, so anything stored here would remain perfectly preserved, so the ingredients could be harvested over many years when it would be needed. Harry had noticed that the hole in wall had been expanded to form a small archway. He assumed Phileas had done it the last time they came down. Leaving the three to the basilisk skin, Harry moved on towards the chamber itself. Casting a large fireball that he sent to the top of the ceiling, so it acted similar to a Muggle light bulb, the entire chamber was flooded with light and the place did not look as scary as he remembered. He looked at the dead basilisk and marveled that his 12-year-old self could have killed this monster. He sighed, this had just been another test. He decided to move on. Following some directions Sal had given him, Harry moved to the back of the Slytherin statue and found the doorway to the main area of the chamber. He came to a long hallway which ended in a large circular room with 12 passageways leading out. It was like a big clock. He had come out of the 6 o'clock passage, and opposite was a large archway with an elaborate basilisk carved along the edge of the archway. This led to the basilisk's room, where Harry assumed he would find more bones. While he was not scared, he decided he would not go there by himself. Salazar had told him the 3 o'clock passage led to the library and the 9 o'clock passage led to a potions lab and Sal's office. The other passageways led to a labyrinth which would have had a person lost for days, if not forever. Harry decided that today he would concentrate on the library. He would go to the lab later with Severus. Harry went down the appropriate passage and came up to a door with a snake carved on it. Unlike the other snake carvings, this one raised its head and spoke to him. "What's are you doing here, SSSON of Gryffindor?" "I am SS seeking S's Salazar SSS library," Harry answered, watching the snake carving intently. "You are not welcomed, Harris Gryffindor." Harry allowed his magic to flare. "I have S's Salazar SSS permission to be here. Ice that the lie you told the Queen of S's snakes to get this far. Ronnie ISSS dead. I killed her over SSSIX years SS ago." The snake carving shifted a little, so very much like a Gryffindor, killing noble creatures SS because they SS stand in your way. SSSHE was going to kill an innocent SS student. SSSHE had already petrified a few, and SSSHE would have gone back and harmed the other SSS. I could not let that happen. The snake seemed to be considering him. "What happened to the other heir? You do not have Slytherin's blood, SSSO. He ISSS, not your father." "No, but I am his heir. I killed him too. He killed Thus and SSS and would have gone on killing. I had to SS stop him. It was as either him or me. He USSSED the knowledge he gained from this library to promote evil and discord. You are a powerful light wizard, and with the knowledge here you could become dark. You would have the power to destroy not only the wizarding world, but all of existence. Why SS should I let you in? My life SSSO far has been USSSED to protect other SSS, and I will possibly continue doing SSSO, and if the library can provide the knowledge to help, then I would be grateful. But you are correct, I am powerful, and I know that with that power and the influence I have in SS society, there ISSS a chance I too may go dark. It ISSS my greatest street fear that I become my worst enemy. If the knowledge in this library would tempt me to do SSSO, then I no longer wish to enter." The snake smiled. "I will allow you in trance. You will not be allowed to remove any of the books SS or SS scroll SSS, and I will hold you responsible for anyone who you bring in here. Though I reserve the right to not allow SS someone entrance." The door opened, but the snake still glared. "Heed my warning, young Gryffindor. Knowledge can be a dangerous thing." Harry did not enter but said, "You can SSC into my SS soul. Promise me the day I come to your door and you SSC darkness SS staining my SS soul, you will not allow me entrance." The snake seemed pleased. "So mote it be." Harry entered as his magic pulsed and bound his pledge. "So mote it be." The room was beautiful. It was illuminated by a branch of Gubrathian fire, or everlasting fire, that was held in what looked like a small, 6 feet square, rock garden in the middle of the room. On one side of the room there was a wooden desk and a leather chair, and on the other several shelves with books and a cabinet with scrolls. Harry felt a chill as he entered the room and knew it came from the evil in the books. Bravely Harry went and looked at the titles on the shelves. Most were not in English and a few looked old and battered. Harry quietly mused that if the room had a preservation spell on it, how old exactly were these books? He approached some books that were not given off any evil magic and noted that they were in what looked like parcel script. Harry assumed they were written by Salazar himself. He took one and opened it. It was a potions book, with potions ranging from one which turned someone into a frog. Harry laughed and remembered some Muggle fairy tales, to the hair growth potion, which Harry noted had 1 ounce of finely ground goose egg shell. Harry saw that there was a potion to cure lycanthropy, but among the ingredients was the blood and heart of a newborn baby, not older than 12 hours. Harry shuddered. He knew that Remus would never forgive him if he made this potion known. Harry took up another book and saw to his amusement that it was Salazar's diary. This should be an interesting read. Though now that he was getting to know the portrait, he was afraid to find out about the unpleasant parts of the man. He took up the book and went to the desk and sat and read for well over 2 hours, when he heard his communications mirror calling. It was Severus. "Where are you?" Severus asked. "I am in the library." "How is the gathering going?" "We have gathered most of what want from the basilisk at this time. Can you come to us? We don't know where you are." Harry heard Neville's voice in the background. "Yeah, you've got the food and we're hungry." Harry laughed and said, "I will be there shortly." He left the book on the desk and picking up the knapsack and left the library. As he exited he heard the snake chuckle. "USS seemed to be okay. I had my doubts." Harry arrived back into the main area in no time and saw Severus and Hermione sitting on the floor leaning on the Salazar statue away from the basilisk, which now had a small chunk missing from its side. There were several bottles and containers which were marked and packed to the side. Neville stood bareback near to the moat which partially surrounded the statue and was washing his face and chest. Harry saw Severus watching Neville and the wolf in him growled. All three occupants of the room turned and looked at him. Severus blushed and lowered his eyes. Hermione laughed and came up to him. What was the library like? Are there a lot of books? I could imagine they would be old books mainly in Latin, Celtic or even Greek. Did you bring any with you? Normally he would have laughed at her exuberance, but he was still glaring at Severus. He answered without looking at her. No, you can't take anything out of the library, the guardian would not allow it. Could you carry me? Yes, I would love to see it, she said, almost jumping for joy. Harry turned and looked at her and said very sternly, no, it's too dangerous. Most of the books reek of evil and you would be too tempted to study them. I don't think that even I will go there very often. Hermione was very disappointed but knew Harry well enough not to push when he used that tone. She took the knapsack from him and took out the lunch basket and enlarged it. Harry looked at her closely. Hermione, isn't that Neville's t-shirt? Yes, I got splashed with a bit of the basilisk blood and it started burning through my clothes and onto my skin. Hermione said with a very red face. Harry said in alarm, did you get burned? Are you okay? I am fine. Severus had a phial of phoenix tears in case of any emergencies and put a drop of it where the blood touched my skin and Neville's hands as well. Neville came across and said with a big grin, yeah mate, what do you think happened? Do you think we would have an orgy without you? He laughed and then said more seriously, besides Luna would have my hide skinned and mounted, if it wasn't an emergency. Hermione was digging through the knapsack and found a small towel which she enlarged and passed to Neville, and to his relief a black t-shirt. Harry looked at the t-shirt and laughed at Neville's expression when he read the words, Slytherin's Rock, which was written in green on it. Hermione shared the lunch and Harry took over a sandwich and pumpkin juice to Severus, who took it without saying anything. Harry knelt down in front of him and said, you are mine, and gave him a deep and powerful key. And Severus submitted totally. They parted and Harry heard Hermione give a wolf whistle and Neville shouting, it's about bloody time. After lunch they all went and looked for the potions lab, which was also guarded by a carved snake. The snake asked a series of complicated potions questions, which Severus answered without hesitation, before allowing them entrance. The lab was well stocked and Severus looked like a child on Christmas Day looking at all the equipment and ingredients that were stored, including to Neville's delight some very rare and ancient plants and seeds. Harry left the trio and moved to a door to the side of the lab which he assumed was Sal's office. It was a large office, done in tasteful green. There was a large couch on one side of the wall. Above the couch on the wall was an empty frame. There was a desk with a lamp, an empty inkwell and feather quill, and a small framed picture of Sal's wife and, Harry assumed, his two sons. There was also a small bookshelf with many potions journals and Harry noted student papers and written projects. There was a huge fireplace above which was a picture of the Great Hall. Harry walked towards it and wondered if it was attached to the school flow system. As if to answer his question, he noticed a small jar on top of the mantel which contained flow powder. Harry lit a fire and tried the powder, calling for the headmistress' office. Nothing. He tried again. This time he called for the Slytherin common room and again he got nothing. He decided to continue exploring and noted there were two doors, one to the left and the other to the right of the fireplace. The door to the right led was a small room with a single cot bed and a small wardrobe with two plain green robes hanging in them. The door to the left led to a bathroom which had an ancient clawed-foot porcelain bathtub and toilet. There was a small table with a pitcher and bowl. Walking back into the living room, Harry sat down on the couch and mused that this was a nice room for a bachelor or for a potions master who spent too much time in his lab. He looked at the door that led to the lab. Severus would love it here. Harry looked at the fireplace again, contemplating its mystery. It must be connected or it would not have had flow powder on the mantel. It also made sense that Sal would not always take the entrance from the second floor bathroom. He had to have a quicker way, but one which would still allow it to remain secret, one that only he could use. Then it came to Harry, Parseltongue. He walked up again to the fireplace and this time saying his destination in Parseltongue he called for the headmistress' office. The fire turned green and Harry stuck his head through. He came out in Minerva's office but the room was empty. He noticed the founders, and all the other portraits, looking at him. He called to Salazar and told him in Parseltongue that he was currently in his secret chamber. Salazar laughed and told him he would meet him. Harry left the fireplace and saw Sal in the frame above the couch. The two talked for half an hour about the chamber and Harry learnt that this room was called Salazar's lair, and he could go to it from any of the school's fireplaces but he must call for it in Parseltongue. Sal indicated that Tom had never been here because he never got past the snake to go to the lab. Sal laughed when he told him about the encounter with the library's guardian. However, he told him seriously that the library contained many dark books that all the founders had confiscated from dark wizards over the years and that the guardian served to protect the world from its knowledge. Harry thought of adding some of Voldemort's artifacts and books there and Sal agreed, telling him the guardian would not allow anyone to leave with anything left there, except the person who placed the item there. Harry teased Sal about the diary and Sal gave him and Severus permission to read it, saying he would learn a lot about him and the other founders that way. Harry wasn't sure if he wanted Severus to go into the library but Sal assured him that he should trust Severus. Salazar also told him that he could call house elves to the chamber but he had to call them from the chamber itself, he could not send them from somewhere else. Harry called Ogden who came in and told Harry he would tend to the chamber himself. With Ogden's help Harry widened the bedroom and placed a large four-poster bed, similar to what he had in his apartment. Ogden also expanded and modernized the bathroom though Harry left the bathtub. Salazar also told him the painting of the Great Hall actually showed a live picture of any of the rooms in Hogwarts, except the teachers' quarters and guest quarters and of course all the bathrooms. Harry called for it to show Salazar's private lab where Severus, Hermione and Neville were packing up. Ogden then left for the lab and Harry laughed when all three jumped when they saw the house elf come in. Ogden helped them with all they had collected and took them back to Severus, Potion's labs. The three then met up with Harry and he called for Creature who went for some refreshments. They waited for 5 minutes before Harry remembered he had to call Creature back. After half an hour Hermione told the group that she had to take her leave as she had a meeting with Draco to discuss plans for the Australia trip. Harry teased her when she said the meeting was at a Muggle restaurant. Neville also had to leave, telling them that his grandmother was leaving to go back to Longbottom Manor. He was going to spend the night and would return tomorrow. Harry used the flow and called their destinations and they left. Left to themselves Harry told him he wanted to take him to the library. Severus told him he needed to take a shower and if he could take him back to his quarters. They could return later. Harry, however, showed him the bathroom which now had a shower and hot water. He would call Misty for clothes, Severus scowled. While Severus was in the shower, Harry sat talking to Sal about his wife and children after showing him the picture that was on his desk. It was seeing Sal's love for family that had Harry thinking about Severus and the possibility of having a family with him. Harry excused himself. Salazar gave a big smile and left the frame. Severus stood under the shower. This day had been unbelievable. He was able to collect some of the rarest potions ingredients in the world. Then there was Salazar's lab, which was better than any lab he had ever dreamed of. His mind was reeling with all the possible potions that he could make, and when Harry showed him the bookshelf with the potion journals he thought he had died and gone to heaven. His thoughts were broken as he heard the door to the shower open and he saw the fantastically athletic BPD Harry enter the shower. Yes, heaven. Harry woke to a hissing sound. He opened his eyes and saw Salazar looking at him from his frame. Harry was lying on the couch with Severus' head resting on his chest. They were partially intertwined. Luckily he had summoned a blanket from the bedroom and had covered their BPD bodies, before he had fallen asleep. While Sal was just a painting, Harry would have been embarrassed. Couldn't make it to the bedroom ISSC. Don't worry, Julieta and ISS spent many afternoon SSS on that very SS same couch, just as you are. Severus stirred and looked over at the painting. Harry held him close and told him in English that it was okay and to go back to sleep. Severus cuddled closer and went back to sleep. Harry looked at Salazar, who had a big grin on his face. Salazar looked at Severus and said to Harry, He ISSS a good man and he makes you happy that ISSS all that ISSS important. Besides anyone who proudly wears my familiar on his back, has my approval. Salazar was pointing to the huge tattoo of the Slytherin snake that Severus had on his back. It was a Muggle tattoo. Severus had provided the picture, that he had illegally gotten at 15, it was however expertly done. Harry was glad it was a Muggle tattoo and not a magical one, as the magical ones tended to move and he would have been able to talk to it and he did not need that distraction during say. Though seeing the snake had made Harry unconsciously speak in Parseltongue in the heat of the moment last night, which he found out really turned Sev on. Is there a point to your visit, Sal? Yes, your little heir ISSS here to SSCU. Teddy. Do you have another heir? Harry glared at him. He gently whispered to Severus, Sev, we have to go. I figured as much. What life-threatening thing is happening this time? Teddy is here. I think I would have preferred a Dark Lord, Severus said jokingly. While he never had any dealings with Teddy, it was a well-known fact that Severus hated children, especially children who were now going into the terrible twos stage. Harry gave him a playful swat on his bum. Come on, he's part of the package. He is my godson and heir. You have to deal with him sometime. Does it have to be today? I have to pack all the stuff we collected and then I still have to finish my paper for the potions convention. If you finish your paper, will you come and spend some time with Teddy and me? Harry asked. Severus shifted and propped himself up. He thought about it and since he didn't think it possible he agreed. I promise, if I could miraculously finish my paper, I will come and spend some time with you brats. Promise. Promise. I will even seal it with a key. He leaned forward and gave Harry a key. On his lips. Good. Salazar, I need your help. Salazar left to give them some privacy. Harry quickly put on his jeans, Severus noted without underwear. He tossed everything else into the knapsack and called Severus to the flow. Wrapping him up in the blanket, Harry dropped Severus off at his quarters before going to his own rooms. Harry quickly changed into green robes and then called for Ogden. He arranged with the head house elf to move Salazar's frame from the Slytherin family quarters to Severus' office. Sal's portrait had his library of light magic potions and his lab in the background, which the painted wizard could readily access when helping Severus. Harry called Creature, who told him that Teddy and Andromeda were in Minerva's office. Using the flow again, Harry walked through to meet his grandson. To Harry's horror, Teddy was a bit hesitant to come to him. It was only when Andromeda reminded him that he had changed a lot since the last time Teddy saw him. Teddy recognized the voice and the feel of his unsay Harry, but this man with long hair and no glasses was not familiar. Minerva transfigured an empty teacup into a pair of round lens-less glasses. When Harry put them on, Teddy gave him a big smile and practically jumped on him. After taking off the glasses and putting them back on a few times, Teddy got accustomed to the new Harry and took the glasses off his uncle and smiled. Giving Andromeda a break, Harry decided to take Teddy to Hogsmeade. It was about 5 in the evening, but as it was summer, all the shops opened late. Harry had told Creature that he was converting one of the guest rooms as a room for Teddy. So while they were away, Creature and Ogden and a few other house elves were making the room more child-appropriate. Ogden had assured Harry that there was enough furniture for toddlers stored in the castle so he would not have to purchase any. While no current professor had a young family, many professors in the past had had small children, and so the castle would have appropriate items for Teddy. Harry decided he would just buy books and clothes. When he could go Diagon Alley, he would buy toys for the child, which would stay at Hogwarts. The two walked slowly down to the village where the first order of business was a stop at Weasley's, Wizard Wheez's, Hogsmeade branch. Fred was there and handed Teddy a fake wand which gave off little sparks and a bag of sweets that looked like real vegetables but tasted like candy. Fred then went into the back to get an experimental toy that he and his brother had been working on. It turned out to be a teddy bear, which they were thinking of calling My Companion Teddy, though Fred said they unofficially was calling it Naughty Teddy, but for Teddy, Fred said they could call it Naughty Bear. Harry laughed when Teddy called it Feed Bear, as it was Uncle Fred who gave him the bear. The bear was designed to be a companion for a child, but like the child, it could be naughty. It did 1 or 2 mild pranks, what do you expect from Fred and George, and would run about causing mayhem with the child. Fred took a small pinch of blood from Teddy, who cried but was immediately comforted with a hug, which was placed on a small patch on the top of the toy. The bear then climbed up on Harry and hugged him just like Teddy. Fred handed Harry a sweet and gave him a wink and nodded to Teddy, to indicate that the result wasn't going to be too bad. Harry looked at the wrapping. The sweet was named Tonks. He ate it. His hair turned green and then purple and then a brilliant pink. Teddy laughed at his uncle and then the little metamorphagus followed suit and changed his hair to match Harry's. To Harry's and Fred's amazement, the bear also turned different colors. When they left, the two wizards and one bear had bubblegum pink hair, which clashed horribly with Harry's green robes. The two then went to Gladrags where Teddy and Bear were measured for clothes. Harry told the attendant what he needed and arranged to send them to the castle when they were finished. They visited the small branch of Flourish and Blots and bought almost the entire children's section. Granted, this branch of the bookstore mostly had teen books. It was, however, when they passed Honeydukes that Harry encountered his first problem. Going into the store, Harry told Teddy he could only have 2 items since Uncle Fred had already given him a bag of sweets. Teddy took up 2 chocolate frogs and 2 sugar quills. Harry then firmly put back 1 of each item. Teddy started to pout and stomped his little foot, and so did Fred Bear. "No, Teddy, I said you could only have 2, not 2 types." "But unsay Harry, what about Feed Bear?" Harry sighed. What to do? What to do? He wanted to let him take all 4, but the image of Dudley flashed in his mind. "Teddy, I think you and Fred Bear will have to share." Teddy pouted and looked at Harry with his best puppy dog eyes. Harry said no again and closed his eyes or he would give in, when he was rudely reminded that Fred had called the bear naughty bear. The bear ran up and kicked Harry in the shin. Granted, it did not hurt, but Teddy giggled and duplicated the action. Harry immediately grabbed both of them and headed out the door. "Unsay Harry, no sweet," Teddy said as they left the store and headed back to the castle. "No, Teddy, naughty boys and bears do not get sweets." The little boy started to wail and protest. The bear also wiggled in protest. "You were very naughty for kicking me. It hurt me. Do you want to hurt me?" Teddy stopped crying and shook his head. "I no want you to be hurt, unsay Harry." "Well, next time don't kick me, okay? Okay. If you're good for the rest of the evening, I think I could get you something nice." The little boy smiled and hugged Harry, and the bear followed. When they arrived back in the castle, they went first to meet with Andromeda, and then Harry took them both back to his apartment. They met Godric, Helga and Rowena. The 2 ladies cooed and giggled at Teddy, and even Godric smiled at the little boy. Harry then told Andromeda she could have the first guest room whenever she visited, and then took Teddy and Fred Bear to their room. The room was a child's dream. The room was painted mainly in blue and had on one wall a mural of the Forbidden Forest, the lake and grounds with Hogwarts in the background. Harry made out centaurs, unicorns, even Hagrid and Fang. There were Quidditch players over the Quidditch pitch and the giant squid in the lake. The furniture were all Teddy's size, except one rocking chair in the corner which was next to a bookshelf. The bed was a miniature 4-poster with blue coverings. There was a bedside table with a lamp. On the other side of the room there was a small round table with 4 chairs around. There was a tiny wardrobe and chest of drawers which Creature reassured was magical, so could hold as much clothes as needed. Harry noticed a door which, upon investigating, was a child's bathroom with a toddler-sized toilet, sink and counter with mirror above and a bathtub, but there was enough room for an adult to move about comfortably. The house elves had provided a large variety of old toys, and Teddy and Bear ran first to the wooden rocking horse, then to the toy chest that had wooden toy soldiers, a train, blocks and a pull-along dragon. Andromeda laughed at the child's excitement and then jokingly scolded Harry, saying that Teddy would never want to come home. While they had not planned to stay longer than dinner, she decided that they would spend the night. Teddy and Fred Bear spent the rest of the afternoon playing in his room until it was time for dinner. Harry then encountered another problem. Teddy brought Fred Bear to the table and wanted Harry to give him a slice of lasagna. Andromeda quickly solved the problem by saying that bears don't eat lasagna and preferred their own food. She then transfigured a napkin into a toy steak which she placed on the table in front of Fred Bear. Everything went on well during dinner until Severus arrived and joined them. Harry smiled. "So I guess you finished your paper." "Yes, In the end I had to cut out pieces as it went on longer than the allotted time. Thank you for getting Salazar to help. Severus then gave Harry a key. On the lips and Harry beamed. Severus turned to a smiling Andromeda and the three adults started an intense conversation about the paper. About 5 minutes after his arrival, Severus was hit in the face by a flying piece of lasagna followed by a wooden stake. Andromeda was incensed and promptly swatted Teddy on back of his hand, which had the boy wailing. Teddy turned to look at his Unsay who looked very angry. Teddy was upset who was the man who had turned Grandma and Unsay's attention away from him. They were totally ignoring him and Unsay was looking at the man with a goofy smile. Teddy had tried to get his uncle's attention but he was not listening to him. He tried Grandma but she too was listening to this man and not him. He was upset. So he let the man know how he felt. Then Grandma swatted him. To Teddy's horror his uncle then tried to clean up the man. It was frustrating. Harry had turned to Sev and used a cloth napkin to try and clean his face. They heard Teddy scream and the little boy displayed accidental magic and Sev's hair suddenly caught a fire. Andromeda screamed and Harry quickly put it out and Harry turned and saw Teddy, and Fred Bear, with shocking violet hair. The boy was now throwing a tantrum and started throwing spoons, forks, anything that he and Fred Bear could put their hands. Harry told him firmly to stop. A plate came flying and would have hit Severus square in the face if it wasn't for the charm Harry placed on it. Ted Remus Lupin that was very very naughty. Harry picked him up and grabbed Fred Bear and took them both to the child's room. Severus had heard the child's cry. He knew that sound. It wasn't a cry of pain but one for attention. It was the cry of a child who had been ignored and whose parent pretended he wasn't there. It was the cry he used to cry as a small child when his mother was not home, before he learned to hide his emotions. The child had set his hair afire but he knew it was accidental magic. It took him seconds to regrow his hair. As Harry took the child to his room, Severus' mind flashed back to his own childhood, to the first time he had displayed accidental magic. He was a little older than Teddy. He was 3 and his mother had gotten a job as a waitress in a restaurant and had left him with his father. He was hungry and his dad was just sitting watching the tube. He had asked his dad for something to eat and his dad got up, walked into the kitchen, took out a bottle of beer and walked back and sat on the couch. Tobias Snape looked at him and said, "When you start pulling your own weight around here you can get food." Sev was hurt and started crying. Tobias slapped him. Then the bottle in his dad's hand exploded, followed by the vase, the ashtray and the television. His dad had taken him into his room and what followed haunted Severus for years. His mother had used potions to heal the welts on his back but no amount of magic could heal the emotional scars. Severus looked at the door that Harry had taken the child. He knew that Harry had been abused as well and he would not have abused Teddy. Harry was too much of a loving person to hurt any child and even angry Harry would not strike him. Severus trusted Harry. He knew he would punish the child for throwing things and not the accidental magic. But he wasn't seeing Harry, he was seeing Tobias. Severus stood up and walked to the room, not hearing Andromeda say that everything would be okay. He walked into the room not knowing what to expect. He saw Harry sitting on the tiny bed with his hands folded. Teddy and Bear were sitting on 2 tiny chairs, that he noted matched 2 others that were around a small table, facing the wall in time out. Teddy was sniffling but obviously not physically hurt. Harry mouthed to Severus if he was okay and he nodded. Harry was about to walk over when Severus shook his head and pointed to Teddy. Harry got the message and stayed where he was. Severus took a look around the room. It was a child's dream room. It was a room he wished he could have had. His mind started thinking of what he would do for his own children, Harry's children. He had never thought of the possibility of having children. Now he didn't mind the idea. Of course any children Harry would have would be Quidditch playing trouble magnets, but that idea didn't seem to bother him. He looked at the mural and then turned to Harry. He tapped his wrist and inclined his head towards Teddy. Harry looked at his watch and responded by putting up 10 fingers and then removing 4. Severus nodded and went back into the kitchen. Andromeda was clearing the table and looked over at Severus when he walked in. So, satisfied Harry has not murdered him. Severus sneered but said, "I knew he wouldn't but I wanted to show him that everything was okay. Harry is great with Teddy and I know he would do the right thing." With Remus and my Ted gone, Harry is the only male influence the boy has, and he has taken his role as godfather seriously. I know that Harry never knew his father and in a real sense his own godfather, but he wants to be there for Teddy. Andromeda had poured 2 cups of coffee and handed one to Severus, who sat down. You love Harry, and it is obvious Harry loves you. Teddy obviously feels threatened that you will take Harry away from him. Teddy doesn't remember his parents and is a very lonely child. His only companion is an old lady who can't run and climb trees, play ball, or take him up on a broom. For Teddy, the person who will do that with him is Harry, and he thinks you are taking that away. Severus looked at Andromeda. You're not old. Well, I am too old to play Quidditch. My idea of fun is a rousing game of chess. Andromeda laughed. Severus pondered for a while and then asked, are you planning on telling Teddy about his father being a werewolf? Andromeda was taken aback but replied, I have thought about it. Harry gave him a stuffed wolf, so for now I have told him that Moony was a wolf. Possibly before he leaves for Hogwarts I will. Severus nodded and looked at his watch. He put down the cup and excused himself and walked back to the bedroom. Teddy had been released from his punishment and was in his godfather's arms in a hug. Harry had both Teddy and the bear in his arms. The two looked over at Severus as he came in. Teddy frowned. Severus looked at Harry and quickly said, so Harry, would you like to introduce me to your godson? Harry looked at Severus with a slight confused look but turned Teddy around and said, Teddy, I would like you to meet my friend Severus Snape. Severus put his hand out and said, pleased to meet you, Teddy. Teddy looked up uncertainly at Harry, who nodded his head. Very hesitantly Teddy shook the hand. And who is your friend? Severus said, pointing to Bear. Teddy looked at the man. He didn't seem too bad. Feed Bear. Severus smiled and said, pleased to meet you, Mr. Bear, and shook the teddy bear's paw. Severus looked around the room and said, this is a very nice room. Would you like to show me around? Teddy smiled and ran over to the toy chest and showed Severus all the toys, and then his bookshelf and the table, and then the mural. He showed Severus the centaurs and the unicorns and the squid, each time looking closely at Severus, who kept nodding. Severus looked at the mural and then at the smiling Teddy and said, this is really nice, but it is missing something. He pulled out his wand and started tapping it against his hand, and Teddy gasped when he saw sparkles coming out of the wand. Teddy ran to his bedside table and got the wand Fred had given him earlier and started mimicking Severus. Severus waited for the boy to return and then said, pretending he only now knew what was missing, I know. Severus took his wand first to his head and then onto the wall and then cast a series of charms. After a few minutes of doing this he stopped. Harry looked at the wall and gasped. Severus crouched down and turned Teddy towards the wall, showing him the additions to the mural. There under a tree next to the lake were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man had mousy hair and had scars across his face. He was sitting under the tree reading a book, and the girl had a pale heart-shaped face and short spiky hair and was leaning on the tree. Harry pointed to the man and said, Teddy, this is your daddy. Teddy gasped and walked up and touched the painting. Harry then pointed to the woman and said, this is your mummy. Severus then tapped 2 of the Quidditch players who flew down and came next to the tree. Harry had tears in his eyes when he saw them. Teddy looked at the 2 men with brooms. One looked a lot like his Uncle Harry with his glasses, and the other had long black hair. Harry pointed to the 2 and said, Teddy, this is my daddy James and my godfather Sirius. Severus then said, Teddy, watch. He tapped his wand to the sun and it changed to the moon. Teddy saw his dad change into a wolf. He cried out, Moony. Harry watched as the other 2 changed, one into a stag and the other into a big black dog. He heard the little boy cry, Pongs, Pafu. They watched for a few minutes as the 3 animals ran across the field. Severus smiled and just looked at the giggling little boy. After a while he tapped the moon and it turned back into the sun. The men changed back and the 2 Quidditch players returned to the sky and Remus to his book. Severus then took Teddy's wand and with his own wand cast a spell on it. He handed it back to Teddy and said, Teddy, tap your wand on your mummy. He watched as the little boy took the wand and tapped the painting. He giggled as the painting's hair turned purple. He tapped again and the hair turned green. Each time he tapped, the painting's hair turned a different color, and so did Teddy's. Severus looked up and saw Harry looking at him, a look of wonder and love on his face. Severus smiled and then was taken aback as Harry launched himself at him and gave him a tremendous hug. Severus looked down as Teddy and Fredbear also joined in the hug. Harry had tears in his eyes but wiped them away. He turned to Teddy and said, "Teddy, is there something you would like to say to Severus?" Teddy looked at him with shining eyes and said, "Tonk you, tonk you, tonk you." "You are welcome, Teddy." Harry looked at him a little sternly and said, "Is there something else you would like to say?" Teddy looked at him confused. "About when you were naughty." Teddy dropped his head. He was feeling really bad now. "Sorry I throwed things and hurted you and put fire to your hair." Severus crouched down and gently raised Teddy's face so he was looking at him. "Thank you for apologizing, Teddy. It is wrong to throw things, but I know you will not do it again. I know the fire was an accident. You were mad and thought I was taking your Uncle Harry away and you lost control of your magic, and that's okay because I know you didn't mean to hurt me. Teddy, your Uncle Harry will always be there for you, and if you will let me, so will I." Teddy smiled and he and Fredbear gave Severus another hug. Looking up, Teddy saw his grandmother by the door. He squealed and ran to her and pulled her by her hand to the mural. He showed her his mummy and daddy and pointed his wand and showed her how his mummy's hair kept changing. Andromeda had been looking at the three for a long time. She had seen Severus change the mural and saw what he did for Teddy. From that moment she did not Severus as a Death Eater, not even as a former one. He was totaled redeemed in her books. She looked at him and said, "You are a good man, Severus Snape." She then turned to Teddy and said, "Teddy, I think it is time we get ready for bed. Tell your Uncle Harry." She paused and looked at Severus. "And Uncle Sev, good night." She looked at the two men and with a knowing look in her eyes said, "You two have fun. I will see about Teddy tonight and we will see you both in the morning for breakfast." After another series of hugs, Teddy wished them a good night and Harry and Severus left the room. As soon as Harry and Severus cleared the room, Harry gave Severus a big hug, and to Severus' surprise, Harry had tears rolling down his cheek. "What's the matter, love?" Severus wiped the tears away. "What you did for Teddy was amazing. I would have never thought you would. You know, considering who his father was. If I could get over you being James Potter's son, I could get over Teddy being Remus' son. Besides, I no longer feel any hatred towards the Marauders. In a way, they all paid for their crimes, and I have a strong feeling my hatred was unnaturally perpetuated." Harry nodded. "I just want Teddy to be happy, to have the life I never had. He is so like me. We were both orphaned before the age of 2 and he would never remember his parents except what people would say about them. I don't know if you understand what I feel. We both had bad childhoods, Harry. Albus made sure of that. I know exactly how you feel. We cannot change the past, but we can change the future. You are a great godfather, and I know in the future you will make a great dad." Harry looked at Severus and saw a deep love. "Teddy deserves to be happy, and so do you. Did I make you happy?" Severus said as he gave Harry a key on his forehead. "You made me very happy," Harry said. They both held each other for a moment before Harry looked up and Severus saw a look in Harry's eye that always spelled trouble. "I think you deserve a reward," Harry said, teasing as he started pulling Severus towards his bedroom. "A reward? You mean like a plaque or a trophy of some sort?" Severus said, grinning as he started pulling off his outer robes. "I was thinking of something more personal, something you would really like," Harry said as he was unbuttoning Severus' shirt. They had reached Harry's bedroom and with a wave the door opened and then closed as they went in. "You mean like a new potions ingredient or a gold cauldron? I was thinking of something you would find delicious. You mean a nice bowl of chocolate pudding?" Harry stopped and thought for a second. That actually can be arranged. He pushed the now BPD Severus onto the bed. Severus stopped Harry. He took his wand and cast a silencing spell on the room and then with another wave quickly placed his discarded clothes neatly on a chair. Placing his wand on the bedside table, he turned to Harry and said, "Where were we?" "I was about to summon some pudding," Harry said and snapped his fingers and a bowl of chocolate pudding appeared. Severus took the bowl from Harry. He then dipped his finger in the chocolate and offered the finger to Harry, who licked it hungrily. Severus Mo.Ned. Severus dipped his finger again and this time placed the dessert on his chest, drawing a line. Harry licked it greedily. Severus groaned. Another few dips and this time Severus drew little circles around his nipples and then covered them. Harry licked and nibbled and beeped until the pudding was gone. Severus was gasping and pleading. Severus then dipped 2 fingers and drew a zigzag pattern down his chest and circled his belly button. Harry took his time and consumed every bit of the pudding, using his tongue to explore to make sure that there was none remaining on the human platter. Severus was breathing heavily, his eyes closed, his voice failing him. Harry looked at him and took the bowl away. "One think one will draw my own art." Severus looked up at Harry, who smirked. "I think I can draw a masterpiece." Severus Mo.Ned and groaned as Harry drew. He gasped and pleaded as Harry used his hand and finished off the pudding. Severus' breathing was heavy as he looked at Harry, who was grinning. He closed his eyes as Harry looked lustfully at his drawing. But as Harry consumed his masterpiece, Severus grabbed the sheets. His voice did not fail him, and he briefly wondered if his silencing spells would hold. If Severus wondered if Teddy would accept him, his doubts were quickly alleviated the next morning. Severus was helping Harry with breakfast. Harry was making chocolate chip pancakes and he was cutting up onions, tomatoes and herbs for omelets, when they heard a child scream. A half-BPD Teddy came running into the kitchen screaming. He ran and hid behind Severus. He was followed by Creature, who calmly walked into the room. "Master Ted, come away from there and come and take your bath," Creature said sternly. "No bath. Master Ted. Mistress Andy will be very upset if you do not take your bath." Severus looked down at the little boy in his nappies. The boy was looking at him pleading. Harry grinned and continued making the pancakes. Severus sighed and crouched down. "Teddy, you have to listen to Creature. You have to go and take your bath." "No bath." "Yes, bath." Severus walked the boy over to Creature. A blue-haired Teddy looked over to Harry, who shook his head and pointed to Creature. A resigned Teddy left with the house elf. After a few minutes of silence, Harry said, "Curious he came running to you and not me." Severus didn't say anything. The thought had also run through his mind. He wondered if Harry would be jealous, but looking over he saw that Harry had a huge grin on his face. Curious indeed. A few more minutes of silence and then Harry said without turning, "I think you would make a great dad too." Severus stopped and looked at Harry and then returned to chopping the tomatoes with a big smile. An hour later, Teddy and Andromeda left. They were leaving the next day to spend some time in Tuscany at the villa, but Andromeda promised to have Teddy spend some time with Harry and Severus when they got back. Severus had gone to his lab to meet with his 2 assistants. Hermione was leaving the next afternoon for Australia and Madam Sprout was expected to return over the weekend, and Neville wanted to prepare a proposal for him to do his apprenticeship with her. Today would be the last day the trio would be able to meet for a while. Severus would not openly admit it, but Harry knew he really enjoyed doing his research with Neville and Hermione. Harry had decided he was going to spend the morning going over some of the plans for the orphanages, when Ogden entered the room. "Excuse me, Master Harry, but Lucius Malfoy is at the gates and is wondering if you could see him for a few minutes." Harry instructed Ogden to bring Lucius up to the apartment. A few minutes later, Harry stood, in formal robes, in the living room talking to Godric when Ogden entered with Lucius. Harry noted the small house elf trailing behind Lucius. Harry frowned, remembering the image of Lucius and Dobby in his second year. As soon as he had gotten back some money, he started back with his old ways, having a house elf at his beck and call. Harry was very serious when he sat down. He did not offer Lucius a seat, so the man remained standing. Harry noticed Lucius staring at Godric, who was scowling down at him. "Good morning, Lord Potter Black. I am sorry to come in unannounced, but Narcissa and I felt that this was important. First, I would like to thank you again for your kindness towards us." "Why are you here, Lucius?" Harry saw Lucius flinch. "Narcissa and I took our leave from my cousin's estate and we moved into the manor in Kent. My cousin Eldritch was very upset that I submitted the Malfoy lordship ring to you. He has been after it for some time and felt that if I had to give it up, it should have been to him. He has declared you his enemy and I fear he will try to hurt you in some way. I can protect myself, but thank you for the warning. Also, Narcissa and I would like it if you would like to come to dinner sometime soon, possibly over the weekend, so you can see the new manor. I will be accompanying Severus to a potions convention in Barcelona over the weekend." This was not true and Harry didn't know why he said it. Maybe part of him wanted to go with Severus. "Well, possibly another time," Lucius said, looking a bit disappointed, though he was trying to hide it. As you know, the ministry took all our possessions, including our family house elves. We were left, however, with a few elflings who were not old enough to be bonded to the family, so were not considered true possessions. My cousin, however, made them work as part of our payment for living with him. As we were moving out, we were able to get them back. They are still too young and should really be trained. This house elf, he motioned for the tiny elf to move forward, was born of the same elves that sired your old house elf Dobby. Dobby wasn't mine, he was free and independent. He was, however, my friend, Harry said sadly. Lucius knew they had an unusual friendship, and he knew how the elf had died. This house elf was the last of the elflings to be born to your friend Dobby's parents. They died in the war. Narcissa and I will like to present him to you as a gift. I know how much you miss your friend, and we thought he would be happier with you. He is young, born a little before Dobby left our service, and in house elf tradition he is almost ready to join an apprenticeship and learn an elf trade. We thought he was a nicer gift than the cake. Harry looked at Lucius and then at the house elf. He did look like a younger Dobby, with the same curious eyes. Harry missed the crazy house elf that had been his friend, who had died protecting him. What is his name? He hasn't been named yet. He is simply called Elfling. When an elf is bonded to a house, it is given a name. If you accept him, you will have to give him a name, Lucius explained. Harry looked at the house elf and came up to him and said softly, "Do you want to be bonded to my estate?" The house elf looked scared and looked at Lucius and then at Harry. He did not say anything. Harry considered Lucius for a moment. The old Lucius would have already struck the tiny elf. "If you don't want to, I will not force you," Harry said reassuringly. To Harry's surprise, Lucius spoke to the house elf in a soft tone and said, "Master Harry is a good man. He will take good care of you." Harry was wrong. The man had really changed. The house elf looked over at Harry and nodded and walked over to him. Good. What do I do now? Harry thought. Hermione would know, but Hermione would kill him if she found out he took another elf. Creature would know. Harry called for Creature. Creature, Lucius has presented me with an elfling, Harry said, showing the tiny house elf to Creature, who nodded. Has Master Harry selected a name? Harry considered for a moment, looking at the elfling. He wanted something starting with D, like Dobby, but didn't like the crazy names people gave house elves like Drippy or Dressy or Dumpy. He had even heard Dunce. He had it. Dante. The tiny house elf smiled and Creature nodded. And which house will Dante serve? Both houses, Potter and Black. I want him to stay with you. I want you to train him. Very good. Lucius helped Harry with the bonding and Creature took Dante with him. Harry invited Lucius to sit and thanked him for Dante. After being introduced to Godric, a few pleasantries, a cup of tea and a promise to come to dinner the following week, Lucius left. Creature and Dante came in. Dante was now wearing a light blue tunic with the Potter and Black crests on it. After some intense discussions, Harry had the castle create a small room for Dante adjoining Creature's. They would share a bathroom. Harry had wanted to give the house elf his own bathroom, but Creature said it was too improper. Harry gave Creature a few galleons and told him to organize whatever Dante needed. While Creature was not given a salary, Harry did give him a small bag of galleons every month for Creature to buy whatever he needed, including clothes. Harry had insisted he be always well dressed with proper boots. Harry laughed as he listened to Creature explain the rules to Dante of what was expected. Dante reminded Harry of Teddy. He was playful and had a short attention span. However, he was fearful every time Harry came near. Harry assumed that, like Dobby, Dante did not have good experiences with wizards. Around lunchtime, Harry entered the kitchen and saw Creature making a sandwich for him. Where is Dante? Do you need to see him? No, I was just curious. I sent him to take a nap. He did not get much sleep last night. So what do you think of him? Is he too much for you? He is a fine acquisition, but he is an elfling, a child. He should not be starting training for another year. But his old place made him do work of a trained elf, Creature explained. He had a glass of butterbeer and sat with Harry in the kitchen. Creature had been shocked and appalled the first time that Harry had made him sit with him at the table. It was totally improper, but Creature had gotten accustomed to his eccentric master. They sat together on occasion, but only in private, not even around Hermione or Ginny or Ron. Is he too much for you to handle? Have you dealt with young elflings before? Yes. Before Lord Orion died and his heir disgraced, the House of Black had many house elves and elflings. Creature trained many elflings. Did you know, have any, or sired any elflings? Harry said, a bit uncomfortable, wondering if he had crossed an invisible line. He took a sip of his butterbeer and watched Creature carefully. Creature looked very sad. No. Were you commanded not to have any or not have a wife? I had a mate. She died a long time ago. Well, you know, I could always arrange a date with Misty. She is very feisty, Harry said, teasing. No. House elves, like all elves, mate for life. We take only one mate and no more. Some wizards force elves to procreate with others, but it is evil to us. So your mate, she died before she sired any elflings? She died with a child in her, Creature said sadly. I am so sorry. What happened? Did she die in labor? Harry did not want to force the elf to relive his sad past, but he was curious. Creature very rarely spoke of the past. Dante possible stirred up old feelings. Creature looked at Harry with a sad look. He was hesitant, but Harry saw the moment he decided to tell him. No, not in childbirth. A few days before she died, Master Sirius had let the dogs out during his mother's tea party and had ruined the evening. Master Orion got angry with Harpo the elf that looked after the dogs and was going to punish him, but Creature told Master Orion what Master Sirius had done. Master Orion punished Master Sirius with a belt. Master Sirius got angry with Creature and wanted to get revenge on Creature. The house elf paused and looked at Harry, almost wondering if to continue. Harry knew he would not like to hear what happened next. He knew he had discovered the reason for Creature's hatred for Sirius. He didn't want to hear but needed to hear it. He signaled for Creature to continue. Master Sirius came where the house elves slept. He put honey on the floor and a bucket of feathers and had a bag waiting. Harry was tired because of the baby and went to sleep. When it was Creature's turn, she fell and slipped on the honey and bucket of feathers. Master Sirius put her in bag and put her in with the dogs. Mistress Bella stopped it and saw it was Kiri and not Creature. She did not live the night. Mistress Andy and Bella tried to help save Kiri and the baby but could not. Harry was quiet for a while and then said, "How old was Sirius?" He was 11. This was the summer before he left for Hogwarts. What did his parents do to him? Nothing. Kiri was house elf. But Mistress Bella told Sirius that she would get revenge when he came into the Slytherin dorms. They were both silent for a while until Harry said, "I am so sorry, Creature." A sleepy-looking Dante came in. When he saw Harry he looked like he was going to bolt, but Harry called to him and motioned for him to take a seat. He saw the fear in the tiny house elf's eyes. Creature got up and got a glass of milk for him and put it in front of Dante. Harry looked at Dante and then told Creature, "I want you to look after him as if he were your own. I don't want him trained until you think he should. Let him be an elfling for a while." Harry saw the usually stoic Creature with a tear in his eye as he looked lovingly at the tiny elfling. Harry knew he made the right choice. Creature's ears perked up and said, "Master Severus is at the entrance." Harry went to meet him. "Harry, I was wondering if perhaps you would like to come with me to Diagon Alley and possibly Muggle London." Severus saw Harry thinking about it and then said, "I decided that I needed to buy some new robes and possibly some casual Muggle-type clothing and..." Harry's eyes lit up. "Of course, just let me get my money pouch and tell Creature and Dante." "Who's Dante?" After a brief introduction to the little elfling, they left. Harry did not have so much fun in a long time. With his new look people did not recognize him, though Severus got a few glares. They went shopping for clothes and Harry did not allow Severus to get any black robes. This had caused an argument, but they did compromise with several dark colors. Severus mumbled to the assistant that she would see him on another occasion without Harry. They made stops in several bookstores and the toy store, where Harry bought a stuffed dragon for Dante and Severus bought a toy potion set for Teddy. They then headed to Muggle London where Harry bought Severus and himself a whole new wardrobe of Muggle clothes. Harry did allow Severus some black clothes, some formal but most casual. Severus went to a hair stylist and got his hair cut. It made him look younger and much more why, and Harry wanted to jump him right there. A slightly tired Harry and Severus returned to Hogwarts and Harry's apartment some time later. As Harry entered, he noted the room was unusually dark. He took out his wand as he heard a few voices shout, "Surprise!" If Harry had not been such a controlled wizard, a lot of people would have been attacked. Hermione came up to him. "I know your birthday is 2 weeks away, but I am not going to be here, and Charlie is also leaving, so we decided to have an early birthday party." Harry looked and saw Andromeda, Teddy, and Fred, George, Charlie, Arthur, Bill, Fleur and Victory, Minerva, Phileas, Augusta, Neville, Justine, Brian, Fireforge, Magnus and Grobrick, even the 4 founders in Godric's frame, and in a corner a very uncomfortable-looking Draco. Harry was speechless. Creature came over and took his coat and his packages. Dante was timidly following Creature. He saw Ogden and Misty putting out food on a heavily laden table, and a smiling Hermione and Severus. He thought he was the richest wizard in the world, not because of his gold but because he had such a loving family. Harry sat in the kitchen drinking a cup of tea the following morning. He had had a wonderful time last night. His family had come together to celebrate his birthday, but he found it to be a celebration of life in general. He knew he should be over the moon, and part of him would have produced the biggest Patronus the world had ever seen. However, the other part of him was worried. Fate had never been too kind to him. Every time he was very happy, something disastrous happened. He sighed. Maybe this time will be different. After all, fate was being guided by Albus Dumbledore, who was no longer in the picture, literally. He took out the documents for the orphanages and finished off his requirements and plans. He then decided to walk over to the Ollery to send them off to Grobrick. He was in a new pair of jeans and a t-shirt. He felt so much more comfortable than the formal robes he had been wearing for the past few weeks. As he was leaving the apartment, he saw Creature and Dante coming from the kitchen. Dante had loosened up a lot last night. Harry had spotted the young house elf playing with Victory, Teddy and Fred in Teddy's room. "Hi Dante. I am going for a walk to the Ollery. Do you want to come with me?" Harry asked the tiny elf. Dante looked at Harry, then at Creature, and shook his head. "That's okay, another time." Harry looked at Creature and nodded. Dante had improved. This time he did not hide behind Creature. It took Harry no time at all to carry the package to the Ollery, but a sadness came over him when he saw the owls. Harry was hesitant to buy a new owl. He still missed Hedwig too much, but knew in time he had to. Coming back into the castle, he saw Severus and Draco coming from the dungeons. Draco had stayed over with his godfather in his apartments and then was going to spend the day until it was time for he and Hermione to leave for Australia. "Good morning, you two." Harry came up to them. He was about to reach over and give Severus a key, when Severus backed away and discreetly shook his head. Harry frowned. Severus had not told Draco about them. "Potter," Severus said with a sneer. "Lord Potter Black," Draco said politely, lowering his head. "Draco, please call me Harry or Potter the way you used to, and leave the bowing and other stuff for formal occasions." Draco nodded. "Okay, Harry. So, did you enjoy the party? Did you get a chance to talk with Salazar?" Draco nodded. "I wish I had met him years ago. He dispelled so much of the Dark Lord's teachings. To be honest, I am still a bit confused. He invited me to talk again today." "Yes, that is excellent. I am hoping that with the founders' portraits more accessible, they could give advice and proper history to the new and returning members of their houses. So hopefully we could have more school unity and less unhealthy rivalry." "Indeed, such sentimental drivel. We should be going, Draco," Severus said, using a tone which indicating he was bored. "If the headmistress asks, we are heading for Hogsmeade and will be back for lunch." "Well, have fun," Harry replied as he watched the two walk away. Harry sighed and walked back to his rooms. He knew that Severus wanted to keep his reputation as a snarky potions professor, but he had thought he would have told his godson. Perhaps he wasn't ready yet. He decided he would go back to the chamber and read more of Salazar's diary. Informing Creature of his plans, he took some food and his communications mirror and headed down to the chamber. Draco and Severus walked quietly to Hogsmeade. Draco kept glancing over at his godfather. He knew something was bothering the man. He had watched Severus last night and saw him talking with the others. He had seemed at home. When someone had wanted to use the bathroom and the one near the living room was occupied, Severus had directed them to another bathroom. Severus had definitely been in Harry's apartments a few times. Draco knew something was going on. He had been tempted last night to question him but decided against it. His godfather was a very private man. Then when he saw Harry this morning and saw his eyes light up when he looked at Severus, he briefly wondered if something romantic was going on between the two, but his godfather was just as snarky towards him as he always was. Besides, Harry and Hermione were in a relationship, weren't they? Draco was confused. Severus had purchased many potions equipment, books and ingredients for him as a graduation present. As Draco had finished his newts privately, he did not have a graduation, so Severus' simple actions made him very emotional. All in all, they had a good morning. On the way back, Draco asked about his new financial status and Severus told him about the Prince estate. Severus told him all about Dumbledore's theft and how he had manipulated him into going to the Dark Lord and what his plans for him were. He told Draco about his grandfather's will and Harry giving him back his heritage. Draco nodded. So you and Harry have an understanding now? You could say that. Is that why you are taking him to the potions convention? What are you talking about? Harry told Dad that he was going with you to the potions convention this weekend. I was wondering. I mean, Harry was not much of a potions student. Severus was quiet for a while and then said, Harry is coming as an investor. Both the Potter and Black estates are investors in many ongoing potions experiments and potions masters. I believe your master potions master Sangre gets a yearly grant from the Black estate. Harry wants to be more involved in the workings of his estates and his money. He also wants to invest in some new potions experiments of his choosing. That made sense to Draco, who nodded. I realize he wants to be a big part of his investments. He had some great ideas about the orphanages. Severus sighed. Draco had believed his lie. Why had Harry told Lucius he was going to the conference? Did he want to go? He hadn't said anything. Was he waiting for him to ask if he wanted to go? Severus had never brought anyone to the conference before. It would be good to bring someone. He pictured Harry in his formal robes at the ball on the first night. I wonder if Harry could dance a waltz. Severus. Severus, are you still with me? Yes. The orphanages. HMMN. Anyway, as I saying, I really don't mind doing some volunteering when I get back, at least when Master Sangre would allow. The two continued talking until they got back to the castle. They met with Neville, Hermione, Phileas and Minerva for lunch in the Great Hall. There you are. Where's Harry? I assumed he was with you too, Minerva asked as they came in. Why would Harry be with us? He is probably in front of a mirror somewhere, Severus said with a sneer. He saw everyone on the table watch him with a glare, but none of them said anything. They had gotten the message. So Draco, I heard you are off to Australia this evening with Hermione. Phileas asked, wanting to change the topic. Yes, I am going to try and locate my cousin, who is living in Muggle Australia, somewhere near Sydney, I think. Hermione is going to visit her parents but will be joining in the search, as I really don't know much about the Muggle world, Draco said, taking out some food. I have a good friend at the Nyungar School of Magic in Esperance, which is on the other side of Australia, but he is great in a pinch, Phileas said. What about McGregor? Isn't he at the Sydney School of Wizardry? He's a good guy. He was the Dada professor 3 years before you guys entered, Minerva stated. Why did he leave? Hermione asked. Ron and Harry had often speculated on why the various Dada teachers had left. It had become something of a game. Picked up some healer and got married. They then moved to the other side of the world, as far away as possible from Dunderhead Rugrats, Severus answered. Yes, well, I have his information in my office. I will give it to you before you leave. He is a good man to contact if you need any assistance, Minerva said, giving Severus a glare. Did you two remember that it is winter now in Australia? I remember. The first time I went it was so embarrassing. It was for dueling competition and it was the dead of winter here in Scotland and we were all bundled up in thick coats and of course we had packed only winter clothes. Then when we portkeyed to Perth, it was like 30 degrees Celsius. One of my friends got a heat stroke the first day. That's actually when I met my friend Gerera. He felt sorry for us and lent us some clothes and then took us shopping. Hermione laughed. The same thing almost happened to me last July. I had actually forgotten that the climate is opposite to ours. But luckily it wasn't that cold the day Ron and I went to Sydney. It was like 14 degrees Celsius. By the time the temperature really dropped, we had already bought some extra clothes. So where is the weasel these days? Draco asked innocently. The place got quiet and Draco realized that it was a taboo subject. Hermione answered quietly, he is going to study dragons in Romania with his brother Charlie. Draco responded quietly, that's good. The lunch continued on with Phileas telling stories of his various visits to the land down under. Hermione actually laughed and looked excited about the trip. Draco just watched the girl as she laughed. Hermione had definitely changed. She was still a bit of a control freak, but she had a playful fun side to her that he had never known she had. But then again, they were previously in a war in which they were on opposite sides. He sighed. Thank Merlin, the war was over and they could move on and live life a bit. Draco looked at Severus. The war had really taken a toll on the man. He knew that Severus was slightly younger than his dad, which made him in his late 30s, but coming close to the end of the war, he looked like a wizard twice his age. Now he was starting to look more like a muggle his age. Wizards tended to look much younger than muggles, possibly because they aged slower or lived longer or because of magic. Draco didn't know. Severus still looked older than his age in the wizarding world, but maybe if he relaxed more. Last night he looked much younger. Right now he looked worried. After lunch, Draco and Severus went to his office where they met up with Salazar. After about half an hour, Severus got up and left. Draco, Sal and Godric, who had joined them, were in an intense discussion about the Slytherin-Gryffindor rivalry, when Severus returned. Salazar, could you check the chamber and see if Harry is there? Severus ordered when he came into the room. Salazar raised his eyebrow and left. A minute later he came back. He is not in the office and is not answering my call. Creature said he was planning to go to the library, but we can't get him on the communications mirror. Severus started pacing the floor. Well, if he is in the library, a communications mirror is not going to work. The magic of the room will not allow it. It was Godric who answered. There is also no frame there. I'm sorry, Severus, there is no way to contact Harry, unless you go down to the chamber yourself, and since you can't speak Parseltongue, well, that's out of the question. Why in bloody blazes did you build a room that would cut off all communications? Severus shouted. What part of Chamber of Secrets do you not get? Salazar answered sarcastically. What do you mean Chamber of Secrets? You mean like the legendary Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, home to a monster Chamber of Secrets, Draco stated excitingly. Godric nodded and pointed to Salazar, reminding Draco that he was talking to the legendary Salazar Slytherin, owner of the chamber. Hey, Ronnie was not a monster, Salazar said indignantly. No, she was just a 60-foot giant basilisk, with a death glare and poisonous skin, nothing close to being a monster, Godric said sarcastically. And Harry is in the chamber right now, with a basilisk. Draco was amazed. No, Potter killed the basilisk in your second year. Remember the whole air of Slytherin hype and the petrification of Mrs. Norris, the students, etc., Severus said. He killed a basilisk. In our second year. He killed a 60-foot giant basilisk with a death glare when he was 12. Draco said in shock. Don't forget the poisonous skin, Godric added. How? With my trusty sword, Godric said dramatically, and pulled out the sword that he had at his side. Oh Lord, put that thing away, before you put someone's eye out, namely mine, Salazar shouted at Godric. Godric laughed. What are you worried about? If I poke your eye out, Minerva will organize to get someone to paint it back in. Anyway, I remember a time when you used to wear that fake patch over your eye. Godric turned to Draco with a grin. He thought it made him look more dashing and would attract more ladies. Draco laughed. Yeah, well, I am not the one who walked through London with nothing on but my wand and a smile. Draco turned to Godric. You did what? I was making a statement. That idiot king told me I couldn't wear my robes, so I took them off, Godric said, turning up his nose. Draco was laughing hysterically. Severus just smirked and said, the Gryffindor idiotic behavior existed way back then. Godric glared at him. Well, we Gryffindors are strong and brave. We are the knights who rescue the damsels in distress. We are the ones who remain fighting to the very end. We are the ones who jump into a fight without looking or thinking and end up causing more trouble than there was to begin with, Severus said with a sneer. But Harry. I was talking about Harry, Do you know how many times I had to save his hide? Always running off somewhere, not thinking of the consequences. God, the mess he got himself into. The Philosopher's Stone, trips into the Forbidden Forest, illegal potions, centaurs, werewolves, dementors, acromantula, giants, dragons, and let's not forget the basilisk, and of course that does not include going after all the crazy people who were out to get him. Salazar and Godric smiled at him. And you were always there to save him. Seems to me you were always part of his adventures. I wasn't always there, and that's when he got hurt. Is that why you are so worried about him now? Scared he is going to get hurt? Godric asked. I'm not worried. Severus scoffed. Yeah, right, and I wear pink bunny slippers to bed, Salazar said, almost laughing. Harry is okay. Wait and see. You will be back in his arms in no time. What's it been, 2 hours? 3. Godric said, teasing. Ah, young love, I remember when Julieta and I were like that, not wanting to be too far from each other, Salazar said with a smile. Yeah, I remember too. Sickening. Godric sneered and turned to Draco. It was only, oh Julieta, te quiero mi amor. Godric held his hands over his heart and batted his eyelashes. We couldn't have one decent staff meeting without those two sending keys to one another. Sickening. Oh please, you're just jealous. Just because you don't have a romantic bone in your body doesn't mean others can't show their love. At least your descendant is lucky to have a nice Slytherin for a mate. Salazar gave Severus a wink. Uncle Sev, is there something you would like to tell me? Draco said, looking at Severus, who put his head in his hands and groaned. Draco was in Severus' rooms in the dungeons. He was packing his bags. He had shrunk most of his stuff and had placed them in little compartments in his bag. They were taking Muggle means of transportation, and Hermione had said it would be suspicious if he did not carry any bags, so he was just taking the one bag. Draco sighed as he thought of his godfather and his new lover. Who would have thought Severus Snape, the slimy Slytherin snake of a professor, and the Gryffindor golden boy Harry Potter, would be a happy couple? He really did not have a problem with the relationship. Once Severus was happy, he was happy. He knew the lonely life Severus had, and Draco had always teased him and said he needed a wife, but who would have thought? He had actually thought Harry and Hermione were together, but now he realized they were only friends, unless they were a trio. He shook his head. Severus was not that adventurous, at least he didn't think so. To be honest, he never considered Severus as a man with, say, needs and desires. Hell, Draco still had a problem of thinking of his parents having, say, Leaving his stuff, he walked up to Hermione's room in Gryffindor Tower. When Hermione answered, he asked, I have a question. Do I walk with Muggle money? I mean to the airport. My Gringotts card works in both worlds, but do I need to walk with Muggle cash? I only have galleons. Hermione let him in the room. Didn't I give you a list, Draco? Yes, but it just said to walk with money. I just assumed you meant galleons. It only just came to me that you may have meant Muggle money. Don't worry, I am walking with enough for the both of us, and we can use an ATM before we leave. But you should have some on you. Here, let me change some for you. Give me 10 galleons. Draco reached into his money pouch and took out the amount. Hermione went inside and came out with a wad of cash. She gave him several 10, 5 and single pound notes and gave it to him. When we reach there, we would get some Australian dollars. She then invited him to stay for tea and called for Saul. Saul came, but Winky came in right after. Winky was a bit tipsy and was swaying slightly. As Saul came in with the tea, Winky tried to grab it from her but ended up making it fall. Saul apologized to Hermione and Draco, cleaned up the mess and left to get more tea. Winky popped out as well. Hermione assumed she was going back into the kitchen after Saul. Hermione was a bit embarrassed. As Winky was going with them, she knew Draco would have found out about her sooner than later, but she had hoped to make some headway with the elf first. That's Winky. The house elf we are taking with us? Draco asked slowly. We're taking Saul as well, Hermione said, not looking at Draco. What happened to her? Saul came back in with the tea. This time Winky did not appear. Hermione took a breath and told Draco Winky's story, from the Quidditch World Cup and her dismissal, to Bartemius Crouch Jr. and the Polyjuice and the deaths of both father and son, which Winky blamed herself for. She told him of her alcoholism and Dobby's help and how she regressed after Dobby died. She told him about Spew and how she had wanted to help. That all the house elves tried and that she was afraid that one day Winky would just be found dead somewhere, so she was taking her with them to help keep an eye on her and hopefully help her. Draco looked at her. Let me get this straight. In fourth year you just decided to set all the Hogwarts house elves free and started knitting hats and scarves to trick them into being set free. Hermione looked at him startled. Draco looked furious. She too was upset. She had just told him about Winky and he was going on about her elf liberation attempts. Draco, they need to be free. Avery isn't right. After you saw what freedom did to Winky, you decided that all of the house elves be like her. Draco was definitely angry. No, I wanted them to be like Dobby. He was happy being free. They just needed someone to free them. And you just had to be this person. Tell me, Miss Granger, what did Dumbledore say when you petitioned him? What did the head house elf say when you spoke to him? Draco looked at her with a stern glare. Hermione didn't respond. Let me guess, you spoke to neither. How many house elves besides Dobby and Winky did you talk to? Again Hermione didn't respond. Let me guess, you spoke to none. How many house elves did you manage to free? Draco asked. I don't know, but the scarves and hats were all gone every morning, Hermione said in tone which bordered on her I know more than you tone. Her tone got Draco angrier and his voice raised. So even knowing that Winky was suffering and couldn't adjust to her freed life, you freed the other house elves without checking to make sure they were okay, without making sure they had somewhere to go, without finding out if they were mothers who had to leave elflings or fathers you were forcing to leave their families. Draco noticed the look on the girl's face. She had never thought of these things. Uncle Severus was right, you Gryffindors jump into a situation without looking or thinking and end up causing more trouble than there was to begin with. Hermione, I never thought of you as being a typical Gryffindor dunderhead. I always thought you were part Ravenclaw, but I guess I was wrong. Draco's tone had turned from anger to disappointment. Hermione was shocked at his words. Neither Ron nor Harry had ever spoken to her like that, and for some reason she was really hurt at his disappointment. Hermione, what do you know about house elves? They are avs and are taken advantage of, and that is wrong. Because we know magic, that does not mean we should boss them around and have them in the back, bringing them out only when we need them. Have them at our beck and call, Hermione said. It was the speech she often gave people on her opinions of house elves, though this time she did not give it with the same conviction she normally did. Have you ever met Uncle Sev's house elf Misty? Draco said, and noted the slight smile on Hermione's face which indicated that she had. Do you honestly think Uncle Sev bosses her around and has her as a South Avenue at his beck and call? Hell, if he bossed her around she might smack him upside his head. Hermione smiled, remembering Misty's behavior the day she used Severus' personal lab. Hermione, if someone, a muggle, had come into the wizarding world and the first person they met was a Death Eater, what would you tell them, if they said wizards were evil and dark and liked to torture innocent people? It's not fair to judge all of the wizarding world by the actions of a few. And yet that is exactly what you did. You judged the entire wizarding world on one or two people's actions, one of them being a Death Eater. Was Dobby tortured? Yes. Was he treated badly? Yes. Was he happy with his freedom? Yes. But Dobby was a Death Eater's house elf. You judged everyone based on the actions of a Death Eater. But Winky. Hermione, did you ever stop to think of why Crouch freed Winky? According to you, she had just lost control over his Death Eater son, and Junior had been the one to cast the dark mark in the sky. Crouch knew his son had just announced to the other Death Eaters that he was around and that they would come looking for him, which they did. The Dark Lord came himself. What do you think they would have done to Winky had she been there? Hermione gasped. You judge wizards assuming the worst. Most wizards actually treat their house elves as part of the family. I know we have spouted pureblood philosophies which say that we are better than muggles and muggle-born, and I know it was wrong, but you are doing the same with the house elves. You believe because you have more knowledge than them you are superior and know what's best for them. You did what you wanted for them and never asked if it was what they wanted for themselves. You decided for them because you didn't think they could decide for themselves. You look down on all of us, not only house elves, because we are not as smart as you are. You may be the brightest witch of our generation, but that does not give you the right to lord over us. Draco's tone was soft, but his rebuke was hard. Hermione started to cry. Draco was shocked. He never expected this reaction. He had hurled the worst insults at her throughout their years at school, and she always gave back worse than what she got. His nose started to hurt just thinking of when she punched him third year. He had seen Hermione fight Death Eaters and stand her ground. He was there when Bellatrix had tortured her and Hermione spat in her face. She was a battle-hardened war hero. She didn't cry. He sighed and came over to her and knelt in front of her. He took out a handkerchief and gave it to her. Don't cry, pretty lady. You meant well, but you Gryffindors let your heart rule you. What you need is a little Slytherin cunning to add to your bravery and intelligence. Come on, I will help you with Winky. Really, you could help her. Hermione said with a sob. Yes, you know your idea of spew is a good one. There are many abandoned and abused house elves out there, who need your help. We just have to find them. Draco wiped away some of her tears with his thumb. Come call Winky and ask her to take the tea things away. Hermione nodded and called Winky. Winky came with a bottle of butterbeer in her hand and very clumsily tried to take up the tea things without putting down the bottle. The tea tray immediately crashed. You know, Hermione, I was thinking about buying the old Crouch Manor, but after seeing this elf, I don't think I would. Winky looked up, hearing her old master's name, uses buying master's old home. No, I most certainly am not. The place must be a rundown old shack. I am sure the place is in ruins. Bartemius Crouch Sr. must not have kept it up, possibly never fixing anything. It would be too much work. No wizard in their right mind would buy anything belonging to that man. Draco used his pureblood aristocratic tone and leaned back, looking very much like his father in his prime. Hermione gasped, but Draco gave her a look which said, "Trust me. How dare you say that Master was always fixing? Everything had to be in order, everything neat and tidy. You honestly expect me to believe that elf? I believe Bartemius Crouch to be a sloppy and disgusting man, and the next time I go to meet the minister, I will be sure to bring it up." Winky slammed the bottle of butterbeer on the floor in anger. Master was a kind and gentle man. He was very honorable and a great man. He was always impeccable. With a house elf who wears dirty rags, Draco touched the edge of Winky's torn dress. I judge a person by what I see, and I often look at a person's personal house elf to judge what they are like. And looking at you, I conclude that Bartemius Crouch was a dirty drunk who could not do the simplest of his duties, a disgrace to the wizarding world. Master be angry with Winky. Gave her clothes, Winky said sadly. Yes, too late, I'm afraid. You were trained by Crouch, and it is obvious he did not train you well. If after the first adversity you turned to drink, then I must say he was not the man I thought him to be. Look at my house elf Dobby. After he was freed, he became an inspiration to many others, including wizards and witches. Because of him, Miss Granger here had the idea to help others and form her organization. He died a hero. Because he was well trained by my family, he did great things, which says great things about my family. What do your actions say about the person who trained you? Winky said nothing. She looked at her clothes and started brushing it down. She then quietly started cleaning up the mess she made. Hermione, how long before we have to leave? Draco asked, still in his aristocratic tone. 2 hours. Well, Winky, you have 1 hour and 50 minutes to clean yourself up and redeem your master's image. He gave her a few galleons. You are to get what you need, and before we leave I will inspect you to determine if you were properly trained to the standards I expect from a house elf from a noble family. Yes, Master Draco. She bowed and popped out. Draco looked at Hermione and smiled. When kindness doesn't work, sometimes you have to be cruel. Hermione gave him a hug. Draco, you were brilliant. She looked at him and then pulled away and sat back down. Draco coughed and then said, "There is a lot you can teach me about the Muggle world, and maybe there are a few things I can teach you about the wizarding world." Hermione nodded. She looked at him and said, "Did you mean what you said about helping with spew?" "Yes, maybe we could really buy the old Crouch place and turn it into a halfway house for house elves with no home," Draco said with a smile. Hermione was about to reply when Ogden came into the room. "Master Draco, I would like to thank you for your help. I believe Winky will be all right now. She has asked for a sobering potion and is cleaning herself up. I am proud of you. You have redeemed yourself. You are no longer the little boy I knew." Ogden then turned to Hermione. "Thank you, Miss Hermione. I know you will continue to help her. I may suggest transferring her employment from Hogwarts to you. Hermione looked at Ogden. How many house elves did I damage with my foolishness? How many elves did I free? Ogden gave a smile. Actually none. Only the founder's heirs, the headmaster or headmistress or Hogwarts herself could free one of the Hogwarts house elf. They were a bit put out by the gesture, but Dobby explained you were only trying to help. Do not worry, Miss Hermione. Your spew is a great idea, and if I know any elf in trouble I will refer them to you. Hermione smiled. She felt much better. The old house elf bowed to them both and disappeared silently. Draco looked at Hermione and saw the question on her mind, one she would not ask. Our first year, I was really upset after I found out about Harry getting on the Quidditch team and decided to take my frustration out on the elves. I had Crabbe and Goyle capture 2 of the elves who worked in Slytherin House and I tied them up and kept sending stinging hexes at them. I did this for a few hours until Uncle Sev came in and stopped me. The other elves apparently complained to Ogden and he went to Uncle Sev. He took me to his rooms and I thought he was going to call my dad. But instead he called Ogden and told him to punish me in whatever way he thought appropriate. What did he do? He turned me over, bared my backside and gave me a spanking I would never forget. Don't let them fool you. House elves have very hard hands. Ogden then told me the next time I was mean to a house elf, he would stop the elves from coming to the dungeons and he would make sure all of the other Slytherins knew why. Of course I never harmed another elf in Hogwarts again. Severus let you be spanked. Not that you didn't deserve it. Hermione was a bit shocked. Are you kidding me? Uncle Sev has a ruler in his office that all Slytherins fear, Draco said with a bit of a laugh. Wow, we always assumed he let you guys get away with everything. It was a well-known fact Professor Snape never punishes the Slytherins. In public. In private is another matter altogether. We all feared a trip to his office, though the ruler was only used for special occasions. And did you ever? What am I saying, you were properly in his office every day, Hermione said, laughing. Draco smiled. It was good to see her laughing. He hated that he made her cry. Actually, I got the ruler 3 times, twice because of you actually. Really? What did I do? It was not what you did, it was what I did. The first time I got it was after our first flying lesson, and the incident with the Remembrall. Directly disobeying a teacher's orders is a no-no with Uncle Sev. The next time was in 2nd year, the first time I called you, you know. Mudblood. But you called me that all the time. Not where Uncle Sev or any of the teachers or prefects could hear. He hates that word, more than any swear word, no matter how creative. Draco paused. That was something I couldn't understand then, but now I do. I am really sorry, Hermione. It is a foul word and I should never have called you or anyone else it. I deserved every swat I got with that godforsaken ruler, as well as the punch in the nose 3rd year. You know I was really scared of you after that. Thank you, Draco, for apologizing. She gave him a wonderful smile that made Draco's heart beat faster. So what was the other occasion? 4th year. After Harry and I fought in the hallway in front of the potions classroom and I hit you with the spell that made your teeth grow. What? But Snape made fun of me for that. Yes, but I could have done you far more damage. He told me that seriously injuring a classmate because of my careless dueling could have gotten me expelled. It was only because Dumbledore would have never expelled Harry that I got away with so much. I could have really hurt you. Yes, well, I should thank you for that occasion. My parents are dentists, Muggle teeth healers, and had forbidden me from fixing my teeth magically. They wanted me to wait until after I left school to do it the Muggle way, which would have taken years. Because of what you did, Madame Pomfrey fixed it in a few minutes. Victor Crumb asked me out a few days later. Hermione laughed. Well then, it was my pleasure to come to your aid, my fair lady. For helping create such a beauty, it was worth the sore backside, Draco said with a laugh. You think I am beautiful? Hermione said softly. For the 2nd time that day, Hermione shocked him. How could you ask such a thing? Hermione, you are the most beautiful girl I ever met. Why do you think I kept harassing you over the years? My dad almost killed me when he found the hidden pictures I had of you. It was one of the reasons why the Death Eaters kept coming after you. He wanted to remove the temptation. You are the most amazing person I ever met. You had a picture of me. Hermione said in shock. Pictures. I got them from Creevy and paid him extra not to tell anyone. Hermione lowered her head and a tear fell on her cheek. Ron said I was plain and no one would ever want to be with me. Weasley is an idiot. He didn't deserve you. I never understood what you saw in him. Draco held her face gently in his hand and lifted it so they were looking at each other. He again wiped her tears with his thumb. Don't cry, pretty lady. I want to be with you. I will follow you to the ends of the earth, if I know that you would give me a smile. Hermione smiled at him. Draco leaned forward and gave her a key. A gently but passionate key. When they parted, he looked at her and said, "Perfect. Would you really follow me to the ends of the earth? We are leaving in less than 2 hours to go to Australia, aren't we? On a Muggle plane, no less." Hermione laughed. It's part magical. It is owned by a wizard. For Muggle-born families where there may be Muggles who know about magic, there is a special part of the plane for house elves to travel. Draco laughed. Trust you to find such a plane. You really are amazing, Miss Granger. He ed her again. 20 minutes later, Draco and Hermione walked over to Harry's apartment. Harry had promised Hermione he would store her things for her. She had given up her apartment in London, the one she was going to share with Ron, and had transferred everything to the rooms in Hogwarts. Now that she was leaving the guest room, she needed somewhere to store her things. Hermione gave the password and the Griffin opened the door. They heard Severus and Harry arguing. Severus was not pleased that Harry had disappeared for the day with no means of anyone getting in contact with him. How was I supposed to know the mirror would not work and I made sure Creature knew where I was? Severus, you are being unreasonable. Anything could have happened to you and no one would have ever known. Oh please, you would have found a way. You always. Whatever Harry was going to say next was left unsaid as he noticed Hermione and Draco coming in. Hi Hermione, are you all ready? Harry said, smiling at his friend, ignoring the irate potions master. Yeah, I just came to ask where to put my things. Harry called Creature and asked for the chest, which he brought in no time. I got this for you yesterday in Diagon Alley. It is a 7-lock chest, like the one Barty Crouch Jr. had in 4th year. It has 7 compartments, some so large it could fit a whole library. I could store it either here or at Grimmauld Place or even Potter Manor. I am thinking of going there tomorrow. Isn't tomorrow the start of the potions convention? I thought you were going as an investor. The first day is when all the hobnobbing takes place, Draco asked innocently. Harry blushed and looked uncertainly at Severus, who said, the dinner doesn't start until 8 p.m. We have plenty time during the day. We are going first to Potter Manor, then to Prince Manor, and then to Barcelona. Sounds fun. That's great, Harry. It's not Rio, but it is a start, Hermione said with a mischievous grin. Yes, well, I note that your plane is making stops in India and Japan before Australia. Her MI1, Harry replied and gave her a grin. She slapped him on his arm. Don't you think we missed something? Draco said to Severus. Gryffindors, Severus said, rolling his eyes. They were all ready to leave when Winky came in. She was wearing a pretty pink and white dress with white socks and shoes and had a small pink bag with her. She was very sober and looked at Draco for approval. Let me look at you. Yes, you will do. Crouch really did do a good job, Draco said with a smile. The house elf smiled. Do not dishonor him again, Draco told her firmly, and she nodded. Winky, is that you? Harry said with a smile and then turned to Hermione. Hermione, you did a wonderful job. It wasn't me, it was Draco, and guess what, he is going to help me with Spew, Hermione said, beaming. Wonderful. We will talk details when you return. Great work, Draco, Harry said, shaking his hand. Harry and Severus went with Hermione and Draco to the airport. The group got a lot of stares, especially from giggling girls who were looking at the men. Most of the men in the airport were a little more discreet in looking at Hermione, especially with the glares Draco was aiming at them. When they reached the gate, Hermione gave Severus a hug and thanked him for all his help and that she was looking forward to working with him when she got back. She then hugged Harry, who hugged her back, no words needed. Harry shook Draco's hand and said, look out for her. She is more precious than all the gold in Gringotts. Draco smiled and nodded. I will say the same to you. Severus has a tough exterior, but he has a soft heart. Lord Potter, black or not, I will hunt you down if you break his heart. Harry laughed. No worries there. Severus looked at Harry and discreetly held his hand as they watched their friends leave on their adventure. The following morning at day's break, Harry, Severus, Creature and Dante headed for Potter Manor. They were going to have a busy day and needed an early start. Since both Harry and Severus were early risers, it was no problem to leave early. Grobrick had come over the previous night at Harry's request and had gone over some of the details of the Potter estates. Armed with a portkey which took them onto the grounds, they left Hogwarts and headed the short distance to his family's home. Harry had known the manor was located in Scotland but had been shocked to learn that in reality it was a mere 50 miles from Hogsmeade, which meant that on a clear day, if the Potter Manor had its wards down, he should have been able to see it from the astronomy tower. Harry was a bit nervous. More than seeing the manor, which was just a building, he would get to meet his family. Grobrick had told him that, like many old wizarding manors, the portraits of the Lords and Lady Potters were located in the manor. Harry knew there were only 12 previous Lord Potters in the Hall of Elders. The Lady Potters were located throughout the manor. The portraits were all asleep, and would wake on his command. His parents' portraits should be there, and he wanted to meet and talk with them. That was his real mission today, to wake the portraits and meet them. They landed in front of a spectacular manor. They were in a garden with huge trees and various flowering plants and bushes. Harry's first thought was that Neville would like here. The manor itself was nothing like what Harry expected. It was huge. It wasn't a house, it was a small castle. He stood staring for a moment until he felt Severus' hand interlock with his, and with a small squeeze for reassurance they walked to the front door. Before they reached the 15-foot wooden doors, they opened. Harry and Severus found themselves in a massive hall. The place was a mixture of marble and polished wood. It was magnificent. It was filled with antique-looking furniture, expensive vases, and even had statues all over. It reeked of opulence, and Harry actually felt like he was in a fancy tomb. Just on the inside of the entrance hall, Harry saw 10 house elves standing, waiting to greet him. The head house elf standing in front of the others came forward and they all bowed. "Greetings, your lordship. I am Flint, head of the Potter House Elves. It is a pleasure to finally welcome you to Potter Manor." "Thank you, Flint. It is a pleasure to be." Severus looked over at Harry, who had stopped talking. He felt Harry's magic flare. Harry was looking at the house elves who stood behind Flint. Severus looked over and saw 2 elves he knew well. The first was Minty, Poppy Pomfrey's personal house elf, and the other Toff, who had been Albus, personal house elf. Severus said, "Harry, calm yourself." Harry turned and glared at him, his eyes cold. "Calm myself? No, Severus, the first will not calm myself. I am tired of finding out how much I was betrayed." He turned and looked at the elves who had all stepped back, including Flint. "You too," Harry growled, pointing at Minty and Toff. "Get out of my sight. Now." The 2 elves popped out. He glared at the rest. "How many of you worked for either Albus Dumbledore or Poppy Pomfrey?" 2 other elves and Flint raised their hands. Severus saw they were shaking with fright. Harry looked like he was going to murder Flint. He turned to the other 2 and said, "Go now," and he heard 2 pops. Harry grabbed Flint by his ear and heard him squeal. He knew from Dobby that the tip of an elf's ear was one of the most sensitive parts of an elf, and if twisted or pinched was most painful and a very effective punishment. Harry then turned to the other 5 elves who stood trembling. "Which one of you is most superior? I need someone to take over from this idiot." The elves all looked at each other, and then an old elf with a tuft of white hair stepped forward. "I am called Hawk. I was the head of the house elves and personal house elf to your grandfather, Lord Patrick." "Very good." Harry then turned to the squealing elf whose ear he had in his hand. "I want you to go to your quarters and stay there. When I have sufficiently calmed myself, I have some questions I need answered." His voice was cold and powerful. He let go of the ear and the tearful elf popped out. Harry calmed himself and then turned to Hawk. His voice was still cold. "Why are you no longer head of the house elves? Your grandfather allowed my mate and me to retire." He pointed to an old, slightly bent female elf standing at the side. "We were called back into service after he died, to help with the elflings." Harry acknowledged the female elf and called her forward. She walked with a limp and looked like every step caused her plan. She curtsied and said, "I am Etoile. I was your father's nanny. I see him in you, but you are much more handsome." Harry relaxed and said, I like you. Who are these others? Severus relaxed as he felt Harry's magic calm and flowed peacefully once again. He looked at the elves. 4 out of the 5 were old and were possibly retired elves who had come to greet their master. They met Falcon, who was Hawk's brother. He tended the gardens and very rarely came into the house, it was the first time in 17 years. The other 2 were Petal and Kai, short for chicken. James had been 3 when he named her, they kept the manor clean. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you, Harry said, smiling. This is my mate, Severus. He gestured to Severus, who was standing next to him. Severus saw 4 of the elves frown. They obviously knew his name. Étoile was the one who spoke. Severus. Severus Snape. Yes, Severus drawled as he watched Étoile. Her expression reminded him of an older Misty. This was not going to be good. The same Severus Snape who pushed Master James off his broom and broke his hand. I was 11 and he insulted Lily. The same Severus Snape who turned Master James blue and gave him boils that didn't come off for 2 weeks. Hey, he transfigured my books into nifflers and they destroyed the school kitchens. I couldn't sit for a week and was in detention for a month. The same Severus Snape who sent him a box of doxies for Christmas. Severus ran his hand through his hair. Well, okay, that one was for fun. Severus gave Harry a pleading look, but Harry shook his head and gave him a look that said, you are on your own. Harry turned to Hawk, who was fearfully looking at him but relaxed when he saw Harry smile. Harry directed them to go further inside and left Severus with the irate house elf. Hawk, this is Creature. He is my personal house elf and is in charge of the black house elves. The 2 house elves greeted each other. And this little elfling is Dante. Hawk greeted the little elfling and immediately Harry saw that he was indeed accustomed to elfings, because he had Dante giggling in no time. They heard Severus shout, that's not fair. Hawk looked over and saw his mate wagging her finger at Severus. She was really protective of my dad, wasn't she? Harry said, looking over at Severus, who kept giving him pleading looks. Yes, she loved him like her own elfling. She never really got over his death, you know. Hawk turned to Harry and said, she went looking for you after he died. She stole you twice from your aunt, but after the last time, we were bound to the manor and could not leave. She kidnapped me from my aunt. Yes. Let me guess, Dumbledore stopped her. Hawk didn't answer as they heard Severus calling for help. Harry sighed. Let me go save the big baby. Harry walked over and knelt in front of Étoile and gave her a hug. Thank you for trying to save me. You know, Severus here saved my life many times and has protected me over the years. He is no longer the naughty boy James knew. Harry felt Severus glare behind him and saw Étoile's expression soften towards Severus. But you know, Étoile, my dad was really very naughty too. Yes, Étoile had to punish him many times, but he was a sweet boy, Étoile said, looking at Harry lovingly. Why don't you come and tell me some stories of him? I could do with some breakfast, Harry said as he guided her away from Severus. By the end of breakfast, Étoile had seemingly forgiven Severus and Harry was reeling with all the stories she told. It was only when she told Harry that she preferred Severus to the red-haired girl who had come and tried to take charge that Harry even remembered Ginny. Hawk and Étoile then gave them a tour of the manor. Harry found out that the estate had 4 elflings and eagerly met them. They left Dante and Étoile in the elf nursery and continued with the tour. They were shown the bedrooms and Hawk showed Harry the master bedroom, which was huge and magnificent. It looked fit for royalty. Harry felt uncomfortable being in it, like being in a museum, and he was waiting for the guard to catch him. He, however, liked the bed. It was large and looked very tempting. He glanced at Severus and pictured them in the bed. Yes, the bed he could live with. Hawk showed them several guest rooms and told Severus he could choose which one he wanted. Harry told them a guest bedroom wasn't necessary as Severus would stay with him. However, Severus rolled his eyes and chose one, 2 doors away from the master bedroom. In the library they almost lost Severus. It was as grand as the Hogwarts library and had many tomes hundreds of years old. There were sections on charms, potions, transfigurations, astronomy, almost any subject imaginable. There was also a section on Muggle literature and science, and finally a section on pranks and jokes, James's contribution. The most important area of the library, however, was a sitting area with comfortable chairs and couches and the portrait of the last Lady Potter, Lily Evans Potter. They sat and looked at the portrait. They stared at the still picture of the beautiful woman with red auburn hair and emerald green eyes. She had on green and gold robes and her frame had carvings of lilies on them. It was when Hawk told them she would wake once Harry woke all of the portraits did they leave the library. They then proceeded to the Hall of Elders. Adjacent to the master office was a small room that looked almost like a wide hallway. Located in the hall were a dozen portraits. There was one portrait that was on the end wall by itself. In it was a man who looked like a peasant with simple clothes, but he had a powerful look, an almost regal look, and Harry could tell he was an exceedingly powerful wizard. Around his shoulders was a silvery cloak which Harry recognized as the cloak of invisibility. He looked around and saw that all of the portraits had on the same cloak. On either side of the hall were several portraits, 5 on one side, 6 on the other. He looked at the portraits. The men were tall, strong, powerful-looking men, most of whom had messy black hair. 2 kept their hair long, like how Harry now had his, and most of them looked a bit like him. He recognized some of them from his visits to the Mirror of Erised. Harry smiled, he really belonged here. Harry looked at the last picture on the right-hand side. There in front of him was a man with a face he knew well, a face he had seen in his mirror for years, except the eyes. It was James Potter. Harry heard a noise behind him and saw Severus looking at the portrait. Harry, I am going back into the library and I will wait for you there. Severus the First want you here with me. Harry, this is not right. I don't belong here. Your father, well, he will not take my being here well, and I don't want the first few words you have with him to be in anger. Lily was my friend, she will receive me well. Harry Key. Ed Severus on the lips. I love you and I am not ashamed to be with you, and my father will need to respect and accept that. I do not need his approval. Severus sighed. How about I leave you for half an hour and then come back? You will have until then to soften him up. 10 minutes. 25. 15 minutes. 25. You were supposed to go to 20. Severus laughed. Okay, 20. And he key. Ed Harry more passionately. Okay, you go to the library while I meet my elders, and by the time you get back my dad would have known about you. I'm not really looking forward to that, but I am a descendant of Gryffindor, I could do it. Yeah, look, he looks like he is scowling already. I don't envy you. Good luck. With another peck on the lips, Severus left. Harry looked at his dad. Was he always scowling like that? Must be because the portraits are asleep. He called Hawk and Creature forward and spoke to them for a moment, and then they too left. Harry waved his hands and his jeans and t-shirt changed to his rich emerald green robes with the Potter crest on them. He cast a grooming charm and his hair was neatly brushed and he looked like he had just taken a bath. He put his hand in the robes and after doing a wandless and wordless charm he took out a pouch from a secret pocket. The pouch itself was under a modified Fidelius charm with Harry as its secret keeper. No one else knew it existed. It had 3 compartments, each guarded with its own Parseltongue password. If the password was said wrong, the person would instantly die. From one compartment he took out a silvery robe and from another a wand. Harry threw the cloak of invisibility over his shoulders in a way that it draped over his shoulders and back. It rested gently and it suddenly arranged itself so that Harry was seen. He then looked at the Elder Wand. This was the first time since the last battle he would use it, but somehow it felt appropriate. Harry closed his eyes and summoned his magic to him and felt it flowing all through him. He opened his eyes and in a strong, powerful voice he commanded, I, Harry James Potter, Lord and last of the Potters, son of James, descendant of Godric, command that you of the clan of Potters hear my call and awake. His magic flowed and gold beams of light flew from the wand. It hit all the portraits and the entire room lit up. He felt his magic flow throughout the whole building, the floors, walls and ceiling. The entire house shook and a warm breeze passed through. Severus sat in the library and smiled. He felt Harry's magic as the wind blew through the library. He felt his magic respond. He felt loved and safe. He got up and stood in front of his friend and waited for her to open her eyes. Hawk, Étoile, Creature and all the elflings felt the magic wind blow through the nurseries. They all felt warm and protected. The elflings started dancing and singing. Petal and Kai felt the magic wind blow through the kitchens. The ovens flared and the pots rattled. They felt joyful and inspired and they ran to the pantry and started making a feast. Falcon in the garden felt the trees wake. He heard the flowers sing and the birds in the trees joined their song. The roses in the gardens took on a rare fragrance and the smell filled the air. He felt at peace, he laid on the grass and became one with them. Flint sat in his room when he felt the room shake and the magic wind blow. He felt cold and his heart sank with his guilt of betrayal, he wept. The portraits in the Hall of Elders all heard the call as the magic wind called them each by name and they answered. They awoke and opened their eyes. They looked and saw the one in front of them, the powerful wizard whose whole body glowed with a gold light, the tall man with broad shoulders and long black hair, the man with the silvery robes around his shoulders. The man who was their descendant. They all bowed. The Lord of the Potters had returned. Harry looked up and saw that all of the portraits except one were all on their knees. He looked at his father who stood looking at him, a vexing expression on his face. Ignoring him, Harry commanded the others to rise. They all looked at him and noted his twinkling emerald green eyes, though one also noted the wand in his hand. I am Harry James Potter and it is a pleasure to meet you all. The man in the head portrait inclined his head. I am Ignotus Potter. Potter or Peverell? Harry said seriously. To be honest, his father's reaction had angered him. Ignotus laughed and his blue eyes twinkled. Both. I am Ignotus Peverell Potter. So you were the one who changed the name? Yes, as you obviously know, I was the last of 3 brothers. I had a very long and fulfilling life and I was given lordship by the king. Since there was already a Lord Peverell, I changed my name to Potter. Harry nodded and then laughed. Well, first of all Potters, I am the last of the Potters. One of the other more recent Potters said, well, I hope not the last. You are a good-looking lad. I am sure you will soon have a mate and have many little Potters to continue our line. I already have a wonderful mate. But you know, if you guys had decided to have more than one son each, we wouldn't be in this problem. Hey, I had 1 son and 9 daughters, one of the earlier Potters claimed. I tried. Harry laughed and said, indeed you did. They all chatted for a few minutes and Harry learnt each of their names and a little about them. When he reached the last portrait on the left, it asked, can you tell us if Voldemort has been defeated? Yes, he is no more. He heard sighs of relief. He looked at his father who did not react. You have been avenged, Patrick. You, my grandmother, my parents, you have all been avenged, Harry stated seriously. That madman robbed me of really knowing my daughter-in-law, of knowing my grandson. I hope he suffered, Patrick said, looking angry. Harry smiled at the portrait and said with a grin, yes, well, I recently found out a lot about you. Minerva told me many stories about you. Do not believe half of what she says. She was just as guilty as I was. Harry laughed, and then Harold, his great-grandfather, said, those 2 had me on my toes. I often told Dumbledore I should have had my own office in the school, the amount of times I had to come across. Harry got angry at hearing Dumbledore's name. Don't ever mention that man's name in my presence. His father spoke for the first time. Albus Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of all time, he shouted. The other portraits looked at Harry and then at James. Albus Dumbledore was a liar and a thief. Harry shouted. He took a breath as he tried to control his magic. Harold looked at him. What happened? Harry, what happened between you and Albus? Harry took a breath. He looked at the portraits. How many of you carried the title Lord Gryffindor? Most of the portraits gasped, but Ignotus was the only one who smiled and looked at Harry, who nodded. Let's talk history. We are all descendants of Godric Gryffindor. Yes, we know this, James said irritably. But we are not a direct line. The title passed on to Ignotus' elder brother Antioch, Harold stated. That is true for titles, not with magic. The 3 Peverell brothers were all strong and powerful. More powerful than any wizards save the founders, all except one, the one who lived the longest, who had the power to defy death, a power that not even the founders possessed. The magic of the Gryffindors chose its heir, Ignotus. The title Lord Gryffindor goes to the one with the power, and Ignotus had the power. For centuries the Potters were all powerful, but no other could make the claim of Lord Gryffindor until me. However, as soon as Albus Dumbledore realized I had the power, he performed a dark ritual that removed all of the Gryffindor heritage and transferred it to the Hogwarts castle. He did the same ritual on all of the founders' heirs. He heard all of the portraits, except James, start in uproar. Harry put up his hand and then said, he transferred all of the gold from the Gryffindor vaults and took it for himself. he blocked most of my magic and then framed my godfather and dumped me by my muggle relatives to be abused and suppressed. Once I entered Hogwarts, he manipulated me and controlled me, in order to defeat Lord Voldemort, who in reality was Lord Slytherin. Albus did the same thing with him, except he decided that Tom Riddle would be an evil Dark Lord. Albus manipulated the students, he chose some as dark and others as light. I was chosen to be a light lord, Tom Riddle he chose as dark. We were all merely chess pieces in a large game for him. Harry heard all of the portraits screaming in outrage. He looked at his father who was looking at him in defiance. James looked at him and shouted, "Albus Dumbledore was a great and powerful man, you have no right in destroying his name and reputation." Harry's magic flared and all of the portraits got quiet. "How dare you? You heard everything I said and yet you still believe in that man, how stupid are you? I would say it was because you died young, that you were still naive, but I am still younger than you were. Why are you blindly following him? Why do you believe these lies that you are the heir of Gryffindor? Who told you that crap? You are a big jerk, you know that. Is that how you defeated Voldemort, by calling him a jerk? No, he battled with honor and dignity, something you will never understand." A smooth silky voice came from behind. "Snivellus. Do not call him that. Are you okay? I felt your magic flare," Severus asked Harry, looking at him with concern. Harry calmed down but looked at his father. This idiot believes in Dumbledore's goodness. Yeah, well, he wasn't all that smart. I was smart enough for Lily. She left you and came to me. That was because Albus had Pettigrew threatened to kill Severus, unless she went with you. I don't care why she came. I got her and you didn't. James Patrick Potter, how dare you? You manipulated Lily to be with you, so she wouldn't be with someone else. Patrick shouted. I told you that you spoilt the boy too much, Harold told his son. A paddle to his backside would have solved many of the problems you had with him. Severus did not deserve her. I took Lily away from him and I had a perfect son with her. I am gay, you idiot. Lily was like my sister. I was never interested in her romantically. Well, I wanted her and you will not get Harry either. When he comes to his senses he too will realize the love of a red-haired woman is best and he will leave you in the cold just like Lily did. Harry turned and looked at this father. Severus heard a cold, powerful voice behind him. Severus the First, want you to leave now. Harry. Severus felt Harry's magic increase to the surface. The magic was not out of control. It was very controlled and very powerful. Severus looked at Harry and imagined this was the wizard that Voldemort saw seconds before he died. Severus, take all the elves and get out of the house. I will meet you at Prince Manor. Harry waved his hand and released the elves like Flint who were in their rooms and Etoile and Hawk who were bound to the manor. Harry, please don't do anything. Harry looked at him and taking his hand stroked Severus' cheek. My love, I need you to leave. Severus nodded and left. 5 minutes later Harry felt Severus' magic leave the house and apparate away. He didn't sense any of the elves, except one in the gardens. It was you. You gave Dumbledore permission to do the ritual. Harry heard all the portraits gasped. I wondered how Dumbledore got permission to do what he did. He had 1 day between when you died and when I was left by the Dursleys. He said he realized I was the master of the Deathly Hallows because I survived the killing curse, but that did not explain how he knew I was Lord Gryffindor. He had already had everything set up for the ritual. It means that even if you hadn't died he would have gone on with the ritual. You set it all up. He had permission, your permission. James watched Harry and then the other portraits and then tried to leave. He was hit with a blast of magic as Harry sealed the portrait. Harry saw the frame shift and they all saw James raise up and tried to leave the frame. Harry walked over and grabbed the portrait and pulled out a ghost, the ghost of James Potter. There was an uproar. You weren't tied to your portrait. You were never asleep. You knew about Ginny. You knew I was in a relationship with Severus. You already knew Voldemort was dead. You were the one controlling the elves. You were the one who chose Ginny. She reminded you of Lily. Patrick shouted. Why, James? Because I was supposed to be Lord Gryffindor. Albus chose me to be the next Light Lord. Severus was supposed to be my archenemy. But you didn't have the power. It was not Albus' choice to make. Magic chooses. You died because of your arrogance. You were not supposed to be the chosen one. It was supposed to be me. I was supposed to defeat the Dark Lord, me, not you. The house started shaking as James screamed. Harry kept one hand around the ghost's neck and with the other he waved his hand. The house stopped shaking. Why have him remove the magic? Why? Harry was sending shocks through his hand that obviously caused the ghost pain. Because you were too powerful. I could not have a son who was more powerful than me. You changed into a fawn and then a puppy and a wolf every time you saw one of us change. You changed. You were not even a year yet and you had more power than me. Harry sent another shock and the ghost screamed. Remus wasn't a wolf, he was a werewolf. You tried to give me to a werewolf. You had to die. The prophecy said you would end up with a prince, Albus, and I knew it meant Severus. I could not have you with your power being with that man, so I offered you up to Moony, but you changed into a wolf cub and Moony refused to hurt you. You just wouldn't die. Patrick shouted. You tried to kill your own son. Lily would have had another. Who was your master? What? Albus had a master. Who was it? I know he was working for someone. Who was it? James didn't say anything. I, Lord Harry Potter, Lord of the Potters and controller of the Potter magic, demand you answer me right now. Magic swirled and James was forced to answer. Flamel. Nicholas Flamel was Albus' master. They were lovers, but there was someone else above Flamel, a lord of lords. He controlled everything. I don't know who he was. What was the prophecy? I don't know the exact words, but it stated that the heirs of Hogwarts would arise and the master over death with his prince and his champion would destroy the Lord of Lords. That's why they got rid of the Hogwarts heirs and that's why you tried to get rid of me. But the power was to be mine. The plan was to transfer the magic to me. I had already sworn my allegiances to Albus, so I would have used my power to help the cause. To help control everyone in the world, Muggle and magical. You're mad, Harold exclaimed. He sounds just like my idiot brothers. They sold their souls and made a deal with death. I was young and my eldest brother was my guardian and signed for me, but magic punished them and helped me because I was an innocent sacrifice. But their ultimate aim was to be immortal and rule the world, Ignotus stated. What about Lily? Was she involved? No, she was innocent. I had given her love potions to keep her under control, but had to stop it on a few occasions and she would try and get away. After you were born, I could have released her, but she wanted to go to Severus, so I kept her drugged. She kept fighting it. By the end I think she fought it completely but stayed to protect you. The whole building started shaking and as the walls started cracking. Harry asked. And Sirius and Remus? Sirius was easy to manipulate. He was spoiled and accustomed having his own way. It was easy for Albus to fool him. Remus at first went along with everything because he didn't want to be left out, but I could have controlled him. I became his alpha and he had to obey, and when he didn't I had Sirius bring Severus near to the shack. I showed Remus that I could make him kill if I wanted to, and if he didn't do what I wanted, I would force him to become a monster. He fled as soon as I died but returned because he wanted to protect you, his cub. And the Longbottoms, how did Albus get control of the Hufflepuff Gold? They tortured Alice in front of Frank. Bellatrix and the others were under Imperius with Flamel controlling them. They tortured Alice and when she collapsed, they held Neville and were going to torture him too, and Frank gave in and gave permission. After they got the permission, they tortured Frank as well. They gave them potions that had them go crazy. They couldn't kill them as they needed their blood. And Gringotts, the head goblins, they knew. They were part of the plan. Harry felt the entire building still shaking. He reined in his magic and then looked at his father. Why are you a ghost? When Voldemort killed me I could not move on. I had to see if he would kill you or not. Then Albus needed my help for the ritual. He always needed my help, because I was the most powerful of his students. Well, James Potter, it is time for you to move on. You can't make me. Just watch me. I am the master over death. Harry released the ghost who tried to leave, but Harry had already sealed the room and he couldn't get out. Harry took out his pouch and withdrew a ring with a cracked stone on it. He heard Ignotus gasp. Harry looked at his father and put on the ring. With all 3 Deathly Hallows at his command, he started glowing and the room shook. Then there, standing in front of him, was a specter draped in black. His breathing was shallow and the room grew cold. It was like a Dementor except it had a face. But any human, magical or Muggle, would experience fear like never before by gazing upon this face. Any human, that is, except for one. Harry looked at Death and said, I have one of yours. Claim him and send him to the hell he belongs to. James's screams terrified even the portraits. as Death took its skeletal hand and held on to him, and a portal opened. As Death moved towards the portal, Harry said, "You could leave his portrait, I might need it later." The portal closed, taking with it Death and the ghost of James Potter. The portrait of James looked at Harry in shock. It was as if it was just created. It did not remember anything over the past 17 years, but it answered Harry questions much as the ghost did. Harry sighed as he left the Hall of Elders. He left James to face the wrath of the elders. With the 3 Hallows back in their pouch, Harry breathed easier. He looked at the house. It was a wreck. The staircase had collapsed, the floors and walls cracked, the furniture destroyed. He looked around and then walked into the library. It was the only room in the house where there was no damage. He looked at Lily, who was smiling at him. "Hello, baby. I am so proud of you." Harry smiled and sat and talked with his mom for a while until he stood up and called his magic to him and then called Ogden. He called again. Ogden. The Hogwarts head house elf came silently and looked at him with a mixture of awe and fear. "Move my mother's portrait to my rooms in Hogwarts." Harry's voice was powerful. "You will need to release it from here, my Lord Gryffindor." Harry waved his hand and said, "Done. Now remove her." Ogden took the portrait down and then said, "Is there anything else you need, Master?" "No, thank you, Ogden." Harry watched them disappear and then walked to the gardens, which seemed to be unaffected. It was peaceful here. He loved it. He walked until he saw Falcon standing in the gardens. He was pruning some rose bushes. "Have you finished punishing naughty Master James?" the house elf said without looking up. Harry nodded and said, "Yes. Good. He was a bad master. He hurt the house elves. He forced them to do things they didn't want to. Minty, Toff, they were only obeying Master's orders before Master had died. He told them to obey the evil nurse and the evil headmaster. Tate and Pence, Ghost Master would hurt the elflings if they did not obey. Etoile, she keeps saying that it was not Master James, that Master James was dead and that we had to protect Master Harry. But Ghost Master James make her fall down the stairs and broke her back. She not the same after, but she still did not believe Ghost was Master James. Flint take over. He liked Ghost Master and made sure elves obey." Harry looked at the house elf and sighed. A tear fell down his cheek. "The house is a mess. It would take a lot to fix." House elves happy for something to do until Master come back. Falcon watched him. "Me, I never leave the gardens." Harry nodded and said, "Thank you, Falcon." Falcon cut a rose from the bush. It was a perfect blood-red rose in full bloom. Falcon gave the rose to Harry and said, "Your mate is a good man. You must remind him of your love." Harry held the long stem rose and whispered a magic spell and it glowed a bit. He then walked out and disappeared among the trees. Severus was sitting in the main office at Prince Manor. He was talking with his grandfather's portrait. They had spent the last hour talking. Elijah was happy to see his grandson and was furious when he found out what Albus did, but right now that was not the issue that concerned him. Severus was anxious and worried. Elijah knew Severus was worried about Harry. He kept looking at the door every 5 minutes as if he expected Harry to walk through. Severus paced the floor. Elijah had stopped talking 5 minutes ago, because he realized that his grandson was not listening. He stopped pacing and sat down. "What if something happened, grandfather? I don't know what I would do without him. I love him." "Then tell him." Severus closed his eyes and thought of Harry. Suddenly he felt the change in his magic. His raging magic suddenly felt calm and peaceful. "Harry." He ran out of the office and looked towards the front door, which opened and Harry came through. Harry looked at him and smiled. "You know you forgot to lower the wards around the manor." Severus gasped. He felt foolish. "So how did you get through?" Harry looked at the single red rose and handed it to Severus. "I turned it into a portkey and told it to take me to the one I love." Harry sat in the office with Severus and his grandfather's portrait and for half an hour told them what happened. However, he did not mention the part where he summoned death. He just informed them that he had James exorcised. Severus held his hand as Harry told them about James's betrayal. Severus had hated James. He thought him a bully and a spoiled brat, but never in his wildest dreams did he ever think that he would sacrifice his own son or try to kill him out of jealousy. Harry spoke in a daze. "Yes, I know he was jealous, and jealousy makes people do crazy things, but he tried to kill me, Severus. How could anyone try and kill their own child? He put me in front of Moony. He gave me up to be eaten by a werewolf. It was only because I turned into a wolf cub that I survived. How could anyone give up their child? Severus held Harry, but Harry just froze. He was in a form of shock. Severus held on to him and did not know what to say. Elijah looked at them from his portrait. James reminds me of the witch Maleficent. She was a half-Vila witch in the 15th century. It was rumored that she was so beautiful that people would be mesmerized by her. Men especially would do whatever she wanted. Her eldest sister Maud, however, got married to one of the Muggle princes and had 2 children, a boy and a baby girl. After the prince's father and elder brother died in an accident, he became king, and Maleficent got jealous that her sister was now more loved by the people and was center of attention. Maleficent was only 16 and her father had planned to marry her to one of the wizard lords, but she wanted to be queen. It was later discovered that she seduced a wizard healer and had him kill her sister, who was pregnant with her 3rd child. Maleficent then stepped in and got married to her sister's widow. While her sister, who was called Good Queen Maud, was known for her good work by improving the lives of the poor, Maleficent was known as Maleficent the Beautiful, but was known for parties and her cruelty. It was rumored that she beheaded anyone who mentioned her sister's name. When the little princess Matilda was a teen, her beauty started rivaling her stepmother's. A seer prophesied that Matilda would become a beautiful and beloved queen, and the people would rally around Matilda, and that Maleficent would not be remembered. She then tried to have her killed, but Matilda was rescued by a group of goblins who were planning to revolt against the monarchy because of Maleficent's wicked laws. The young Prince William then confronted his stepmother and battled her. They both died in the battle. Matilda eventually became queen and is considered the greatest queen of magical heritage. It sounds a little bit like the story Snow White, Harry said. He had gotten out of his dazed state as he listened to Elijah's story. Elijah nodded. Yes, I believe it is the source of that story. Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm wrote a lot of stories about the interaction between the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. Harry, jealousy and envy are evil things, and just like Maleficent, your father succumbed to the temptations of that evil. Maud was a witch just like her sister and used her magical ability and position in society to do a lot of good work among the people. Maleficent, who had the same ability and position, used it to benefit herself only and really did not care about anyone except herself. Matilda had 2 examples to look at: her mother and her stepmother. She chose to follow the example of her mother, but took into consideration what could have happened if she allowed power, greed, jealousy and envy to get the better of her. We still use some of Matilda's laws today in the Wizenmaggot. Harry nodded. He understood what Elijah was trying to tell him. They discussed it for a while, until Severus felt Harry's body sway a bit. Harry, you used a lot of magic this morning. Maybe a nap is in order. I think you are right. I could really do with some rest. Severus called for Jeeves, the prince head house elf, who took Harry to one of the guest rooms. Severus went with Harry and saw him settled into bed before Harry told him he was okay and that he should return and talk with his grandfather. Severus came back down to the office and sat looking at his grandfather when Elijah spoke. Harry is a good man and a good mate for you. I approve most heartedly. Yes, he is a good man. When I thought you and my friends hated me, I turned to the Dark Lord. But Harry is not like that. He's so much stronger. Yes, he is, and therefore the temptations will be greater. Severus, he needs you now more than he ever did. You need to be there for him, and you need to be his anchor to remind him what he fights for. Love is the greatest white magic that there is, and for him you are a major source of that love. It is going to be hard for him. He has had little love in his life. His Muggle relatives only showed him hate and abused him verbally and emotionally. He fought it by holding on to the thought that his parents loved him enough to die for him, only to find out that James had been the one who tried to have him killed and who was responsible for him being magically BPD and abused. In a sense, a lot of what his Muggle relatives told him was true. His father was an evil man who did not want him. Then remind him of his mother's love. She sacrificed herself for him, and there is no greater example of love than someone who willingly gives their magic and life for someone. Severus frowned, thinking of how much Lily suffered. I was a complete bastard to him while he was in school. I kept seeing James and not him. I forgot about him being Lily's child. I caused him so much heartache over the years. And he has obviously forgiven you, Severus. You just don't seem to have forgive yourself. Severus, do you know what I did for a living? Severus nodded. Yes, you were head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Yes, Most of Prince Lords were either head of the DMLE or head of the Wizenmaggot like my father was, and as such this house has some of the strongest wards in all of England. For Harry to get through these wards with a portkey based on love, then that love has to be very strong. Severus considered this for a moment. I don't deserve his love, and one day he will realize that I am not worth it. Severus, you are a good man and Harry knows it. Whether you think that you deserve it or not, Harry is in love with you and you are very much in love with him. You just have to prove to yourself that you are worthy of his love. Severus, why do you feel you don't deserve him? He is a powerful wizard. So are you. Albus thought you powerful enough to consider you a possible Dark Lord. He puts himself before others, whereas I was a Death Eater. You spent most of your adult life as a spy, sacrificing your life, soul and happiness for others, getting nothing in return. He is so gorgeous and I am an ugly old man. Severus, you are not an old man, you are not even 40, which even in the Muggle world is middle age. In the wizarding world where people live easily up to 150, you are still a young man. You are not ugly, you look a lot like me except for the nose and your hair color, and I was considered quite a catch, thank you very much. Your nose can be fixed, so can your teeth, and if you take care of yourself and wear clothes that suit your body you will see how attractive you really are. Severus looked at his grandfather doubtfully. Besides, his grandfather said with a very mischievous grin, obviously there is something Harry likes to see every time he takes you under him. Severus turned beet red and sank deeper into his chair. His grandfather laughed. There is nothing to be ashamed of, Severus, as you said. Harry is a very powerful wizard. From all I have heard today and I could see of him, he is probably just as powerful as the founders and he still has not fully developed his magic. There is nothing wrong with letting him have dominance in bed. I am sure he is quite powerful there as well. Grandfather. Elijah laughed. Seriously, Severus, even the most powerful wizard needs someone beside them. I was the dominant one in my relationship with your grandmother and it had nothing to do with my being a wizard or her being a witch. However, there were many times my job would cause me much stress and I would want to pull my hair out. Remember, that was the time when Grindelwald was in power and the Muggle world was at war. There were times I thought that I would not survive, and it was those times that Miriam would just hold me and I would feel all the stress melt away. She had a way of just being there for me. She would cook my favorite meal or draw a bath with some new bath potion she created just for me, or just by lying beside me in bed and holding me she would somehow drive all the demons away. Had she been alive when I found out about you, Albus would never have gotten away with what he did. She would never have allowed it. She was never a weak woman. She was a strong, powerful witch in her own right, and I see a lot of her in you. She was my other half, and you need to be that for Harry. Jeeves came in and offered Severus lunch and asked if to wake Master Harry for lunch. Severus told him not to wake Harry and to let him sleep. Grandfather, I don't know if I could be that to him. I always end up hurting others. Almost everyone Harry trusted in his life has turned against him. I am afraid that one day I too will hurt him. Severus, do you love Harry? Yes, very much. Then I know you will do the right thing when the time comes. Stop worrying about it and just trust your instincts. Severus suddenly felt an uneasiness in his magic and he looked at the ceiling. Harry is in distress. Elijah smiled at his grandson. Possibly a nightmare. He will get plenty of those. Go to him, Severus, and just hold him. If it's like what I would experience, just lie with him and hold him. The demons would go away. Go to him, child, he needs you. Severus walked up the stairs and opened the door to Harry's room. He saw Harry tossing and turning in bed. His grandfather was right, Harry was having a nightmare. Severus took off his boots and climbed into bed with Harry. Moving slowly behind him, he put his arms around him. Harry's eyes opened and turned to look at Severus. Sev. Shush, Harry, I am here. Go back to sleep. He didn't want me, Harry said quietly. I really am a freak. No, Harry. James was an A.S. He didn't know what real treasure is. Your mother knew, however. She loved you more than her own life, and I love you more than life, Harry. Harry turned to face him and then held him in a fierce hug, and Severus allowed Harry to hold him. After a while, Harry looked up and they shared a slow, passionate kiss, and Severus felt their magic joining together. When Harry pulled out, he looked at Severus and said, I don't think we should have say today. That's okay, Harry. Love is more than having say. Harry nodded. I know it's just that my magic is still too much to the front and I am afraid that I will hurt you. I am content with just being here with you, Harry. I want to hold you while you sleep, that would be just perfect. Harry turned around and allowed Severus to spoon him. Severus woke up when he heard a pop. Creature had come into the room. Excuse me, Master Severus, but it is time for you and Master Harry to wake. You need to get ready to go to the conference. Checking the time, he noted it was 5 o'clock. Harry had slept a good 5 hours without getting a nightmare. Thank you, Creature. I will wake him. Creature popped out. Harry. Harry love, it is time to get up. I am up, I just don't want to move right now. Harry leaned his head back onto Severus, who was still holding him from behind and held onto Severus' hands, indicating he did not want him to move. Well, we only have an hour before we are scheduled to leave for Barcelona. Yes, well, we could do a lot in an hour, Harry said with a small laugh, and he moved one of Severus' hands and placed it under his pants. Severus groaned and held on to the member that Harry had offered. We are going to get into trouble. Creature is not going to be too happy, Severus said as he moved his hand into a rhythm. Creature wants me to be happy and you are making me very, very happy. Yes, but Lord Black is never late, Severus whispered in Harry's ears. We could share a bath that will. Oh yes, that will cut the time, oh god yes. Severus felt Harry's magic around him, whenever they had say. Harry would use a combination of his body and his magic which drove Severus to a level he had never experienced with any other person. This, however, was different. He remembered what Harry had said about his magic being to the front and that he was afraid of hurting him. Part of Severus told him to stop. It was too dangerous to continue. The other half told him he had to continue and finish what he started. He moved closer to Harry, one hand around Harry's chest, pulling him closer to him. The other hand quickened its pace. As Harry released, so did his magic. Both Harry and Severus screamed. Harry in pleasure as he came and Severus as he was hit with a large bolt of magic. Harry cleaned himself up and turned around. He laughed as he saw how Severus' hair stuck out, highly charged with magic. It reminded Harry of static electricity. Creature popped in. As Master Harry and Master Severus we felt the building shake and the lights went off and on. Harry laughed. We are fine, Creature. Yes. Well, you better get moving if you are to leave by 6 o'clock to the conference. Lord Black is never late, the tiny elf said as he ran into the bathroom and started the shower and then started getting clothes for Harry to wear. Harry laughed and then after a little while said seriously, both to Creature and Severus, I will not be going to the dinner tonight. Severus was not surprised but he was disappointed. Harry continued, I have to go back to Hogwarts. I will meet you in Barcelona later, possibly after the dinner. I need to see Neville and the others. He then turned to the house elf. Creature, I need you to get my mirror. I need to contact Neville. After I have showered and changed, I will need to see the elves. Creature, is it possible to get something to eat? I am starving. Creature nodded and popped out. He quickly brought back Harry's communications mirror and a tray with some sandwiches and some pumpkin juice. Harry turned to Severus, who had climbed out of bed. Harry walked up to him and held him. I know you are disappointed, but after what I learned today, it is important that the others find out right away. Ed Severus, who responded to the key. I will be there for you this weekend, I just need to do this first. I know and I agree. Don't worry, the most important part starts tomorrow anyway. I am going to my room to shower and get ready while you are talking to Neville and your elves. I will see you before I leave. Harry Ed him again and Severus left the room. Harry called Neville on the communications mirror and told him they needed to have an emergency meeting. Harry, what happened? I thought you were going to Barcelona with Severus. Neville, I will tell you when I arrive, which should be in less than an hour. Get Minerva and Phileas, tell them to contact Brian and Kingsley. Also, it is important that your grandmother be there. Okay, Harry. I trust you, I will have everyone here. See you in a bit. Neville sighed off. Harry then called Fireforge and spoke to him for a few minutes and then he showered and changed into plain red robes. He then called Jeeves and told him to expect the goblin who would be visiting in a short while. When he was almost finished eating, Creature came back in the room, this time with the Potter elves and the elflings. Hawk, do you wish to take on the mantle of the Potterhead house elf or do you want to stay in charge of the elflings? You are giving me a choice. Hawk said in surprise, and when Harry nodded he asked, Who will you choose if I refuse? I will put Creature in charge of all my elves, though I have called in my estate manager and he will be supervising the reconstruction of Potter Manor. Harry heard all of the elves gasp in shock. He forgot that they did not know what had happened, so he told them. Yeah. The ghost that haunted Potter Manor. He quickly looked at Etoile. Is no more, he has moved on, so he would not be bothering you anymore. Harry heard most of the elves sigh in relief and he saw Hawk hold his mate tight. However, I made quite a mess of the manor and the only two rooms left standing are the library and the Hall of Elders, though the hall has some damage. So the manor will have to be redone. Hawk looked at him in awe. He knew his master was very powerful and that something had happened for his master to destroy the manor. Harry continued, it is my understanding that most of you who worked for those who betrayed me did so under orders from the last Lord Potter, and so I will not hold you at fault. Harry paused and saw the two named Tate and Pence cry in relief. However, all old orders are now cancelled. I am Lord Potter and I expect you to obey me. All the Potter elves bowed and swore allegiance to him. Good. Now, Hawk, what do you prefer? If it is okay with Master Harry, I would like to stay with the Elflings. Harry smiled. Great. Since Potter Manor is no longer habitable for Elflings, I am sending you to my manor in Devon. It is free from any dark devices and has a lot of room for the Elflings to play. It is hidden so you don't have to worry about anyone, either muggle or magical, reaching you there. Etoile gave Harry a hug and said, you are a good boy, Harry. Your father would be so proud of you. Harry stiffened. He liked the little house elf, but she had suffered so much that she retreated into her own deluded world where his father was a good man who was everything everyone always told Harry he was like. She could not bring herself to admit that he had become a monster. Hawk, however, knew what had happened and had hated James, but as an elf he couldn't do anything or show his hatred. Hawk quickly held on to Etoile and said to Harry, your mother would be very proud of you and so would Master Patrick. Harry nodded and then said, my estate manager should be here any minute and will bring the portkeys for you as well as the keys and anything else you will need. If you approve, Hawk, I will send Pence with you. The house elf smiled and Hawk said, that is very much to my approval. Good. Flint, you are going to be cleaning up Potter Manor. I want you to remove all the debris and anything else that has to be cleaned. Petal and Kai, I want you two to check and see what needs to be done in the manor. Any cleaning to be done, let Flint do it. The two elves nodded and Harry saw a slight evil grin come on their faces as they looked at Flint, who cringed. Creature, you are in charge of all the elves and you will liaise with Fireforge to assign them duties that need to be done. I am going to a meeting at Hogwarts and then going to Barcelona for the weekend. I will get in contact with you on Monday to see how things are going. Good. Everyone knows what is to be done. At that moment Jeeves came in and announced that Fireforge had arrived and was sitting in the parlor. Harry went to greet him and all the various arrangements were made. The only problem that they incurred was when Etoile called all the Elflings to her when it was time for them to leave. Dante went and stood next to Creature. Creature told the little elf that maybe it would be best if he went with the other Elflings and Dante refused. He wanted to stay with Creature. Harry knew the deviant little look that Dante had on his face. It was the same look Teddy gave right before he decided to throw a tantrum. Harry considered the little elfling and all the horrors he must have gone through in the last few months. He was only given to Harry a few days ago and then given to Creature, with whom he found some stability, only to be told he was going to be shipped off again. Harry understood his plight and decided to step in. Creature, I think it might be best for Dante to stay with you. Dante gave Harry a smile and a very quick, you almost missed it, hug. As all of the house elves popped out to their destinations, Harry saw Severus standing by the doorway looking at him. Harry smiled. Severus looked very say. Why? He had on black jeans, tucked in knee-high boots and a loose silky emerald green shirt that was out of his jeans and was slightly unbuttoned. His hair was tied back in a low tail and his face glowed as someone in love. Harry came over and gave him a deep and powerful key. Are you trying to entice me to go with you, Severus? God, you look so say. Why? I feel like stripping you and making love to you right here, right now. I thought you said we couldn't have say today, Severus said, teasing. Yes, well, you helped me release some of my excess magic. I might still hurt you, but a little rough, powerful say might keep you knowing who your mate is and will keep all the other wolves at bay. So you think I can't handle myself? I need protecting. Severus said with a mock stern look. No, I never said that, but my wolf is screaming that I put my scent on you so others will know you are mine. He captured Severus' mouth again and gave him a key. That screamed for Severus to submit, which he did. Just as Harry pulled away, he heard his name being called on the mirror. He looked at Neville's reflection and was told everyone had arrived and was waiting in Minerva's office. Harry gave Severus another deep key, and the promise to meet him later. Using the flow, he quickly vanished as he headed out to Hogwarts. Severus sighed and then said goodbye to his grandfather, took out his portkey and headed for Barcelona. Harry sat back in Minerva's office. He had a glass of wine in his hand, but he kept twirling the wine and did not really drink any. He, Minerva, Phileas, Neville, Augusta, Brian and Kingsley had just exited the Pensieve after looking at the memory of the events of this morning. When he arrived in the office, he put the memory from when Patrick had asked about Voldemort to when James answered why he was a ghost and invited the others to enter. Minerva had passed around drinks and Neville grabbed a glass of fire whiskey, so did Phileas, Brian and Kingsley. Augusta, like Harry, had a glass of wine in her hand. It was Augusta who spoke first. So Flamel is behind all of this. Frank, Alice, Neville, Harry, everything. There is someone else, but I am sure that Flamel was a big part of it, Phileas said, looking like he was going to be sick. I knew James all his life. I knew he was a bit spoiled and a bit selfish, but I thought he had matured when he left Hogwarts and got married to Lily. How could I have been so wrong? How could I not have seen it? I was his head of house, Minerva said, berating herself. Albus let us see what he wanted us to see. We never suspected Albus or Poppy. James and the Marauders were all part of Albus' plan, and Albus was a master of manipulation. We were all fooled, Phileas said, looking at Minerva. But I was his godmother. I should have. She put her head in her hands. Then she looked up as she took a breath. Patrick's dad was so strict. Patrick was a bit fearful of him and he didn't want James to fear him. Every time he got a report of James doing something wrong, he decided he would talk to him, show him where he went wrong, let him learn through experience. James and Sirius reminded him so much of us when we were in school. I don't know what went wrong. What went wrong was no accountability. When you and grandfather did something wrong, you knew there was a chance of punishment. When you pulled a prank, there was a line you never crossed because you knew someone. Whether it was your parents or the teachers or the headmaster would hold you accountable for your actions. James never did. He was allowed to do whatever he wanted. His father's punishment, while effective for other children, was ineffective for James, and the headmaster actually encouraged him, so he never felt accountable, Harry said seriously. He tried to feed you to a werewolf, Neville screamed. He was encouraged by Dumbledore to put Severus in front of a raging werewolf. It was how James felt that he had to deal with his enemies. As a child, I became his enemy, so for James he was doing what he was taught. I am not excusing him. He is in hell paying for his actions, but he was trained into thinking he was a light lord by people who were evil. He convinced himself he was doing good. Exactly what Albus said. The group of light wizards became so corrupt they no longer knew the difference between light and dark. It is exactly what he said they were trying to prevent, Minerva said. Yes, the problem is how do we stop them? Harry asked. Harry, what happened to James? Brian said, studying him intently. James is no more. He has been exorcised. How? Brian asked, but Harry did not answer. Brian looked at him and then stated, Harry, with power comes responsibility. I noticed you had the Elder Wand in your hand and you had on the cloak as well. You have to be careful, these are dangerous items. You are more powerful than any wizard that is currently under the ministry's jurisdiction. Don't make the mistake Albus made. Don't play God and do what you want to because you can. I know, believe me, I know. That is why I have come to you. I want to be a part of a team and not the one who does everything. I don't want everyone depending on me. I don't want that responsibility. It is too much power for one person to have. Phileas then asked, changing the subject, any word on Flamel? Brian answered, all our research has shown no indication that Flamel is dead and that for all intents and purposes he is still alive. Minerva asked, any idea of where he might be? Records show he has a private island that is unfloatable and you must have permission to enter. Not even the ministry knows where it is. How come? I thought the ministry kept tabs on all its citizens, Augusta asked. It was Kingsley who answered. Flamel is considered a wizard without borders. He is not tied to any nation, even though he was born in Britain. Harry turned to Neville. What are you going to do about the inquiry? Neville looked at his grandmother, who told him, it is up to you. Neville was serious. I still want a full inquiry. My parents were tortured in giving permission to give up the account, and the head goblins knew this. I want them to pay. Brian nodded his head. I think now more than ever, I also want to continue this investigation. Kingsley then said, Watson, I want an investigation into Street Mungo's as well, to see if Alice and Frank truly are permanently damaged or if they are being given help to remain in that condition. Neville's glass broke in his hand and Harry waved his hand and the broken glass disappeared. I think I want Frank and Alice moved to Longbottom Manor. That way an independent investigation could be made, Augusta said, looking at Kingsley and Brian. Neville nodded his head. Brian, do you think Justine will come and test them? I will pay twice whatever her salary is at St. Mungo's. I trust her and I want her to lead the team to help them. I will ask her, Brian said and put his hand on Neville's shoulder. I will also ask Severus and see if I could get a potions team together, Harry said, thinking of how the team came together for him. Neville nodded. They spent another half an hour speculating on different things and making various plans before everyone left. Harry looked at the time. It was 8:30. He didn't want to go to the dinner late, but decided he would go and wait for Severus in their suite. He bade the others goodbye and went to catch a portkey to Barcelona. As soon as Severus arrived in Barcelona, he marveled at the beauty of the place. He was in the magical landing station, about a mile from the hotel. He looked at the time. It was now 6 o'clock. He had previously thought that he and Harry would have had time to be together before the conference, but now he was on his own. He explored for a while before he came up to La Calle Negra. It was Barcelona's nocturne alley. He had a few acquaintances on this street, all not so nice and highly questionable characters. He remembered one, Miguel, who owed him a favor and who could actually help him. He turned into the street and went to find his amigo. Half an hour later, Severus left a seedy-looking shop with a black door. He smiled. His friend had not changed, and Miguel was glad to no longer be owing the former Death Eater. Severus smiled and looked at himself in a passing shop window. Miguel had done a good job. His teeth were straight and white. He smirked and said softly, "Okay, grandfather, I took the first step." He then hurried to the hotel as he did not want to be late. Unbeknown to Severus, he was being watched by two who recognized him immediately. The Italian twins Lorenzo and Giovanni de' Medici. The twins were rich, powerful Italian wizards who on the surface were wealthy businessmen who had investments throughout Europe. However, in certain circles they were known as Italian Death Eaters. They objected greatly to this title as they were never followers of Voldemort. They were, however, known to bring death to many and would have loved Bellatrix and her parlor tricks. They took whatever they wanted, and right now they were watching Severus. "Lorenzo, do you see what I see? Isn't that Severus Snape?" "Yes, I believe it is. He looks really hot, and say, why without his billowing black robes? He has a beautiful body. Yes, and his hair, he has finally washed it. It is beautiful, so lush. He would look great in my bed. I don't think you will, Giovanni, as he would be sharing my bed." "Ah, but my dear brother, Mother always said we should share. It has been a while since we both shared such a fine specimen." He would be going to the potions convention. I am glad we agreed to attend this year. The ball is tonight, and after I think we should get some dessert. Yes, a Severus Snape dessert. Come, Giovanni, let us go and get our party clothes on. We have a potions master to hunt. Severus reached the Hotel Los Magos in a matter of minutes and quickly went to the front desk. He noticed several people, both men and women, watching him with interest. He smiled and he heard someone sigh and a few witches giggle. The manager at the front desk came and registered him personally and noticed he had recently booked a suite with 2 rooms. "Senor, your guest is not with you. She is arriving late. He would be coming in later. My guest is Mr. H. Black. He may not reach in time for the dinner, but I expect him to come before the evening's activities are complete." "Yes, sir. Whenever he comes, it will not be a problem. I will give him his key myself." "Hello, Severus," a familiar voice called to him. Severus turned and saw Horace Slughorn. "Hello, Horace. You look well," Severus said in his usual, "You are bothering me, leave me alone." Drawl. So do you, my boy, so do you. I didn't mean to overhear, but you are bringing a guest this year. I must say I am intrigued you have never brought a guest to one of our little shindigs. Yes, well, times have changed. Now, if you will excuse me, Horace, I must go and change for dinner. He walked off without waiting for a response. Several others came up to Slughorn to ask if it was indeed Severus Snape he was talking to. Slughorn sighed. The clothes may have changed, but the attitude was the same. Harry landed in Barcelona. He was glad he had changed into Muggle clothes before taking the portkey. Most of the young people were in Muggle-style clothes. Since he knew this was the magical side of Barcelona, he was surprised to see how Muggle it all was. It just proved how backward the British wizarding world really was. He looked around. The place was exquisitely beautiful. He saw a towering cathedral in the distance, and many of the buildings were old and the architecture was magnificent. He passed by a food place that reminded him how hungry he was, and after getting directions went to the hotel. His first thought was that he had gotten to the wrong place. In front of the hotel was a group of young witches and wizards with placards with Spanish writing that Harry did not understand, and they were chanting. He approached a pretty young witch who reminded him a bit of Hermione in her mannerisms and asked her about the protest. After looking at him appraisingly, she asked, "Do you know what is going on in this hotel this weekend?" "A potions conference," Harry replied. "Yes, a potions conference where they are inventing potions to destroy those who do not have the power to defend themselves." "Who? House elves, animals? Are you dense, Muggles? They are creating potions to destroy the Muggles among us. It is a conspiracy to preserve the wizarding superiority. And do you have any proof?" "I don't need proof. With people like Sangre, Crone, Hagen, and that Death Eater Snape, they must be." She did not get further as Harry's anger blazed and his magic flared. The entire group stopped chanting and stepped back. The girl started whimpering as Harry glared at her. "Severus Snape is not a Death Eater. He was a spy who worked for the side of light. He is a good man and has saved all of our lives by sacrificing his own. Now, I don't know if other potions masters have created potions to hurt Muggles, but you cannot accuse innocent people of crimes you have no proof of. If you have proof of wrongdoing, then bring it to me. If you don't, then you have no right being here." Harry watched as the group quickly dispersed. He sighed as Brian's warning came to him. He needed to calm himself. He thought about taking a long soak in a bathtub. Yes, he thought that might be what he needed. He walked slowly up the stairs of the hotel, and before he entered, the doorman opened the door and gave him a big grin. Harry smiled and then went up to the desk. The Manger thanked him for his help outside and gave him the key to his and Severus' rooms. He walked towards the elevator when it opened and Slughorn exited. "Professor Slughorn, it is so great to see you," Harry said with a big smile. "Harry, my boy, it is you. You look fantastic. If you did not call out to me, I would not have recognized you. Oh my, you must be driving the women off with a stick." He laughed and thumped Harry on the back. "What are you doing in Barcelona?" "Well, I am here for the potions conference." "Are you? That is great. I knew you had the makings of a potions master in you. I heard you got an outstanding in your newts. I am so proud of you." "Yes, I did, but I am not going into potions. I am here as an investor." "You are? Come, my boy. Let's go to the bar and have a drink and a chat." Before Harry could say anything else, Slughorn had dragged him to the bar and had ordered drinks. Harry cast a Muffiliato spell to ensure privacy. Slughorn of course asked about Ginny and why the wedding was called off, and Harry gave the same explanation he had given the press. He then asked about Harry's interest in potions. Harry told him how he wanted to be more involved in the investments his estate was involved in, and that after speaking with Severus he decided to come himself to the conference. "Oh, so you are the mysterious guest that Severus has with him this year? Mr. H. Black." Harry laughed. "Yes, officially I am Lord Harry Potter Black. I felt that coming as Mr. Black it would put less attention on me, and I would be able to quietly investigate new and upcoming potions that I might be interested in, instead of the organizers telling me what to invest if they knew Harry Potter was in the crowd. Severus understands my need for anonymity." "I fully understand, but why Severus? I didn't think you two got along." "Well, to be honest, I was staying at Hogwarts as I had some business to take care of there, and after getting some advice from others there I decided to come here. It was too late to get my own room, so I asked Severus." We have become friends and I have great respect for him. Slughorn watched him with curiosity. What sort of potions would you be interested in? Well, anything that would help the Muggle world would be great. I am also looking for a few masters who might be interested in researching a cure for long-term Cruciatus curse sufferers. Neville is looking for a team to help in researching a cure for his parents. A worthwhile venture, I am sure, for Mr. Longbottom, but I am not sure how many will actually be interested, but I could look into it. Harry finished his drink and said, "Aren't you going to the dinner?" Yes, yes, well, the dinner is almost over and I will be in time for dessert, but what about you, my boy? I knew I was going to be late, so I wasn't planning to. But as an investor, this is the most important night. Come, you must come with me. I will introduce you around to some who you might be interested in. There are a few who I know work in Muggle potions. That would be great, but I must change first. Well, I will wait on you. Come on. Let's make a move. Harry and Slughorn left the bar and were about to turn to the lift when a short, fat, balding man came out of the ballroom door. He looked appraisingly at Harry. He licked his lips and came across. Slughorn, who is this tasty treat you have with you? Excuse me, sir, but your manner is very offensive, as is your implied question, and I will ask that you remove yourself and leave us alone. The lift opened and Harry and Slughorn got in. Slughorn laughed. Harry, you really are a piece of work. Pablo is probably still standing in shock. No one has spoken to him like that in years. I am glad I was there to witness it. Pablo. Yes, Pablo Sangre. He is actually in charge of the conference this year. I have heard of him. He is Draco Malfoy's potions master. Yes, young Mr. Malfoy. I had not heard that. I heard that young Mr. Malfoy had escaped going to Azkaban. You have been in contact with him. Yes, he and his family fall under the protection of the Black family. He has really turned around and is doing well. They had reached the suite and Harry went in and changed as Slughorn waited in the suite's living room. Harry changed into burgundy and gold robes that were made of the finest acromantula silks and a pair of black boots. The robes had no crests on them, as he did not want anyone knowing who he was. His hair was brushed back and fell straight down his back. He checked himself in the mirror. He looked good. Slughorn smiled as he came out. My boy, you look exquisite. You look like a high elf prince. I will be the envy of everyone with you coming in with me. They returned to the ground floor and made their way to the ballroom. As they walked through the lobby, all eyes turned to look at Harry. He indeed looked like an elven prince. His movements were graceful but purposeful. He was gorgeous and his skin was flawless and his power was evident. Severus had been in a deep conversation with several potions masters, when abruptly he stopped and looked around. The Medici twins looked at him and caught his eye. They winked. Severus knew they had been following him whole night and had tried to ignore them. This of course made them want him even more. They practically salivated as they looked at Severus, who looked resplendent in emerald green and silver robes. They had no chance, however, as Severus felt a magical pull that identified only one wizard. He turned and looked at the door before it even opened. Slughorn opened the doors and all eyes turned to the stranger who entered with him. Harry looked around and saw the one who he was looking for. He told Horace he wanted to pay respects to Severus first and they walked towards him. The twins looked at Harry with wonder. Momentarily they forgot about Severus. They walked up to the stranger and as they approached him, he looked at them with twinkling emerald green eyes and moved past them without even acknowledging them. He was out of their league and they knew it. He walked purposefully towards Severus. As Harry and Slughorn reached the small group that Severus belonged, the group's conversation ended and they all looked curiously at the new arrival. Severus gave a small smile and then turned to the group he was talking to. I would like to introduce to you my guest for the weekend, Mr. Harry Black. The twins whispered to each other that they would have to change their plans if they wanted to get Severus in their bed. All of a sudden they saw the stranger's head turn in their direction and swore they heard a growl. However, what was unmistakable was the fire and power in those green eyes, and they both felt a cold blast of magic hit them. They decided that maybe they were not so interested in Snape after all. Harry sat back and watched as Severus went up and announced his items for sale. There was an uproar when he stated he had 2 sheets 1 foot square of basilisk skin and 1 griffin feather. Several of the masters declared him a fraud, and several other colorful names, and shouted that he should be expelled from the room. Severus in his snarky professor mode challenged them to test the items. There was pandemonium when not only did the basilisk skin tested positive to being from a 1,000-year-old basilisk, but the griffin feather was found to be willingly given. Severus instantly became the most popular man in the entire convention. Severus was interrogated by the entire auditorium as to his source for the items, but he kept declining to reveal it. In the end, the items combined went for a startling 500,000 galleons, the feather alone went for 300,000 galleons. By far it was the most that anyone had ever gotten on a single item in the history of the potions convention. The rest of the auction went rather smoothly, and Harry bought several items he felt Severus might have liked. A black and gold horn from a black unicorn, another vial of unicorn blood freely given, some scales from a Chinese dragon, and a small piece of a tentacle from a kraken. Harry offered the man 5,000 extra galleons for the story of how that tentacle was gotten. It was most entertaining. The man swore an oath that it was true. Harry spent 100,000 galleons on these items but did not mind. It was only when he was signing the Gringotts bank drafts, he had previously arranged with Magnus to have them under the name Harry Black, that he found it ironic that he was spending the amount that the Weasleys had taken from him. Part of him felt a little guilty. Ginny and Ron may spend years paying back their family to replace what Muriel had given to him, when he was spending the same amount in one morning on items that he was not even sure Severus would like. He sighed and reminded himself it was the principle of the matter. He saw Severus arguing with the man who had won the bid for the griffin feather. After his items were sold, Severus had proceeded to the side room, where the payments were being made. The man, it seemed, was trying to give him 250,000 galleons and 50,000 galleons worth of items. Harry looked on and laughed. The Severus who he saw arguing with the man was the one that he knew as a student. The snarky, sarcastic bastard who made you want to cry. It was the side that Severus had often showed the world, and Harry marveled at how different Severus really was. Harry's ears perked up, however, when he heard Severus scream, "And what the hell am I going to do with a say? South Avenue, Romanov." The man called Romanov sneered. "Well, Snape, it certainly answers a lot of my questions about you, if you don't know what to do with a say, South Avenue. Unlike you, I do not have to pay or buy someone to be in my bed. Now you still have 50,000 galleons for me. Either pay up or I take the feather to sing." He was willing to pay 275,000, and I know he will not have to sell his wife to give me the money. Romanov scowled but signed a bank draft and gave it to Severus, who took it and handed over the feather. The feather was the one that Severus had plucked from Griffin. Harry wondered what Severus did with the other feather. It's not like he couldn't have gotten another. Severus and Harry left the room and proceeded to the lift to take them back to their suite when a small group of potions masters approached them. "Snape, if you have a few moments, we would like to have a word. We will make it worth your while." Snape nodded and Harry left and went up to the suite alone. Harry was pleased. The reason for Severus putting the items up for sale was to get the recognition in the potions community. After Voldemort's downfall, it took the wizarding world several months before they accepted Harry's and the minister's word that Snape was in fact a spy working for the light. Harry knew that even now many still doubted his innocence. Severus really did not care so much for the general population, but Harry knew he cared deeply about what his peers in the potions community thought. Harry went to bed and took a rest. He was still tired from the day before, and they still had 2 hours before they met the man who Slughorn had introduced him to the night before. The man had some ideas that Harry liked, and he was seriously considering funding his project. Severus wanted to ask the man many technical questions before Harry made any deals, so they were all meeting for lunch. Severus looked at the group of 6 potions masters. They were the core of the Potions Guild Council. They included his old master LeBlanc, who he had apprenticed under, and the Finnish master Godolin, who was considered the top potions master in the world. The others Severus knew by name and reputation and was inwardly hyperventilating. They went to a small private sitting room which was richly decorated. "Severus, it is good to see you have come into your own. I was impressed by your article in December's Potions Quarterly on the improvements that you made to the Wolfsbane," LeBlanc stated as he and the others sat and offered Severus a seat. "Yes, my speech tonight will be based on that very topic. Thank you," Severus said as he was handed a glass of wine by the German Master Mayor. "Yes, I know, we were the ones who selected you as a speaker tonight," LeBlanc continued. "Tell me, Snape, What made you think of adding Matricaria recutita in the potion? I would think that the flower's properties would clash with that of the wolfsbane. Godolin asked. You are right, the fresh flower does clash, it is why I used dried petals. A friend of mine was a werewolf and often complained of stomach pains the day after the transformation. He told me that he eventually solved the problem by having a cup of the chamomile tea and that the tea soothed his stomach, so I decided to try the dried chamomile petals and it worked. Impressive, but I should have known you British and your tea, Godolin said, and everyone, except Severus, who was nervous, and who did not laugh in public, laughed. The group asked Severus several questions about his various potions for over half an hour when Sangre came into the room. The others greeted him cordially. So Snape, have you revealed the source of your amazing auction items? Sangre said as he poured a glass of wine. Severus sneered. He did not like Sangre, but he was an important man in the community. Under no circumstance was he going to tell anyone about Harry's animagus form, but he had debated whether or not to reveal the source of the basilisk skin. Harry had indicated that he did not mind, and Minerva had even suggested that it could bring in some money for the school. As a matter of fact, he was giving the money he raised from the sale of the skin to the school. Severus, however, was hesitant as he did not want to expose the fact that they had access to the Chamber of Secrets, considering they needed to keep the library safe. However, these men were the best masters in the world and it would have been worth his while to be in their good graces. Actually, the skin belonged to the familiar of Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts, Snape said slowly and then took a sip of the wine for dramatic effect. He knew they all knew who Salazar Slytherin was, as he was one of the most famous potions masters of all time. Severus smirked, thinking of what the masters would say if he told them that he had access to Salazar's picture and that he had helped him write his speech for that night. After waiting for the initial shock to subside, he continued, Harry Potter actually killed the basilisk 6 years ago. I was able to get permission to harvest a small amount of the creature. The skin I auctioned today was part of what I was able to harvest. 6 years ago. Isn't he 18 now? Yes, almost 19. He was 12 when he killed it, Severus said, a small hint of pride in his voice. One of the masters, a man called Rozzi, who had not said anything before, looked at him and asked, I always heard you and Harry Potter did not get along. We have a mutual respect for each other, Severus said, and thought and love each other very much. Rozzi looked at him doubtfully. You honestly expect us to believe that a mere child of 12 defeated such a noble and powerful creature? Severus was annoyed but had long learned to control his anger. Whether you believe me or not is not the issue. It is fact, but more importantly, the basilisk is indeed dead and I was able to harvest its skin. That, I believe, is the question you all wanted answered. LeBlanc quickly interjected. Indeed, Rozzi, I for one believe that Mr. Potter is one to watch. If all the rumors about him are true, he could have very well killed the creature. Tell me, Snape, is it true he is a Parselmouth? Yes. Snape did not like how this conversation was going. Interesting. I have several old scrolls supposedly written by a Pali found in an ancient Naga temple. It is believed to be Parsel script. I would very much like for Mr. Potter to take a look at them, the Indian master Arjun said with excitement. Severus knew the man was not only a potions master but an expert in ancient potions and was a noted wizarding archaeologist. Severus wondered if maybe he could recommend Ginevra Weasley as a research assistant and send her far, far away. I will ask next time I see him. Is it possible that we may be allowed to see the creature and possible be allowed to harvest items for ourselves? We would pay Mr. Potter handsomely, Rozzi asked, and the others all looked at Severus eagerly. I believe Mr. Potter has donated the creature to the school and asked it be harvested over many years to generate income for the school as it needs. However, you will have to take it up with the headmistress and Mr. Potter, as the location of the corpse is not easily accessible. The legendary Chamber of Secrets, Rozzi stated rather than asked. Yes. Is there anything in the chamber besides the basilisk corpse? Rozzi asked, looking at Severus intently. Severus felt the pull to his mind as someone, Rozzi he strongly suspected, was trying to use legilimency on him, but he was not worried as he was a strong occlumens himself, having years of practice with Voldemort. No, it appears that it was only used to house Slytherin's pet. Rozzi looked at him doubtful. Can you tell us the source of the griffin feather? Faustin the American master asked. No, I took an oath, Severus said quickly. Can you tell us about your guest? I for one am curious about him, Sangre asked, and Severus looked at the man coldly. He is an ex-student, a very rich young man who wishes to invest in a couple of potions projects. He must be very rich. He shelled out 100,000 at the auction as if it were pocket change. That is the kind of investor I like, Faustin stated with a laugh. So do I, Sangre mumbled in a sleazy manner to Severus, horror. Indeed, Snape said with a sneer. Well, Severus, it seems we have taken much of your free time this morning. I for one am looking forward to this evening's speech, Godolin stated quickly, sensing the tension that was building. After getting another promise to speak to Harry about the basilisk and the scrolls, the others bid him a good day. Severus noted that Master LeBlanc and Rosie stayed behind. Mr. Snape, I must be honest with you, I came to this conference to seek you out. You have drawn attention to yourself as one of the greatest potions masters in the world, Rosie stated. Thank you. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.